All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to our 2024 Spring Conference. My name is Brittany Dixon and I'm the Executive Director of Club 20. We are going to go ahead and get started. So if we could have people take their seats and if they want to continue their conversation out into the hall, please. We have a tight schedule, so I want to make sure that we stay on track here and we have plenty of time for all of our conversations today. If you guys wouldn't mind standing and joining me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. Great. Again, thank you everybody for being here today. Who's excited about the agenda today? We're super excited to be able to put this on for you all and provide this platform for this space and these conversations. But of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors. Our sponsors last night for our awards banquet were Chevron, A&B Bank, Pinnacle, and Alpine Bank. Let's give them a round of applause. Today, our keynote lunch speaker and our meal will be provided by SEL Health, St. Mary's Intermountain Health. Give them a round of applause. Your break and refreshments will be brought to you today by Business for Water Stewardship and Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. Let's give them a round of applause. Alrighty, so we also have a general sponsor, SGM, and we also have a booth over there for them. Eric, go ahead and wave. We have another booth in the back too, so throughout the day, make sure you go and check out all the goodies they have for us. And we're just so grateful to have them here. Your lovely programs that we've designed are provided by Mark and Kathy back there, who aren't able to be here today, but we're sad to miss it. So let's give them a round of applause. So I want to do a few housekeeping items. There are a few cords we've taken down as much as possible, but if you are wandering in any of these spaces, please just watch your step. We don't want anybody to get hurt. Restrooms are out the hall to the left, down the hall. And then we also have sodas and water over here. And then if you're looking for the coffee, which we've had plenty of people looking for the coffee this morning, it'll be there all day. It's over on that side, okay? So please help yourself and feel free to take as much as you want, I guess. We're paying for it, right? So first of all, many of you know that Club 20 got started over 7 decades ago in 1953. It's provided a place to influence policy, provide education, and convene Coloradans in order to uplift and advance the voices of the Western Slope so that we can help promote thriving, resilient, and economically healthy communities. We serve as a nonpartisan organization that focuses on the Western Slope nexus between all of our 22 diverse counties, with one thing in mind, coming to common solutions to provide that space for keeping Club 20 and the Western Slope relevant and healthy. So thank you for all of you that are here today to have those discussions and to find those solutions. If you haven't noticed by looking at the agenda today, we will be having a lot of discussions on some of the biggest issues that are impacting our region and our state as a whole. We're thrilled and grateful to be having this platform today, but we would like to ask that through the duration of today, that we create a space that's respectful of everyone's viewpoints, that we come to solution-driven conversations. There's no cards on your tables for questions, no cards and pencils. So if you have a question throughout the day, please just go ahead and raise it up when it's the Q&A panel, and one of us will come and bring it up here to the moderator throughout the day. If you run out of note cards, we have more. So just get one of us and we'll bring in some more too. So who's excited? One more round of applause for the agenda and all of our speakers today. So we are more than excited to welcome our very first presenter of the day here, Kathy Chandler Henry. She represents the District 2 in Eagle County as a commissioner. She is a fourth-generation Coloradan with a love of open spaces, clean air, and water. She values and represents the Western themes of independence, hard work, and community. She is the county's representative on several water boards, and most likely for our conversation today, and most recently, she was named chair of our Drought Water Task Force. Let's welcome Kathy up to the stage.
Thanks, Brittany. Good morning, everyone. It's so great to see you all this morning. You're grateful getting up at 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning and listening to talk about the Colorado River project. I appreciate your being here. As Brittany said, I am a county commissioner from Eagle County. I've been a commissioner since 2013. I'm also a native of the Western Slope, born and raised in Eagle. My mom was from a ranching family, and my sister still works on that ranch north of Newcastle. So that's my first water connection, is hearing my uncles and aunts talk about irrigation water and how critical that was. So I think when you grow up with that, you sort of knowing your bones how important that water is, especially for agriculture on the Western Slope. I'm currently president of the Colorado River Water Conservation District, and we have a past president here with us too, Marty Whitmore. So that's a group that, as you all know, really advocates for water on the Western Slope and protecting that. I chair the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments Water Quality and Quantity Committee, and that group was started out of a concern about Trans Mountain diversions, and has since worked very carefully with municipal water providers, counties, municipalities, local governments to protect water on the Western Slope. And really the current effort there is connecting land use planning with water planning, making sure that policymakers are thinking about water safety. Work on land use planning. I also work with the Drought Water Power Authority and serve as vice president of the National Association of Counties Public Lands Steering Committee. Through that, I sort of realized how different Western water is than the rest of the country. So that's been an interesting experience. So I just want to thank Club 20 for the introduction, and thank you all for being here, and thank you all for all the work that you do on water and for the Western Slope, because I know that Club 20 has also been such a strong advocate. Are there any other task force members here from the Colorado Drought Task Force? I don't see anyone. I know Nancy Fisher would have been here, but she's out of town. I want to talk a little bit today about the background of the task force, the makeup, the process that we went through. I want to talk about the recommendations that we got to in the first status of those recommendations. I think there'll be plenty of time at the end for questions and conversation. I'd love to hear what you all are thinking the state should be doing in terms of water conservation and drought, climate change, interstate commitments, and intrastate. I do have a few copies of the task force report I brought with me, if anybody wants to see those passing around or take one. I give out 4 copies. Call around afterwards and I will get those to you. Everything is out there. There's a task force called CR.DroughtTaskForce.com and everything is on the website. So a little background, Senate Bill 23-295 was introduced in 2023 by Senators Robertson Will, Speaker of the House McCluskey, and Representative Mark Hazlett. The bill talked about drought, climate change, drier conditions, and depleted snowpack, all reduce the water supply across the western slope of Colorado and in the Colorado River Basin. All these are threats to the security of available water resources. And there was a sense of urgency that the state really needs to do more. It's not like the state had been doing nothing, but I think you all recall the spate of articles, and they're continuing about how dry things are, how much water the lower basin is using over the 7.5 million that they're allocated, what's going to happen in Colorado, and that sense of urgency on the western slope is even bigger, I think, because our whole economies, whether they're recreation-based or agriculture-based, they depend on wet water, whether it's snow or liquid in our rivers. So that sense of urgency was huge to do something about this. So this bill proposed creation of a task force. It wasn't without controversy. A lot of people said, why do you need another group? Everybody's already working on this. It's just going to be a disaster, or we don't want other people talking about it. And it did eventually get passed. And I'm going to read to you the purpose of the task force from the bill because it's really long. And it's really big. But the purpose of the task force is to provide recommendations for potential state legislation that would provide additional tools to the Colorado Water Conservation Board to collaborate with Colorado River Water Conservation District, the Southwestern Water Conservation District, and other relevant stakeholders, including holders of water rights, agricultural producers, industrial water users, environmental organizations, the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, and local governments to develop programs that address drought in the Colorado River Basin and interstate commitments related to the Colorado River and its tributaries through the implementation of demand reduction projects and the voluntary and compensated conservation of the waters of the Colorado River and its tributaries. Whew. So that's the charter of the task force, all in one big long step. We'll get eventually to the recommendations the task force made, and you can evaluate how well we did in that chart. I want to talk a little bit about the makeup of the task force. So it's apparent from the very beginning that this is a Herculean task. Many of these topics have been discussed and talked about for years and for decades. There's a considerable amount of information to understand, topics to discuss, programs, tools, and a really limited amount of time to do that. So that was sort of the first task for the group that's figuring out what are we going to tackle? Do we want to bring in speakers to inform us about all these things? Luckily, nearly all the members of the task force were very well informed. Decided early on that if you needed more information, you better go out and get it yourself because we didn't have time for a speaker series within the task force. Task force members did that. They rose to the challenge, got the information they needed so that we dive right into the work. The first meeting was required to be held by July 31st, and the report with recommendations was due to the legislature on December 16th. Any of you who have heard the term water time, know that is really short in terms of water time. 17 members made up the task force, plus myself as a non-voting chair, and the state engineer as a non-voting member. And it was really interesting it went from this task force is not a good idea, nobody's going to be on it, to why didn't I get appointed? So once it was in place, then the race was on to try and become a member of this task force. Membership included representatives of environmental organizations, industrial and ag water users, front range diverters, the Commission of Agriculture, and a representative from the Department of Natural Resources, municipal water providers, representatives of the River District and Southwest Water Conservation District, Southeast and Northern Water Conservancy Districts, and tribal representatives from Ute Mountain and Southern Ute. So we have both ranges they divide because actually the Colorado River affects everyone in the state, but it especially affects those front range diverters and all of us here on the western slope, as well as the Indian tribes, which have not in the past been very well integrated into these discussions. They're holders of big water rights. So they not only had 2 seats on the 17-member task force, there's also a sub-task force on tribal matters, and that had 5 members representing the tribes, two members of the tribes designated, and a representative from Natural Resources, which was Becky Mitchell. The purpose of that sub-task force was to provide for full tribal participation in any recommended program, and to look at sources of revenue for being able to compensate the tribes for any programs that they might participate in. So, as I mentioned, the task force's first job was to clarify what was within their purview and to set an agenda and timeline for how to approach these topics. So there was a little frustration at the beginning, like we gotta get going, but as any of you who work with groups know, it takes a little time to sort of gel the group and to form the group and figure out just how are you going to approach this task. So we took a couple of meetings to do that. There was also, I could say, some fairly robust conversations about how was the task force going to talk about interstate commitments. And there was some pushback from the state saying this is our role. The task force, if it talks about these interstate commitments and talks about lower basin overuse, we're going to step on the toes of our Upper Colorado River Commissioner at the negotiations that she has going. So I think it was a healthy discussion and trying to figure out what exactly was the role of the task force, because that was in the charter to talk about interstate commitment. But how could we do that in a way that was supportive of the state's chief negotiator and not detrimental in any manner? Because people knew that these meetings were going to be watched by everyone from Colorado to California. And in fact, we had several callers from California who would call in with suggestions, and one of them was just to put more water in the river after the 15-mile.
Oh, yeah. Make sure you say it.
One of the things that emerged really quickly from these discussions were 3 guiding principles that were shared by all the members to judge potential recommendations by, because there were some task force members who rightly said, you know, why should we be even talking about demand management? Why should we talk about conservation when the lower basin overuse is what's causing the problems in the Colorado River? And are we going to be just causing more shortage and pain for Colorado and the western slope by this job that we have? So how are we going to go about this? So the 3 sort of guiding principles that the group used were, first, to do no harm. So it sounds simple, but depending on who thinks they're being harmed, that wasn't always easy to come to consensus on. Is this recommendation doing no harm? Second one was a recognition, just to set it out up front, that overuse in the lower basin is what's causing a lot of these problems in Colorado and in the upper basin state. But a realization that we also need to be part of the solution. We need to be talking about what are we going to do in the face of drought? What can we bring to the table in these interstate negotiations? And with the water that we have assigned to us in Colorado, how can we make sure that we're conserving that to the best manner that we can? And the third one was that we must work with the needs of Colorado first. Colorado, all water users and the environment, that happens first. The group also made 2 really crucial decisions. And I think that this really was what helped make the task force successful. First was to meet in person as much as possible. So there were far-flung members. The original idea was maybe a lot of meetings would be virtually. It became apparent that developing relationships, having the ability to talk one-on-one, face-to-face was gonna be really important, so that was the decision. And the second was to take public comment at the beginning of every meeting. In the statute, in the bill, it required 2 public meeting sessions. And the thought of the task force members is that is not maybe as helpful as for the public to be able to weigh in at the beginning of every meeting and say, here's some ideas that I think you might consider. Here's what I think about the discussion you've been having so far. So that really set the tone for an open process that was very inclusive. It was collaborative because everyone was watching everything that was being done, and it was transparent. So as we got into the meetings, the legislation set up the ability to hire a facilitator, and the Langdon group played that role, and they did a masterful job of coordinating logistics, sending out materials, tracking recommendations, doing the video, helping keep the task force on track. So every single thing that the task force talked about is video recorded, it's out there on the website. They put the final report together, but it was actually written by task force members. We did that by Google Documents, and it was online. So if you remember the public, you could log on to that website and you could watch it. People were writing their comments. Other people would make comments on those comments. So that helped with the transparency of the process. I think it helped with the trust among task force members and also from the public to the task force. The State Office of Legislative Services determined that this as a public group could not meet, even 2 people could not meet together, that would violate sunshine law. So there were no phone calls, there were no subcommittees, there were no one-on-one meetings. Everything was done in this public video station. We met a total of 10 times, 7 of those in various locations, including Grand County, Golden Springs, Toyoak, and Ignacio. We drove into the southwest part of the state. Grand Junction, it's 2 in the Front Range, and early on, the task force members developed a list of over 80 recommendations for programs or tools or topics that might be discussed. So there's this giant spreadsheet out there that has everything from the really big to the really small on there. The sub-task force met 5 times in various locations in the Southwest and virtually. The Langdon group, who was our facilitators, created that website so you can find all of the information on there. In crafting that final report, the group decided to capture their discussions and their work in 2 different ways, one through recommendations and one through narratives. So recommendations is what we were required to send to the legislature by December 15th. So on December 7th, we came to a meeting in on the Front Range with all of the things that had been suggested for a possible recommendation, and we voted on those. It was a majority vote, so 17 task force members. If you got 9 votes, it moved forward as a recommendation. But the task force wanted to make sure, especially with the limited time we had, and not every water user was present. There were people who would have liked to have been on the task force. There were other people who were impacted who weren't there. So they wanted to make sure to capture other things that legislators might need to know if they were going to try and make any of these recommendations into a bill. I see our chief bill sponsor has joined us back there very well, so you guys feel free to jump in if I'm saying anything crazy. But we really wanted to not lose the good ideas. We also didn't want to lose the controversy that was there in the discussion about maybe what else needed to be thought about during this recommendation. So recognizing that the legislature is where really the rubber is going to meet the road, what was forwarded in these recommendations was an endorsement of the concept itself. We did not look at legislative language, and that was a decision that the task force made, is how specific it was going to be. So what was forwarded were comments and were concepts, and then comments on those concepts. In total, there were 8 proposed recommendations that received the official endorsement and support of the task force, and 4 proposed recommendations from the sub-task force on tribal matters. members who voted against a recommendation or took issue with the wording were able to provide those comments. And I think if you look through the report, the comments are sort of the most interesting part of the recommendation. Because it really goes into a little more depth and makes you think, oh yeah, that could be an issue here as we move forward with this. And it sort of provides some insight into how these 8 recommendations make the final list. So that was recommendations. The second thing the task force did was narrative. And those narrative items were topics that were not nominated for an official recommendation, but that they were important enough that the task force wanted to send them on and they wanted to include them in the report. We wanted to preserve those conversations and believing the Drought Task Force believes that all of those narrative items need some further discussion. And there were some really major issues that ended up on that narrative item list. And one, which did make it, is in current proposed legislation, had to do with industrial water rights. And there was a lot of work done by industrial water users talking about what happens as they move to a clean energy economy, those just transition communities. Big industrial users like Tri-State didn't want to lose their water rights because they weren't using them to process coal into energy because they weren't sure what's coming next in renewable energy. They wanted the ability to be able to hold on to those water rights, put them in the river for non-consumptive use and be able to use them in the future. So that was one that task force members got a little nervous about, saying, here's our recommendation, because it seemed like there were a lot of potential pitfalls there, not really trying to vet everything, but really a critical piece to send forward. So that's a real narrative piece that's in there. Water shepherding with environmental co-benefits. If there is a drought reduction program that is sending water down the river for the big river issues, should those be timed to also serve the environment? That's a really important one that people worked on. Also critical enough and enough potential pitfalls there that it didn't turn into a recommendation, but it's in there as a narrative. So those narrative things have some meat in them. If you look through the task force, there are 11 narratives from the task force and 2 from the task force. And remember that initial list had 80 items on it. So anything that made it into the report really received some vetting, some conversations, some feelings from the task force that it was worthy of further discussion. Members also provided all that clarifying conversation that we talked about. So recommendations, I guess I'll stop here now and see if anybody has any questions before I jump to the recommendations. Yeah. I want to know if there's one. That is one that did not make it into a recommendation, that whole drought management and how would that work. There is a recommendation in there that was put together by several members of the task force that is a narrative, but it does not go beyond any prior appropriation, sticking with that, sticking with the do no harm principle, and sticking with the idea that Lower Basin has to clean up its act before Colorado takes shortages any more so than we already do because of hydrology. And Commissioner Mitchell has been really clear that Upper Basin of Colorado takes shortage every year, depending on what Mother Nature gives us. So, looking at any sort of demand management program, the Lower Basin has to sort of grasp that concept first, that those shortages are dependent on hydrology. And then we work with what is in the river. So I think that is more the direction the task force took than saying, how are we going to define a specific demand management program that talks about who takes what shortage? There is a suggestion in the report that those 7 principles that the Colorado Water Plan outlines be endorsed. And those really talk about sharing between Front Range and Western Slope any shortages, that if they don't all this time have Christmas salt ag. But there are not specific recommendations from the task force regarding demand management.
Hi, Kathy. My name is Jeff Moore, Lake City.
Hi.
Just a couple quick things. First is, there's no question that ocean temperatures are rising,
Right.
and we've seen significant increases. Temperature in the oceans. Higher ocean temperatures means more evaporation. More evaporation means more precipitation somewhere. Did any of your scientists, folks that you had, look at the science of where will that precipitation, that additional precipitation be? Because it seems like it's more likely to be on the coastal states. They'll actually be getting more water.
So they need some storage out there in California, don't they? Right. There is a recommendation, and that's a good segue. We'll jump into those, because one of the recommendations is to make sure that we're providing good funding for just that kind of science. We're looking at snowpack, like the Airborne Snow Observatory is doing with their flyovers and LiDAR, looking at measurement beyond just the snow sites, which are great, but they are a very determined point in time and not looking at the big picture. So there's a recommendation to fully fund measurement and science, precipitation and snowpack and water. So good observation. All right, recommendations, 8 of them from the full task force. The first is to continue a technical assistance grants for water projects. You think, well, maybe that's a small thing, but it's really a verification that what CWCB is doing for these technical assistance grants make a huge difference to folks on the Western Slope. We heard that loud and clear from people who called in or attended the meetings. Second is to provide increased funding to state programs for aging water-related infrastructure. Also sort of an obvious one, but gosh, it's so amazing to have a room full of different water users say, we agree, this is really important. And it was at a meeting right here in Grand Junction at Mesa State University, and that came up very early on, both from the tribes, from ag users, from municipal users, from diverters. Our infrastructure is aging, we're leaking water out everywhere. We really need funding to fix that. And before we start looking at the demand management programs that you mentioned there, let's look at keeping the water we have and repairing the aging infrastructure. Number 3 was prioritizing forest health and wildfire-ready watersheds. A lot of talk about these community wildfire protection plans. 4th was to expand the temporary loan program to include storage rights. And that is allowing ag users who have storage rights to lend their water for a short period of time to an in-stream flow, even when that in-stream flow is not decreed yet by Colorado Water Conservation Board. So just providing some more flexibility in these stored waters for ag. 5th is to expand agricultural water protection water rights. That's currently allowed in divisions 1 and 2, and the recommendation was to make that a statewide program. That's the 5th. 6th is to continue funding and improving measurement tools, and that gets at what we were talking about, discussion of Airborne Snow Observatory and other programs like that. 7 was to support invasive briadophite and species removal programs, and that's tamarisk and all those thirsty plants that are sucking up the water before it gets to the beneficial use. And the 8th is to increase funding for municipal turf removal. That was one of the early legislative items was talking about those turf removal programs. The sub-task force had 4 recommendations. First was a request for funding to conduct a study on a potential pilot program to compensate tribes for future forbearance of water development. So they've got water rights, they're not using them all, and they would like to be compensated for allowing that water to be used elsewhere. Second was a request for the Colorado General Assembly to work with the governor to send a letter to the Congress to request that a fully appropriate the $35 million that's been authorized for the Indian Irrigation Fund And that's the Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation Act, the WIN Act. Third was to request the General Assembly remove the statutory requirement for matching funds for tribal grants through the water plan. And the fourth was the request from the Youth Tribe to work with relevant agencies and stakeholders in order to determine whether there is a suitable mechanism to improve cultural values when they're talking about mainstream flow. So those are the recommendations. What's happened since December 15th? So really still back to water time. This is quick. The task force met in July, delivered recommendations in December, and the state legislature is taking those up starting in January. So a couple of things. There's the Senate Joint Memorial 24-002, which is sponsored by Senators Roberts and Simpson, Speaker McCluskey, and Representative McLaughlin. And that memorializes Congress to fully fund the $35 million to that WIN, according to the recommendations of the Colorado Drought Task Force. So I just can't tell you how exciting that is. As the chair of the task force, received legislation that says, from the recommendation of the task force, here is our proposed legislation. So that one has been signed, passed and signed. The second one is a bill that's currently in process, so you can weigh in on it. It's Senate Bill 24-197, water conservation measures, and it's sponsored by Senators Roberts, Senator Will, and Speaker McCluskey. And it moved on Wednesday, it's my understanding, from the Senate Committee on Ag and Natural Resources as amended, and it moved by the committee, moved to the committee of the whole by a vote of 7-0. The summary of that bill says it concerns measures for the conservation of water in the state and implementing the proposals of the Colorado River Drought Board. It includes these provisions, allows the discrete storage rights of land water to the CWCP. That's the recommendation we talked about. Changes the current law to establish agricultural water protection, water rights throughout the state, not just in divisions 1 and 2. There's a whole series of provisions in the bill that address those water rights for utilities who are working on greenhouse gas reduction goals and a transformation to renewable energy sources. So all that work that the utilities did was a narrative in the report, and now that's made it into legislation. And it does allow CWCP to waive those matching grant requirements for the Youth Tribe or the Southern Youth Tribe. And as I mentioned, there's been some work done on turf. So I think in conclusions, you know, the two most common negative predictions for the outcomes of the task force that we heard a lot in the beginning was, first, there'd be so much conflict that everybody's just going to be in a big fight, nothing's going to happen, everybody's going to be yelling at each other. No way to have a productive discussion, which is be interesting to hear our keynote speaker today talk about that. And the second prediction was just nothing will get done. That, you know, people won't show up, nobody's going to take this seriously. But there were some positive voices out there too, and task force members really stepped up to say, all right, this is important, we can do this. We can build some relationships and have civil dialogue and come up with some recommendations. So all of those recommendations, all of the pieces that didn't make it through, all of the narrative, all of the comments, I think all of those provide the foundation for some good future work. Some people by the end said, well, maybe the legislature will renew the task force. No, so we've had enough. And I think the public participation was really good and really valuable in this too, because as much as we all know about water and think about water, sort of it's new to some folks, and they were able to plug in and engage. We had 440 people who attended our public meetings, either in person or virtually. 1,344 people who watched the YouTube videos of the meetings. They must be insomniacs, I guess. 97 comments which came to help the task force remember. We even had 5th grade class call in at one meeting and talk about water conservation, talk about how important water is to them. Constraints we worked under, time, there was too little of that. Scope, there was too much of that. And this sunshine law, although it made it really difficult work. You know, you wanted to pick up the phone and call somebody and talk about something. But since you couldn't do that, there was no distrust among members, no feeling like, oh, we worked out a backroom deal between the meetings and I got left out. There was none of that, so it turned out to be a really, testing process. Clearly, some big issues still at stake, including temporary contemplated voluntary drought reduction programs, the UCRC system conservation program, the lower basin overuse. All of these issues are being addressed by Becky Mitchell and her team with the Upper Colorado River Commission, and I am hopeful, and I feel like the task force works here to support that. Also, I think serve to support the work that CWCP is doing and really reinforce how important those water plan grants that they make to organizations and entities throughout the state. And really just getting those folks from all those different water user sectors that rely on the Colorado River in the same room, working through potential solutions and agreeing on moving recommendations forward in a 4.5-month time frame was a huge win. That's the report on the task force. I know I've used up almost all of our time. Maybe we have a question here. Okay, we'll take a question and I'll be around all day. So if you want to grab one of these reports, let me know. And I'm glad to talk to you during break too. All right, question.
Great. So this comes from Commissioner Wendell Coons. He first says, thank you for your service on the task force. And then asks, should there ever be a task force 2.0, what 2 or 3 topics do you think they would focus on and address?
You know, I think those, Wendell, great question. I think aging infrastructure needs some more work figuring out how to fund that, how to get that going. And I think the whole interaction with the state and the Big River on demand management, that is an ongoing discussion that various groups have done work on, but it's still a big elephant in the room out there that we need to talk about, and we need to really figure out how do we protect not only ag users, but protect all of the communities that rely on those ag users. And what happens if there are demand management programs going on right now through the Upper Colorado River Commission. And I think we need to really take a look at how those are working, how those are decided, how that affects.
Morning, Kathy, and thank you very much. Appreciate all the work you and all the others put into it. I guess thinking of the 2.0 possibility, I'd like to encourage the use of the Basin Roundtables and ICC more in this issue, because you've got engaged, involved all the time, and a very broad group across the state. So I would encourage that.
I think that's really a smart comment and critical. There was a discussion of that during the task force. I know Becky Mitchell is now the chair of the IDC, and there's some revitalization going on. I know the Colorado River Basin Roundtable is sort of got some new energy to it. And you're right, that's the group where everybody can come and talk about these issues in much greater detail and moving on. So good comment, and yeah, we need that moving. Mr. Trees.
Morning, Kathy. Congratulations and thank you. I was one of those who was very skeptical of the task and the time frame. But great question. SGF, that's Senate Joint Memorial 002 you mentioned. Maps of Colorado. What has Congress done with that?
I do not know. John and Jeanette, do you know anything about that?
Is that the one on the hydrogen?
No, that was,
I didn't recognize
that was,
It is to fund the WIN Act, the 35 million water infrastructure.
which primarily goes for money. I will talk on the side about that. We were working on that both our offices. Taking the person on this, a lot of it has been a problem with appropriation. They haven't been allocating enough money. Both senators have sent numerous letters to the appropriations committee advocating for that funding. Just unfortunately hasn't been there. We're working at trying to build a bigger coalition to go to the appropriations committee and administration this year to say we really need to fully fund that. It's an embarrassment that our nation has. It's not just that project, but it's the irrigation projects all over the country that have been funded. We worked to pass the WIN Act years ago with Senator Rosso, just funding it.
Thanks, John.
Any last questions? Okay, oh, Wendell has one more.
I follow the rule. My question is it correct that the state legislature has recently swept all the funds from the severance tax, which would have been used to help fund aging advocates?
I do not know the answer to that question. Senator Will?
That'd be great.
He says, yes, that's correct. I think that means talk to some of the other legislators.
All right, let's give Kathy another round of applause. All right, so I do want to thank Kathy Chandler Henry and the other task force members, and also the alternate members. There's many of those that are in our membership ranks that are taking time out of their day to also do this good work. So let's give all of the alternate, the task force members, and of course Kathy another round of applause. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. We're gonna bring some more chairs in here, because we have more people show up, so that's great. So 5 minutes and we'll be back and get started at about 9:05 or 9:07. Okay. So.
What do we have for this? Yeah. This is just a conversation. Okay.
So finding our seat, we will get started here in just a couple of minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Wait, which one is ours? No. I can't really, no, I guess. Yeah, it is. Is it? Oh, yeah. There. It's a very narrow.
I'd ask you how your legs going, but
That makes me not.
All right, again, if everybody can please find their seats, we are gonna get started. We want to be respectful of everyone's time.
for coffee. Yeah, I'm gonna have.
Yeah, I used to make them.
Okay, everybody, please wrap up those conversations. We are gonna get started. So our next session of the day is going to be a discussion around immigration and how our rural communities and industries are faring in the current environment. Moderating today's discussion today will be the 20's newest board chair as of yesterday, Michael Murphy.
Thank you, Brittany, and you guys can put up with me learning the job. All right, but thanks for being here once again. today's panel on immigration is, you see the news, you see what's going on in the country, you see the big city, but what you don't get is how this affects us here on the Western Slope. We have, three outstanding panelists with us today. We have Bruce Talbot and Talbot Farms to provide the ag aspect. Commissioner Bobby Daniel, Mesa County, how it affects the largest town on the Western Slope. And Don Bennell, Executive Director of Student Services for School District 51. How it affects our schools are a major part of what we're going to deal with. So, guys, why don't you introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about you, and we'll start with the question. So, ladies first. Sorry about that.
All right, I'm Paws Daniel. I'm a Colorado native. We're keeping me all right? Okay. I was born in Winter, Colorado, grew up in Palisades, and now I'm serving my first full year as a commissioner in Mason County. I'm just really thankful to be here with all of you. It's not often that we get to have so many different people from all different walks of life come together and have real conversations around policy. And I just appreciate you.
Thank you. Let's go to Bruce next.
Okay, I am Bruce Talbot. I am back. Got the I'm fifth generation from growing here in the valley. So I grew up here. My ancestors came in 1906 to the early 19th. But I farm with two of my brothers. I've got some kids, nephews, also in business as well. So, hello, my name is Dan Bennell. I'm the Executive Director of Student Services, School District 51. I am not a native Coloradan. I am a native Wyomingite. I moved to, oh, there we go. Go folks. But I have been in Grand Junction the past 28 years. So I have lived in Colorado, Grand Junction, longer than I. So I worked for School District 51 my entire career. Started out as a paraprofessional, working with students with special needs. And I became a special educator by trade as a classroom teacher. That for 14 years. And I have experienced school leadership and district leadership for the past 10 years. So that's my background.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, so let's start high level. Tell us how you've seen immigration affect your line. Start with Bruce. How does it affect the ag?
To really answer that question, you got to understand where ag is today. And, 100 years ago, we had, most ag was done by migrant workers, seasonally, they had other jobs that they would come in to do a lot of this. 50 years ago, we still had it on the coast, they were mostly Americans, and today those migrant workers. In World War I, for a couple of years, we brought in the U.S. government, brought in Mexican railroaders. And in World War II, we brought in 40,000 Mexican railroaders, ran out of people on our railroads. And it was incredibly successful. We brought in then people for richly stocked in California to do sugar beets. These were all brought in by the U.S. government. And then when the war was over, the Mexican worker was so critical to United States agriculture that continued. Well, in the 60s, we had the civil rights movement, and it was always legal for us to hire them. It wasn't legal for them to be here. And well, actually, for Ceros, they were legal. In the 60s was when they became illegal, and the U.S. government just says, we're not doing this. We're not going to be a part of this. So from then on, we had illegal movement back and forth. but still it was the lifeblood of ag. Today, over the last 20, 30 years, it's become impossible for us to hire people who do not have documentation. And even if they have false documents, the amount of people that exist, so they're bringing out the retiring. So we don't have very many people. So what we've gone to is the H2A, H2B program. H2A is, it doesn't stand for this, say agriculture. H2B is business, so that just happens to be the code. And they're two different programs, but they're relatively similar. We wouldn't plant peaches today if it wasn't for H2A. And the thing about H2A is I bring people up. It's, you know, it's a very expensive system. It's a difficult system to work. But out of 600 or 700 contracts, I have probably had 10 or 15 people not finish their contract. We don't have a tuition. My guys know our orchards better than I do in most cases. We have our returns are very high. We treat them very well. They treat us very well. But that's what we are running on today.
Thank you. Bobby, you want to give us an overview of how you see immigration affecting Grand Junction?
Thank you very much. It's hard not to think about immigration without talking about a global view. And really, foreign policy really affects our immigration that we see on the ground here in Mason County. And our foreign policy, what we're seeing today is a lot of people are fleeing from the country for better opportunities. So I think we need to make sure that we understand why they're coming here and what opportunities are playing out. And that affects every policy decision. If we can understand the differences between communist countries, and then also what we offer here in America was different. And so that's kind of a source where immigration is changing now. And I think that's a huge opportunity to really dive into why they're coming to America. And we have to make sure that every policy decision that we're making sure that we're protecting private property rights, that we're protecting the American dream, and really making sure that we can still foster an opportunity here in America. But when people are coming to our country, they're not losing it in time as well. So that's just a global perspective. And then here locally, we are dealing with federal policy and also state policy. And that has changed a little bit over the years. I'm sure you guys have noticed. Denver really created and marketed a sanctuary city. And that happened in 2017. And so we had an influx of people coming to Colorado. And what we were seeing, we were notified by Zola. Dana with Zola was really great in making sure that we were aware that there was some immigration that's been happening closer to where we were and happening in Carbondale. So we were notified last year of that. So we were just really monitoring that situation and making sure that we were coming up with a prepared response. We weren't sure if it was going to be buses, influx in Denver. We weren't sure if it was going to be moving forward here. So we wanted to make sure that we're coordinating with the state, with the city of Denver, and also our federal partners, and making sure we're bringing together our local partners to be able to form a really cohesive response. And that meant bringing people to the table to come up with a divided plan. And I talk about that a little bit, but yeah, I think just having a global picture, bringing together for the response, because we weren't sure what we were going to get. That pretty successfully here on the ground.
Great, thank you.
Well, I think with what Bruce Bobby talked about certainly has an impact on the community. It has had an impact on school district 51, obviously the largest school district on the western slope between Salt Lake City and Denver. So we certainly have and continue to build the influx of migration. To this day, it really has become more of a daily, weekly, monthly monitoring and overseeing. I agree wholeheartedly. This programming that I support is our migrant education program. So Bruce talks about families in the orchards or families in agriculture. Certainly they have children with them. Oftentimes they will come and register in our schools, but oftentimes they don't know how or where to register in schools. So I have a department that works not just in the school district, but on our migrant education program, but across the Western Slope. So it's a department that supports a wide range of school districts across Western Colorado. The other department supports our students in our schools. It's our culturally linguistic diverse education program, our CLDE, which oftentimes or in the past has been called our ESL program, or second language learners, our ELL program. But as Bruce mentioned, we've seen a decline in the migrant worker, but we've seen an increase in just as Bobby mentioned, wanting to move to find a better life. Of course, we offer free and appropriate public education in the United States. That's a major reason why many people across the world come to the United States to our education system. And it is education for all. So when students show up in our schools with their families, we are obligated by law to get them registered for school. So we don't track status. Families walk in the door and enroll them or start the enrollment process right away. I will say culturally, families that are coming to us right now really do believe strongly in education and education of those it's going to make a better life for them, whether it's here or whether it's transitioning back to the countries. So we certainly, even though the decline in migrant or agricultural workers is kind of going in a different direction, we are seeing certainly influx and really, as Bobby mentioned again, coming out of the Denver area, there was anticipation of what would we see, how what's transportation mode look like. There were rumors about buses coming over. We haven't experienced that, but we have seen numbers that really reflect it doesn't take a bus to get to Grand Junction, Western Slope. So it certainly is impacting us. Certainly that questions.
Great. Well, you guys did such a wonderful job. You've already answered my second, right? So I think what we're going to do is we're going to open it up to the floor. You have some questions. Oh, God, you really want to get my glasses.
I can read them too, Mike.
With Colorado being one of the lower funded states for education, how are we pressing the state for more funding to provide quality education? Dan, that's right in your eye.
Great. I will say this, as a whole, Colorado is lagging behind the nation when it comes to monies available to educate our students. We just happen to be in District 51, one of the lowest funded districts across the state. Out of 176 districts in Colorado, we have moved into one better position, but we're still funded at 170. So we're still in the back of the pack when it comes to funding, though we're fifth or sixth largest in the state of Colorado. So large number of students, just around 20,000 students, and we're funded at the back end. So it certainly poses its challenges for all students, let alone student populations that require special servicing. Special servicing when it comes to language, linguistic development, students, and I will say this, the impact that we have seen in those numbers coming in are students with no English proficiency. That's a category that we use, which means no English as far as comprehension goes, being able to read, write, or speak English. That is a fairly intense student that comes into our system because they just come in right away and pose challenges. We do have specialized staff that work with our students that are multilingual or language learners. But when you see an influx of students coming in, as we have been, We cannot keep up with staffing, we cannot keep up with special ed teachers, programming, curriculum materials. And that's where the state funding comes into play. Recently, the budget was just passed, back in the lead part of March. And there is $24 million in that budget that is tagged for our newcomers or families that are coming into our systems. Now, that's not 24 million, that's 24 million in services.
Very good, very good. Next question. Boy, we're getting a lot of education questions out here. Immigration, is the lack of knowledge of the system a challenge? And then how is that communicated in the letters?
Yeah, certainly. We've been working with the county, we've been working with the city as far as what services are available in our community. And in touch with nonprofits, we certainly have nonprofits that are supporting our newcomer families. It certainly does when it comes to system, right? It's not just about families walking in the front door of the school and registering their students. Obviously, it's an extensive registration process for any family to come into. The layers upon layers that are within that registration packet and information, trying to figure out what kind of education our students have had. They're brand new to education. We find age challenges. We find education systems, obviously, in other countries that are not equitable or equal to our system in the United States. So we find age challenges with that. We find grade level challenges that go with that. So we have students that may come in, they're 14 years old, but they've only had up to a third grade literacy in their country. That poses a challenge when we are an age appropriate system where we're going to put students in, no matter where they come from, no matter what their educational levels are, we're going to put them at the age appropriate programming that they so deserve. So that's a challenge, right? There's gaps between, a fourth grader who typically is around the age of 8 or 9 years old, and you've got a 14-year-old or 15-year-old that has only had up to that equivalency of education. So certainly we see those challenges that exist. We're doing our best to create resources. It depends on the language that we're serving. I will say this, that we are serving basically 50% of the newcomers that we're seeing are of a Spanish dialect or of a Central American origin. But we are seeing Afghani families moving to the valley as we have systems that are supporting Afghani families. We have some European. So I would say the majority of what we're servicing is in Spanish. So it does put its challenges on the number of bilingual staff that we have in District 51, which is not at a level that is able to keep up currently. Translation, interpretation also is a challenge, and I know it's a challenge for city and county as well. But we're doing our best to create materials. We're trying to open up, have some monthly sessions for families to come in and just learn about not just our system, but county system, the city system, our community systems, right? So we have groups that come in, do presentations in their language to really support how to navigate Grand Junction and the Grand Valley but it is tough. It's not just about translation when they walk in the door. It's about now let's sit down and talk about what education looks like in our schools. And that takes some time. That partnership that we try to develop with that family has to happen.
Real challenge, real challenge. So we're gonna have a question with Brittany, then we're gonna go to Brad, and then we've got others as well. Go ahead.
This is actually from Jack Comstock. Says, Bobby, does Mesa County have an immigration policy? Can Mesa afford additional social service impacts?
Great question. So we did pass a resolution, my birthday, February 20th. And the previous weekend, I had actually spent communicating with our federal partners about the issue. It seems like there is a hang up and gap where new Americans are coming, but can't work. And so when they're scheduling appointments, it's sometimes taking 8 months or longer. And so we're really concerned with that gap of efficiency in the federal government and how we're navigating that. So I spent the weekend just communicating with our federal partners and really discussing the impacts that were affecting our local community. And then the following week, we were able to pass a resolution with our full board. And it basically is a resolution declaring Macon County as a non-sanctuary county. Then there's the other part, it's setting priorities and expectations in response to immigration influx. And what we were seeing at the time was concerning. It looked like Denver was trying to get federal funding, and they were denied that federal funding. And so they really had to make some hard decisions about what they were going to do. They were seeing 41,000 immigration newcomers to Denver. They were seeing that. That's a huge influx, considering they have less than 1 million people in the city of Denver. So they were looking at some hard decisions coming down the pike. They were looking to close some of their facilities as the summer was coming its way. So March and April, they were looking at a lot of evictions for their people that they were sheltering. So there was some concern. And just Denver, Denver State Net Hospital, Denver Health had 9,000 migrant patients, and that was costing them 10 million in reimbursed care. Denver schools put a shortfall of 17.5 million. And this is all in our resolution that we were discussing. So we were seeing a lot of uptick earlier in the year and a lot of influx. The city was looking to have to cut their budget on 180 million. So these are really hard numbers and in a tough situation for the city. And so we were trying to navigate what that would mean for Macon County. And we were already aware that there was immigration influx in Carbondale. So we wanted to come up with a really great, robust plan of setting priorities and saying, this is where we're at. And so we worked with our health department. We worked with our school district, our law enforcement agencies. We also have the city people, just to say, if this is unsustainable, what are we going to do? What's the plan? And I think our community really came around the table and came up with some great game plan for what was happening. What we didn't see is flood flows that didn't happen in the county. What we are seeing is more of a trickle effect. But we really wanted to set the expectation here in Macon County, what we were currently dealing with. And we have an unsheltered population that's over 2,300. And that's unsheltered. We have a lot of roughly the same amount of folks that have shelter insecurity. And that's something that we're already currently dealing with. Over 46,000 Macon County residents are on some sort of assistance already. We were also seeing 1,500 new applications for public assistance just in Macon County alone each month. And then the record need for benefits just with our folks here had hit an all-time high, considering inflationary pressures. And then our senior citizens, just in Macon County alone, we had a shortfall of state funding of 400,000 just for the Meals on Wheels program. So we were really taking stock of what was happening here locally and say, I don't know if the system can take on much more. And we wanted to be really clear in our expectations for what we're going to do. That we were not going to be able, there's just no money to fund putting that funding out to shelter services, nonprofit. So we wanted to set the expectation that that was not going to be, that money was not available. We communicating to our nonprofit families that we work with here, that we just do not have the resources that the county to extend that funding. And so I think just setting very clear expectations and letting people really know where we're at right now was really helpful moving forward.
Great, thank you. We have a question in the back.
Like to say the
So H2As and H2Bs can be incredibly hard to obtain, thus the inflow of immigration. But with that creates a predatory situation in both directions because you have the individuals who can't speak up or those that choose to deliberately not speak, or whatever English. My question is, how do we systematically address this? Because it's not just in rural agriculture. My county is a people blended resort and ag. And you see it in both settings. I mean, how do you suggest we start addressing this as a community altogether? And streamlining the process to where it is so obtuse that it's easier to just not.
Not completely sure what the actual question is, but the abuses of H2A is not something that I have experienced. I've heard stories of atrocities, and most of them are 50 years old, 75 years old, 100 years old, and somehow they don't get put to bed. We have an era of very good communication. We have an era of very good transportation, and these jobs are very sought after. And, you know, the guys that talk to me say, when you get one of these jobs, you've won the lottery. And my guys come up and make in, they're here for an 8-month contract. They make 6 times what their neighbor back home makes in a year. And like I say, we treat them well, they treat us well. We wouldn't have the return rate we have if there was any abuse going on. And I do not know of any of my neighbors. It's just not part of my experience. I'm sure all relationships have abuse on both sides, but I don't know if I answered anything or not.
For clarity, no, it wasn't about abuses, it was about some coming up with, predatory behavior that they're using our system, others with predatory behavior abusing the individuals. So that, like, for clarity, that's where the predatory wasn't.
And I don't know how to answer that, except for I really do think that people are in a position that they can speak up. And, you know, why do people stay in a bad marriage?
You know, we have a lot of county commissioners from other counties throughout. So Bobby, your insight as to how you're dealing with this here in Mesa is great for a lot of the folks that are here in this room. Little Hinsdale County, little tiny, little gorgeous county that several of us live in. We're so cold in the winter, we're not gonna probably have the issue. I mean, it's just nature. Jeff brought up the question about, the weather earlier. That's part of it. But I've got another question here on the unintended consequences. But Ricky, do you have anything to that?
Secondly, the assimilation, I think, is a big part of the conversation. Talk about immigration. I'm thinking about historic translation. Most of this Mexican cemetery. And in the school system, and our grants going up, they didn't get it long to keep the learning of the whole language. They learned English and they had to assimilate. That's what made America great as far as immigration. I'd like to not soft the word immigration. I'd like to see us address the fact that there is illegal immigration. We're not opposed to immigration. Illegal immigration. Wow.
Anybody want to take that one?
Let me do one real specific, and then I'll hand it off. The question on the H2A ranching versus H2A field worker, orchard worker, they are two completely different programs. And they have some similarities, but the H2A herders are usually from association, they're coming out of Peru. They are professional at what they do, very good, and most of them are here for an extended period of time, and they have a different set of rules. Our rules are more of an hourly, ours are a lot simpler. I've not completely learned livestock. But yes, they are two different arms of the same system.
Hello, Gary. So to address, separation, I will say this, we offer, two programs in District 51, where we call them a dual immersion program. We have an elementary program, it is our dual immersion academy, which is a K-5 program for dual immersion, which really means students are learning in both languages, can learn, their education in their native language, and then also in English. We also have a middle school program that houses our middle school program. Aside from those two programs, the rest of our 44 schools in District 51 are supporting students to learn English. And that's the primary focus when we talk about our CLE programming. It is around learning English. It's also about the cultural side and learning the culture with which our students are coming to our schools and understanding our culture here in the Grand Valley in Colorado. So understanding the differences, the cultures that we're looking at, having the ability to understand their culture as much as them understand our culture as well. When we talk about our percentages and our numbers, and trying to teach English, when you start with a non-English proficient student, which I mentioned earlier, we want to move them to a limited English speaker. That is the progression. And then from limited English speaking, they move into what we call our MEPs or MLs, which is they become multilingual. So they can do both. They can understand and learn in their home language and in their new language. And that's our progression. That's where we want to go. And those are the challenges. How fast a student progresses from non-English. You all know that when we go to different countries where they do not speak any English and there's no English being spoken at all. We all know as adults the challenges that are faced with that, trying to understand how to function in a community where there is no English spoken. So, Harry, to answer your question, we are moving to educate in English, and we're really building a culture of multilingual learners and speakers. And really, the shortages are having enough specialized personnel to be able to does take a specialty, it's a special teacher, but also the impact on just the general education classroom. So just a regular fourth grade classroom teacher, that social studies teacher in middle school, or that math teacher in high school, those impacts are being felt when we have, like I said, a higher percentage of non-English speaking kids that are coming into our system. We have to support that student and all students in that classroom as well as the teacher. So it's challenging, but that's really what our profession is. Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much.
Well, we use support 31 languages, so it is, like I said,
Crazy.
we have Italian languages, we have Spanish, obviously, but then we have European languages as well. So we're trying to support and develop English in as many of our newcomers as possible.
Yeah, one other thing for this, sir, because of the immigration question. We get comments like, well, there's lots of illegal immigration, that must be really helping you guys. Well, it doesn't help us because number one, they're illegal. I can't hire illegals. They don't have work documentation. Number two, they're not qualified. And under H2A, I have to hire qualified workers. We have to treat everybody the same. And the third issue is they don't have the aptitude, skill set, and they're gravitating to cities, usually sanctuary cities, they're gravitating to places that are not agriculture. And so, no, we aren't seeing any of them in the part of agriculture. Maybe somewhere else, but we don't see them.
All right, two quick questions left. Go ahead.
One, only one.
Only one. We'll get to the hard one. I had a soft pitch, but we're gonna go with that. Under the heading of unintended consequences, some agencies, municipalities, and governments across the state have said that impacts on available services in Denver due to immigrants are facing homeless population and transit populations more than other communities. How are these impacts being felt in communities, counties, and western Colorado? And Bobby, I think you brought up a real good point with your budgets, et cetera. Would you please expand on?
Well, just economically, this is a really tough season coming out of the pandemic, coming out of still in high inflation. But just for everyone, this is a really challenging part. We've seen tons of chaos globally. And really, I think there's a war on Western civilization, and that's a war on the rule of law, capitalism, free market, property rights. And so we're seeing a lot of these effects nationally and globally, and that's going to affect us here at home. And so, not the public very safe yet, but and I'm also we've got to deal with state policy as well. But what we're really seeing here at the county is some real deep effects, and this affects our human services. This affects our public health. These really do affect so many areas that county governments are tasked with overseeing. So I might not be able to control what's happening at the federal level or the state level, but what I can control is how we're allocating our funds and our priorities and really setting expectations for our community and where we can go from here. And then of course, we really do advocate and work with our federal partners and our state government to make sure that what we're doing is sustainable and ethical and moral. And we're just being really clear and transparent the resources that we would have and where our priorities are. And we can't just stop taking care of what the proper role of government here is just because of a national emergency or a national policy or foreign policy that has gone awry, quite frankly. So I think we are a lot less safe, but these people are fleeing communist, oppressive countries that they don't respect their property rights. There is no opportunity and there is no free enterprise. And so they're coming here. So we want to make sure that we are going to protect what they're coming here for, but we also need to make sure that we're being really clear and a pathway for them, making sure that it is legal for them to come here and what that looks like. And then be really efficient. It's really unethical and unmoral to invite them here and then they can't get a work permit for 18 months. I mean, that is just wrong. And we need to make sure that we're streamlining any processes at all. Some people are coming here for asylum. So they're not necessarily illegal, but they're seeking asylum. That process needs to be really cleaned up. And it's really hard to have political whiplash, whoever is coming in the offices having executive orders or rescinding orders, and that has real lasting effect on communities. So I would just say, stick with the rule of law, make it really clear for people, and let's not make a second subclass of citizens, because that is really, that has lasting effects. People can't get work, they can't call law enforcement. If there are crime community against them, that's really unsustainable, and it's unsustainable for communities that have to fund and make up the gap when the federal government can't correct it.
Well, guys, thank you so much. I mean, this is an incredibly difficult conversation. Truly appreciate all three of you being up here. My quick takeaways, we're dealing with our food source. We're dealing with our Meals on Wheels, that one hit home. And our schools. It's, thank you so much for being able to share your knowledge with us here. And we do have a lot of our politicos in the room, so I can guarantee you they're taking. Thank you all.
Let's have a round of applause for Tony. Thank you.
All righty. So next on our agenda today will be a panel from some of our energy producers in the state and their clean heat plan proposals. Here to moderate today's discussion and to introduce our panel is Sarah Carlisle, Senior Manager of State Government Relations and External Affairs for Tri-State Generation and Transmission. Let's give Sarah a round of applause.
Why, hello, everyone. I'm Sarah Carlisle with Tri-State. I've been your representative for a few years now, and I have to say you've been so welcoming, and I'm so impressed with how much you all work together. When we were sitting in the awards table yesterday, I just think it's a great testament to all of the hard work that you do over here for the Western Slope. And we certainly appreciate that for our members that are over here from Tri-State. So today we are going to have 3 speakers for you. I'd like to first invite Jason Oslander, the West Slope Community Affairs Manager for Black Hills, to join me up here at the podium. And I'm just gonna hand you the mic here so you're not on the stage, all at the back, because we feel like that's the yeah. Just up at the podium. And then we'll have you sit down here. So, great. And here's a clip of
All right, thanks a lot for having me. I'm here to talk about the clean heat plan that all investor-owned utilities in Colorado were required to submit this year based on a law that was passed in, I believe, 21 by the legislature. And the clean heat plan. Oh, is this too?
Yeah.
Sorry, but, so I'm from Black Hills Energy. My name is Jason Outler. I'm the Community Affairs Manager for Black Hills over here on the Western Slope. I'm based in Lemon Springs. So before me, Black Hills didn't have anybody over here. So it's definitely, I think, pretty good to have somebody over here on the Western Slope. We serve a lot of communities here in Colorado, a lot over here on the Western Slope. Around the Roaring Fork Valley, a little bit into the Eagle Valley, actually quite a bit of the Eagle Valley, and then down around Montrose, from Orchard City down all the way to Telluride, Ray, and then a little bit around Wilson Bay. We do provide some, we're also an electric company, so we do provide some electricity on the Eastern Plains, mainly around the Portland. So the Clean Heat Plan was filed, we had to file before January 1st this year, and it's asking us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 4% by 2025 and 22% by 2030. I'm just making sure I get this right. So we were required to submit scenarios that achieve those numbers. Also, the other kind of caveat is that it shouldn't cost more than 2.5% of retail sales. So those were the two sort of vast ends of a big ask. So one of our main problems with the one of the main problems that Black Hills had with the plan from the beginning was that it was those numbers, those 4% and 22% are based on a 2015 baseline, population baseline in Colorado. And that's a huge problem for us because, as you all know, lots of people have moved to this state since 2015. So that number doesn't take into account any of the growth over the last 9 years. And that becomes a huge problem for us because that 4% target for 2025 becomes 22% reduction that we need to have by next year.
And the 22% target by 2030 is 43%. So it really magnifies those targets into areas that are hard to achieve, to say the least. So we did submit, we decided after our analysts looked at this for about a year, that we would submit 3 plans to the state. The first one achieves the target goals of the target, the greenhouse gas savings goals by 2030, but as many of you probably know, the clean energy transition is hugely expensive. So this particular thing would cost, this plan would cost $2.4 billion over 5 years. That's, I believe, $10,000 per customer over 5 years, $2,000 more per year. The other problem with that one is that it requires a lot of, it requires most of our customers to adopt energy saving measures that it's just frankly not all that realistic to assume that that number of people, that number of customers are going to adopt it. So we also submitted another plan that hits the 2.5% cost cap on the other end of the spectrum. Now that one, unfortunately, achieves only 11% of those greenhouse gas savings. It is obviously a lot more affordable for our customers, $1.85 to $3.21 per bill. So it's obviously a lot more affordable, but it doesn't obviously come close to achieving those numbers. The third one that we submitted up there is a good compromise, we believe, that could happen if the legislature tweaks the rules. And most of that has to do with tweaking the rules on renewable natural gas projects and which ones can be used under the rules of clean heat. So renewable natural gas requires taking natural gas, methane usually, that's coming out of a landfill or sewage treatment facility or a cattle raising operation or something like that, and re-injecting it into our pipelines as usable natural gas. So it takes the methane from these things, and the rules are pretty strict on that. So we'd like the state to reconsider that, and if they can do that, then obviously we can come a lot closer to the achievement of 38% at a reasonable amount for customers to afford as well. And I just want to add on that last one, if the growth was taken into account for this and not penalizing companies like ours, we can achieve those goals for that third. So the clean heat resources that we can use, the demand side management plan is what I talked about a little bit earlier. That's essentially customers adopting energy efficiency measures to reduce the consumption of natural gas. That's a major part of the plan. Energy efficiency, obviously, renewable gas. Renewable natural gas has to happen inside Colorado. Black Hills has several renewable gas projects in other states where we operate, but nothing in Colorado right now, and it takes a while to spin those up. So that's part of the reason in the beginning of this plan that we would really like the state to tweak those rules so that we could get more projects going. Green hydrogen is part of it. Obviously, leak repair, we pay a lot of attention to our pipelines already, but there's an advanced leak detection system that's part of this plan too that will obviously help. Black Hills also has a goal to make those pipelines net zero by 2035. So again, the concerns that we have, $2.4 billion, that's a lot of money. And there's no possible way that our customers can afford it. So that's a chief concern, as is the baseline issue that penalizes us for growth in the state, especially over here in the Western Slope, as you all know well. So that's basically our plan for it. Excel and Atlas had to submit these plans as well. So they're going to come up here and talk about theirs.
Thank you so much, Jason. I know misery loves company when Tri-State is trying to comply with our standard. That's a really good point to bring up about the growth of population that we have at the school. Excellent point to think about. Up next, I would like to invite Ken Fogel, Vice President of Marketing at Atlas, to join us up here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Ken Fogel. I'm the Vice President of Marketing for Atlas Energy. And, I appreciate y'all to be here and really glad having Jason go first. She talked a lot about stuff that I'm gonna be talking about. But I'm gonna try to skip through some stuff so you don't hear it twice. But the first thing I want to do is really introduce a little bit about who we are. This is the first time that we've been to the Club 20 conference. And so go ahead to the next slide.
Clicker's up there.
I'll have it right here.
Yeah.
Perfect, thanks. Yeah, so just to kind of give you a little bit of background about who Atlas Energy is, we are the largest natural gas only distributor in the country. And that's an important point that I'll come back to in a minute. But we are based out of Dallas, Texas, and we expanded about over 7 states in the US. The farthest west that we go is right here in Colorado. We also cover Kansas. We drop down into Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee. And so I represent the Colorado and Kansas division. I know what you guys are most interested in is our Colorado territory. And so here in Colorado, we serve about 130,000 customers, and we really are spread out over the state. If you start out, we'll start on the west side here. We cover the Steamboat Springs, Craig, Meeker areas up northwest. And you drop down southwest, we cover Durango, Cortez, and a lot of small communities out in the southwest part of Colorado. In the central part of the state, we cover Gunnison, Salida, Crested Butte, Buena Vista, and Canyon City. And then you drop down to the southeast, we cover the Lamar area, a lot of agriculture area down there. Then you jump up to northeast, we cover Welch County. So we're really spread out, a really diverse area across Colorado. And we're really excited to be here and to serve those customers. Now, when I start talking about our clean heat plan, before I get into that, I want to give you a little bit of context about what's important to us and what we're already doing to focus on, climate change and that sort of thing. And so about 4 or 5 years ago, Atlas Energy developed an environmental plan. And that's really where we're trying to find out different ways that we can improve our operations all the way across from when we take gas to when we serve our customers. We're trying to find ways that we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions already. And so you'll see, there's 5 different aspects of that plan. We start on the operations side. And just like Jason said, we're doing a lot of work in our system to replace pipe. With natural gas utilities, one of the biggest things that we want to do is be safe. And one of the ways that we do that is to make sure we don't have leaks. And so a lot of those pipes that we have out across the state, some of those are really old. And we're in the process of replacing a lot of those to get rid of leaks. And so that's a big part of our plan. Also, we talk about fleet, facilities, gas supply. We want to make sure that the gas that we're taking in is as clean as possible. And also that's where RNG comes into that too, because that's a big way that we can help reduce methane emissions is by taking that methane that's already emitting into the atmosphere, put it in a pipe, and allow customers to use it. And I don't know if y'all are familiar with a lot about, methane and CO2, but methane itself, when it emits into the atmosphere, it's about 35 times worse for the atmosphere than CO2. So it's actually better to take methane and burn it than if you let it release the CO2. It's so much better for the environment that way. And then we talked about customer end use. The majority of greenhouse gas emissions that come from a gas company are those that come from our customers' use. And so, Jason talked about their DSM plan. Atlas Energy also has a DSM plan. And that's where we partner with customers to find ways to help them use less of our product. And that's doing things like weatherizing their homes, replacing appliances with more efficient models, things like that. And so that'll be a big part of our plan as well. You'll see on the operations side, we have a big goal of reducing our emissions on their operations alone by 50%. And that's from 2017 to 2035. We're already about 20% of the way there of doing that. And like I said, most of that's by replacing pipe. We also have, Atlas Energy is using the most advanced technology for finding leaks. If you live in those communities that we serve and you see a car driving around, it looks like a Google car with an anemometer on top of it with all its equipment, that's probably our AMLD vehicle that's looking for leaks. And I can talk to you more about what that does after if you're interested. It's pretty cool. All right, I'm about to get a clean heat, but this is a really important slide. When you look at Colorado, you'll see there that almost 2 million homes in Colorado are heated by natural gas. That's about 83%. And what I think is that's probably the 83% that have access to natural gas. The other 17% probably don't have access to a system. They're probably using propane or some other fuel. But the reason our customers are choosing natural gas is for a couple reasons. One, it's reliable. They know when they need to heat their home, it's going to be there. And also, it's much less expensive, than using electricity alone. And so you'll see there over a year, a customer generally saves about $1,100 a year if they're able to use natural gas versus an all-electric home. And so we think that's really important. And one of the reasons that's so important in Colorado is this is a really expensive place to live. I think most of y'all probably know that. You've seen that. And 25% of Coloradans are already getting federal assistance to help, pay their utility bills. Atlas Energy alone, we help about 6,000 of our customers pay their bills. And when we talk about, changing or reducing their options of how they can fuel their home, it's going to drive their costs up. And we think that's something that should be really considered. One last point on the slide, you'll see 36% is the average amount of CO2 savings of a home with natural gas over one with electric. And so that's something you don't hear today. You hear a lot about the move toward electrification because it's better for the environment. Today, a home with natural gas produces 36% less emissions than an all-electric home. That's a pretty important fact. All right, I'm going to jump over to our clean heat plan now. And this is some of the stuff that Jason talked about already, so I'll skip over, but I want to touch on a couple things that are kind of important for Atlas Energy. First of all, he talked about that 4% reduction by 2025. You nailed it exactly for us. We've grown so much since 2015, just like Black Hills. Our 4% is more like 22% so. And so these are very, very aggressive goals that we're trying to address. Jason talked a little bit about the resources that can be used on our clean heat plan. We have the same portfolio of options that we've got. We talked about energy efficiency programs. That's money that we're going to spend to help customers use less of our product. Recovered methane, RNG, is something that we'll be using as part of our plan. We do take RNG onto our system, especially up in the Wells County area. There's several dairies up there, and dairies are a great source of RNG because they can take the manure, put it into a digester, and take that natural gas and methane off of that and re-inject in our system. So we have some of that going today. Green hydrogen is something that Jason talked about. It's really expensive. It's a fairly new technology that's being looked at, but that's one that's an option to look to use. And also beneficial electrification. I want to say right now that, as a natural gas only utility, we're not real big on trying to convert our customers to electric. I mean, we're not opposed to renewables at all. We think renewable electricity is great, but we think our customers and all citizens should have the ability to use whatever energy they think is right for them. So that's something that's really a key part of our plan that we'll touch on in a minute. So go to the next slide. Just like Black Hills, by the way, we were talking with Black Hills quite a bit during developing our plan, so you'll see a lot of stuff that's similar. But we also, just like they did, we have 3 portfolios that we propose to the commission. The first portfolio you see is the least cost portfolio, and that's the one where the commission has said you can use 2.5% of your gross revenues per year to try to reduce emissions. And so we did that, and you'll see that for $17 million over 5 years, we can reduce about 31 metric tons of CO2. So that's about 10% of what we need to reduce to get to that 2025 goal. The emissions target portfolio, that's the one that he talked about where it doesn't matter how much you spend, how much would it take to actually meet that goal of reducing emissions 22%? And for us, that number is about 275 million over 5 years. And that reduces it by about 300 metric tons. And then the last one is the preferred portfolio. That's one that we would recommend if it was our choice. That's what we would do in Colorado. And that it's very, very similar to least cost portfolio. It costs about 17.5 million. And that translates to about $1.60 per customer per month. So there is a cost to that. And I'll talk more about the preferred portfolio here in just a second. So that's what this is. And just like I mentioned earlier, we're really focusing our, the metric, the tools that we're using to reduce emissions. We're looking at energy efficiency, and that's where we're helping customers use less of our product more efficiently. We're using renewable natural gas, And then lastly, we have a couple of pilot programs that we're proposing. Like I said, you're not gonna see electrification as part of our plan because we really don't want our customers to be paying a fee to help move customers off of our system. We don't think that makes sense. And so the pilot programs that we proposed are a couple of things that are fairly new, that we'd like to try out in Colorado. One of those is using a natural gas heat pump. You hear a lot about electric heat pumps, and that's really the direction a lot of the folks in the state want to go. And it's a great technology. But one of the struggles with air source heat pumps, and that's a heat pump that pulls heat out of the air. The other option is a ground source heat pump that pulls it out of the ground. But an air source heat pump, or on the electric side, when it gets down to about 5 degrees, it doesn't work great. It's not real efficient. It's not able to warm or heat your home the way that like natural gas would. And we think that's something that's kind of a consideration in Colorado, because there's a lot of days that get to be, less than 5 degrees. And on the other hand, a natural gas heat pump, it works very efficiently down when you get all the way down to negative 20 degrees. We think that makes a lot of sense for Colorado. And it would be less expensive to operate than electric. And the only issue with the natural gas heat pump, it's fairly early in the development stage. And that's why we're talking about piloting it, trying some different technologies out, having customers try those and see how they work. And, we think that would be a great option long-term for Colorado. And the other pilot we have is a manufactured home pilot. It sounds kind of interesting. I don't have every detail on this, but I can tell you a couple of things. One, manufactured homes, especially old manufactured homes, they are not real energy efficient. And so we can spend a lot of money on a manufactured home. A lot of times it's an income qualified type customer. We can dump a lot of money in their replacing appliances, weatherizing it, doing different things to help them use less natural gas. What would actually be better is if we could just take an old manufactured home and replace it with a new one. And so this is helping incentivize the replacement of the old stock of manufactured homes with newer homes that are a lot more energy efficient. And so that's what the pilot programs that we're looking at. Overall, in summary, you'll see that our preferred portfolio reduces those CO2 by about 31,000 metric tons a year. It costs $17.5 million, and it comes out to about $1.60 per customer per month. And that's not insignificant. That's a pretty big amount still. If you look at your gas bill, there's a lot of line items on there that, there's different things the state has us collecting to fund other programs in the state. And so we don't like having line items on there, but if we have to do this, we think that's a pretty good way to do it. It's pretty economical for our customers. That's really all that I have on the Atmos Energy side, so I'll turn it back over.
Thank you, Ken. I tried to trick him. But it's official interpretation. Tracy always believes that any and all options should be on the table except for we're told we can't by the state. And last but not least, virtually, we have Michael Sapp joining us. He is the State Public Affairs Director from Excel Energy. And I have to tell you, Michael, before we get started, that I live in Netherlands and was part of one of the 55,000 customers that were shut off preemptively. And I told Brad McLeod, if you were in the room, I wanted to give you a hug because I saw all of my town social media conversations about it. The reporter that wrote the article that you were quoted in also lives in Netherlands. So thinking of you in solidarity and really looking forward to your comments.
Well, thank you so much. And good morning to Club 20. I hate that I can't be there in person. I love these type of workshops. These conversations are so important. But my name is Michael Sapp, and I do work at Excel Energy on the state government affairs team. Proud to be at Excel, and I have a lot of context as it relates to our clean heat plans. I was in the Capitol when these bills were being negotiated, and share a lot of the concerns that Jason and Ken alluded to. I'm actually going to pivot and kind of talk about the politics, and then I'm going to get into Excel Energy's preferred plan. But I do want to give a shout out to the executive committee for Club 20, specifically my good friend and colleague, Brad McLeod, who is the chair. Thank you for the invitation, sir. Hopefully I don't let you down or embarrass you. But again, I'm a Colorado native. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a man of God, and I love my state. Family came from here from military. And so happy to just be here today. But the politics, right? So in the state of Colorado, the Democrats have a trifecta. Governor's Democrat, House, supermajority, the Senate, 5-member majority. And so when you're talking about energy policy and energy legislation, a lot of the policies that are coming before you all and before us at the Capitol are being driven from a lot of folks who have a very progressive leaning political philosophy. And so when we're trying to negotiate and navigate issues around reliability, issues around affordability, energy access, we tend to run up against some roadblocks because the math, quite frankly, is not in our favor. Having said that, it's important to understand your political environment or authorizing environment in which we work in. So at Excel, we're fully regulated. We report to the Public Utility Commission. They approve our rates. Senate Bill 21-264 requires all local distribution companies or gas utilities to file a plan. And you heard Jason and Ken talk about the targets that we have to hit. But it's important to note that the governor appoints the commissioners, right? So when you think about the commission is statutorily, it should be bipartisan. We look at the commission as you have 3 folks that are Democrat, right? And so it's hard to navigate in those regulatory environments. We believe that they are quasi-judicial, or at least we hope they are. But again, politics is ubiquitous, it's everywhere, and it's important to set that tone. We always approach our legislation around how are we balancing reliability, how are we balancing reliability. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, really pushed a lot of Western states to begin to look at their resource adequacy challenges, because as we're decarbonizing or removing our coal assets, our natural gas assets, there are real concerns around reliability in the western part of the United States. And so what we're focused on is how do we ensure that as we decarbonize, that we're not having rolling blackouts or scheduled brownouts. So we submitted to the Public Utility Commission 4 plans. One was an emissions target approach, looking at how do we hit those targets based on the menu options that the legislation required. The second was a cost target approach, that 2.5% cost target that Jason and Ken alluded to. The second one was, okay, what if we do 100% electrification? What's that look like? We ultimately came to our preferred plan looking at a Clean Heat Plus plan. And that plan looks at all options on the table. We're dual utilities. So we have an electric side of the business, we have a gas side of the business. So can we look at beneficial electrification? Can we look at energy efficiency programs? Can we look at hydrogen? Can we look at renewable natural gas to help get us to these targets? But again, this 264, while it's innovative and new, it has a lot of challenges, and a lot of that is customer adoption, right? So we can pass laws at the Capitol, but if customers still prefer natural gas appliances, it's going to be hard to hit those targets. And one of the things that I like about Ken and Black Hills, we're all members of an organization called Coloradans for Energy Access. And it's very workforce heavy, labor, trades, and we're fighting to talk about that affordability message. We're fighting to talk about that just transition, because we have workers who work in our gas business, and it's important for us to advocate for them at the Capitol, because as you look at these targets, you also have to look at the just transition for our workers. I'm going to pause there. I'm more of a dialogue type of person. I'm very personable, so to not be there in person, I kind of feel like I'm missing out. Ken and Jason kind of gave you the science. I kind of try to go the politics route. but would love to have a dialogue with you all and answer any questions that you all may have. Again, thank you for having me this morning.
Thank you so much, Michael. So just as a reminder, you do have the note cards on your table, so just wave those if you'd like to submit a question that way. If you'd like to speak into a mic, please wait for Brittany, since Michael is one of our panelists. I want to make sure that he can hear you. So do we have any questions? And we do prefer the note card method, but, look at that. Has Atlas Energy looked into converting natural gas, mostly methane, to ethanol?
A pretty short answer, we have not. You hear me okay?
Yeah.
No.
We have not.
Is it turned on?
How about now? Is that better? Okay. Yeah, Atlas Energy, we have not, looked at that transition to ethanol. We are very aware there's a lot of technology that's being looked at, and that includes hydrogen and different things. We're monitoring that closely, but we're not on the cutting, bleeding edge of that. We're not going to put it ourselves. We'll follow probably early enough or something like that.
Yeah. Some of those technologies like hydrogen are still a long way out. The version of methane to ethanol is a fairly simple one-step reaction, but it seems like it would allow you to sell energy to oil producers as well as transport it maybe to areas that it's too expensive to pipe natural gas.
Yeah, that's something I'll certainly bring that back and talk to our team about that. That's not something I'm real aware of or have a lot of knowledge about, but I love the recommendation. Thank you.
She's getting her steps in today. What does carbon capture look like for methane that naturally occurs with coal mines? Oh. With coal. With coal areas, even without mining there, are naturally occurring methane, is that capturable? Do you need me to repeat that?
I think I answered the question.
Okay.
I'm not an expert on carbon capture or certainly the coal industry, but I know there's a lot of work being done around carbon capture. I think that's something that we'll see a lot of advancements of in the next 10 or 20 years. I think that will be something that changes the game for this industry overall. For example, if you have a natural gas or a coal power plant, and you can capture that carbon, that's a whole different scenario than we're talking about today. So I think that really changes things. I just don't have the specific information. I'm not sure, Jason, you know about that.
I don't know that I can specifically answer the question, but I do know that there are projects specifically around where I live. Mr. Child back there knows part of Apple Skiing Company used. They may still think it was coming to an end, but they used methane from a coal mine over in the Somerset area for quite a while, and they think they still do. And then I know that the former head of the Aspen Community Office for Resource Efficiency was working on how to capture the methane from a big former coal operation up in the Crystal Valley, right? Coal based, yeah. So those things are around. Technology needs to advance.
Something that I would like to have there is Tri-State's comparable plan to your clean heat plan is through our electric resource plan at the PUC. And we are currently in phase 2 of our electric resource plan for 2023. And one of the things that was identified in our phase 1 is a need for a 290 megawatt gas plant with the potential for carbon capture and sequestration by 2031. And that is dependent upon our great hope that we will receive significant funding from the USDA's New Era plan. And we are doing some modeling right now to see where that would be located, and it's really dependent upon where that carbon capture and sequestration may be possible. So we're really looking forward to that as well.
And then I think Michael had an answer to that.
Oh, yes, Michael.
Yeah, so recover methane is part of Xcel Energy's net gas zero plans. But again, I gotta go back to the politics because there's a bill that just passed out of House Energy and Environment, it's House Bill 24-1334, which was a energy carbon management bill, Energy Carbon Management Commission bill that looked at carbon sequestration and looked at the ability to invest in these technologies. And the environmental community really stripped a lot of those technologies from the bill. And so that's a fight that we're dealing with today. But we do look at carbon capture. We work with companies like Project Canary, with some of our upstream producers to kind of capture some of that methane. But we also look at just different technologies. It's part of our portfolio plans for our company. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Whoever named Project Canary is brilliant. That's pretty good program.
And Sarah, I was just gonna add to carbon capture is kind of looked at as by the environmental community as not a good technology to use because it will lead to more use of natural gas. That's why that you don't hear them talking about carbon capture a whole lot. Because they say that it will never be distributed enough to make a difference, and that it helps, keep natural gas alive. And it goes back to really keeping all energy sources on the table. And, why would it be bad, for instance, to have a natural gas power plant have some carbon capture on it? Definitely taking away as a big polluter, taking that away. And I guess the point being that we need all technology.
Steve Harris, I live in Durango, and I got our local co-ops about to come off of Tri-State. So I'm wondering when the electricity goes out, what kind of electric generator to get. I thought about Atmos Energy because we have gas. Is Atmos able to keep the gas flowing when there's no electricity?
That's a good question. I mean, the answer is yes, that we do have reliability in place that even if electricity is off, we still have the ability to push natural gas out. That's one of the reasons why we think it's so important to have that option on the table. And we do have a lot of customers, not just Colorado, but across the country, who are looking at backup options for, bringing electricity out of the source for home. To be able to, whether it's a hurricane or an outage or whatever, that's a great backup.
Or you could come back to Tri-State and you'll always have reliable and close. Right.
What penalties or consequences will each of your companies face if you don't meet the 2030 mandates?
I don't have the answer to that yet. We're currently, I think all three companies are in the regulatory process of trying to get our clean heat plants approved. And part of that process will dictate exactly what portfolio we roll out. And I don't know what the penalties are on that yet. I'm not sure if Michael knows more. By the way, Xcel Energy, because they're the biggest utility in the state, they started this process back in the summertime, like in August. They presented their plan. And Blackfield and Axis, we came back toward the end of the year and had to submit ours by January 1. So Xcel may be a little bit ahead of us on that. Do you know the answer to that, Michael?
Yeah, Ken, thank you for that. We're actually in deliberation right now. So we filed our plan on August 1. Our four portfolios. We've advanced our Clean Heat Plus plan. And we've had a lot of rebuttal testimony. Was really disappointed that offsets were taken off the table. We were able to secure certified natural gas procurement strategy to be included into our portfolio. The penalties, to answer the question specifically, we're still figuring that out. I really think that these targets are, and I think the commission understands this, that we may need to look at some amendments to help get these bills, this help get this clean heat plan to more achievable measures, because right now it's really difficult. We'll know more after deliberations is concluded.
Thank you, Michael. Brittany, do we have another question? Yes. So this is kind of something that you guys have all touched on a little bit, all of the above energy. What is the case for a more diverse energy portfolio here in the state?
Well, I mean, as we said, you know, everything should be on the table here, and we don't want anybody to be restricted. So the sky's the limit, really. You know, we're talking about the nuclear technology that I've heard Denver is gonna possibly need something like that in the future. They have these smaller reactors, they say don't melt down, so that technology is coming. Green hydrogen is coming. You know, the flip side to Colorado's embrace of clean energy transition is getting companies like ours to start thinking about these things more than perhaps we might have before. So, you know, again, there's fusion. You know, who knows what could happen? But I heard a presentation by the CEO for the Grand Valley Power co-op, and he was saying that he talks to, I think it's a club 20, some, but he tells all the second graders who want to be the world's next billionaire, you can figure out how to store electricity on utility scale. That's you. You know, that's the real key.
I think leveraging the state's wind capacity, storage obviously is another big one. Small modular nuclear. So Senator Liston from Colorado Springs actually ran a nuclear study bill earlier this session. It died in Senate Transportation and Energy. We have to replace our generation assets in Pueblo, and there was a committee of stakeholders that convened for over a year, and they actually preferred small modular nuclear as a potential alternative to replace Comanche, which is our coal-fired plant. And then obviously we still need transmission deployment as well. So I hope that answers some of your questions.
I don't really have a whole lot to add. I think I just agree with these guys that, you know, at the end of the day, every single energy, every single one, they have their benefits, they have their drawbacks. And we're the strongest when we're able to come up with a strategy that uses all those to maximize their benefits. And just like, you know, Michael was saying, the politics right now in the state, they're wanting to move it away where we take those off the table. And we are, you know, all of us are fighting hard to keep that. I know you're in the same place of trying to keep that. And I'm hoping that we're starting to see a little bit of that pendulum swinging back. I don't know if it's happening yet, but it just seems like if we continue the direction we're going, something's going to be off the table. It'll be hard to come back once we started moving forward by developing a society without certain energy forms. So I'm hoping that will happen.
Brittany? So kind of along those lines, to follow that question, what can we as Club 20 do to push back on any legislation that takes natural gas away as one of the energy choices, or any energy choice for that matter?
I think really coming back to my earlier statement around resource inadequacy, we're not connected to like wholesale regional transmission markets, and a lot of it because of our topography in the Rocky Mountains. And so as you move forward with like phasing out our coal assets and now natural gas, well, what's going to happen this summer when we have those stretches of 90 degrees and we're at a yellow? Now you're looking at potential impacts for our critical facilities like our hospitals, senior living facilities. So I think the advocacy is we need more technology. And I think it's just putting pressure on the county commissioners up to the state lawmakers to say, no one wants to be in California where we're asking folks to not charge your electric vehicles, right? Or we're going to have a scheduled brownout because we don't have enough resources on the grid to meet the demands that are happening today. And then I also think that as we move into this decade, you know, I'm thinking about Hayden, for example, out in Steamboat. We had in our clean energy plan to look at a potential molten salt project. You know, are there opportunities to look at projects like that that can continue to support communities and provide those taxes to those local communities? And so I think this being comprehensive, but putting pressure on our lawmakers around this resource inadequacy, and the fact that if you don't address it, you're going to have cost impacts and you're going to have brown and blackout potentials.
I was gonna say along the same line, speak up, encourage your neighbors to speak up, because I used to be a newspaper reporter, and politicians, they do listen to, they hear it, you know, and if they hear it enough, it will become a little bit more important to them, and I think that we have organizations like Jolt that is trying to counteract the narrative that's been kind of taken over by the environmental side and say, not that we're against you, but whoa, like we're just not quite there yet for a lot of these goals. And if you're gonna keep pushing toward them, you're gonna leave a lot of people, especially in rural communities.
I agree with Jason about speaking up. And one of the things that I've seen, when you go to the legislative session, look at some of the conversations around some of the environmental issues, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of dialogue, a lot of the bills that are out there. Because I think the environmental side got the numbers, they don't need to really have a lot of conversation about, they're not listening. But when I talk to people in Colorado, when I talk to Colorado across the state, I don't think they're always in agreement with what's happening in Denver. I don't think they know what's happening in Denver. So I'm hoping that either, you know, they will talk to their politicians, get them to understand what they're asking, or we'll see some changes. They're being elected. So I don't think what's happening is really in the best interest of Colorado. Even those areas that are electing those environmental folks, I don't think they're getting what they think they're getting. So I agree.
I agree too, and one of the things that we've noticed, and one of my main goals is to not necessarily engage elected officials around Lawrence Valley and Eagle Valley, but to try and get to residents and tell them what is happening. Because again, as Ken said, we kind of feel like the politicians don't do a great job of informing the residents exactly what they're doing and what those implications of what they're doing.
Michael, do you have anything to add?
No, the voter engagement, and through education and awareness is key. Nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have two final questions. When regulating and talking about net zero, are we considering global warming or NIMBY impacts?
You can thank Commissioner Merritt Linky for that one.
I think we're considering all the impacts. I mean, I think we all share the environmental concerns around. We want clean air, we want clean water. We get concerned about rising temperatures. I think that we have to take an all of the above approach, and understand that not everybody is ready to make that transition. And I think that's why you see that ballot initiative. You see 3 ballot initiatives that are going to be in front of the voters in November around gas choice and energy choice. I'll stop there.
You nailed that one. We're just gonna stop with your answer there, Michael. Okay, does the state take into account the origin of electricity as so much of electricity is coal production and natural gas?
I'm not sure the question of does the state consider where the electricity comes from? You know, I think it depends on what you're talking about. In the context of the energy plan, from my understanding, it is not looking at where that electricity is coming from. It's assuming that all electricity has no greenhouse gas emissions from it. And so that made it very difficult for us. We're talking about some of our plans to look at reducing natural gas use. When you try to compare that against something that's not true, because electricity does have methane emissions, does have greenhouse gas emissions from it. It's really difficult to make a comparison, but I'm not sure about it across the board. But done it with clean heat, they're not considering that.
Well, one of the things Ken said in his presentation about, I think it's the 36% number. That, right, so if you, it's about why burning natural gas at home is more efficient. In that, you take 100,000 BTU of natural gas, gives you 50,000 BTU of electricity, more or less. So you're gonna have to burn twice as much natural gas. This is a natural gas plant, electric plant. So, with the phasing out of coal and that sort of thing, I think that's an important aspect that gets kind of swept under the rug a lot, is why it's more efficient to actually burn gas in your house, especially if you use high efficiency natural gas.
Michael, anything to add there?
No, I think Jason and Ken answered it precisely.
Well, thank you so much to our panelists today. It was, I like hearing from the other side of the shop. And it's also Missouri Loves Company. We have some of the same concerns at the state level. So thank you so much. And I'll hand it back over to Brittany.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you to our panelists and Michael for hopping in last minute here. We really appreciate you making the time and making it happen for us. And then, of course, Sarah, thank you for moderating. You're always so wonderful to do so. So before we start our next session, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break again. If you don't have note cards at your table, please raise your hand. We are going to switch to only the note card format. It's much easier for us and for the folks online. So if we could make sure to write our questions down there. You can start it at the beginning of the presentation if you have a question already. Just go ahead and raise it up in the air. I'm going to try to be watching it closely. So if you don't have any note cards at your table, please let me know.
That's
And it's not like,
Right. Well, and I think they're planning on coming, I think they want to be a sponsor for them. Yeah, I'll mention it. And Jeff, I'm sorry. We don't. Yes. And then yeah. Update for us. Yeah, there'll be questions for sure, but I think starting with the process theory of what you said. And Mr. Expert Moderator. Yeah, because, and just to make. On the flag. Okay, you're gonna take pictures. Absolutely. And try to like. Keep your head on the stuff. But I mean, everyone's. That's a. So.
Let's go ahead and take our seats. We're gonna get started in just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Everybody find your seats, please.
It's gonna be a good one.
Alrighty, so our last session before lunch will be an update on Colorado's newest neighbor, the gray wolves. Now that there are actually paws on the ground, I'm sure many of us have many questions. Here to help in the discussion and to moderate the panel today is former past chair. Merritt Linky, who was a member of the technical working group for the wolves and is a Grant County Commissioner. Please give Merritt a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you all for taking part in this discussion, especially thanks to the CPW guys for showing up here and answering the tough questions, which I'm sure you're gonna get in just a little bit. So thank you, Brittany and Andrea, for putting this all together. As said, yes, I'm a Grand County Commissioner. This is almost 11 plus years into that now. And I also am a fourth generation ranch family. My great grandpa homesteaded there in 1883. So we've been around a long time. So a little bit more background about all that and a little bit of history. I'm a Colorado native. I was born currently in Colorado, which is the west side of Grand County, near where recent work activity was taking place. My background, grew up on the ranch there, of course, but I also spent time, went to college, University of Wyoming, go Cowboys. I was on the rodeo team there, but I also my degree was to be a science teacher, and I did that for 13 years. And one of the things, a couple of things that I learned from that business, two big things. One of which is that everything is connected to everything. And its science is designed around questioning science, not trust the science or believe science, but question the science. So I think that's important to realize as we learn about some of the things we learned about today. So fast forward to 2020. After all that, 2020, voters in Colorado approved Prop 114. They only passed, but here we are, which allowed what some people, which I disagree with, paws on the ground by January 1st of 2024. So here we are, and I served on the technical working group, which was part of what that proposition and that ultimate law became, was to create a technical working group and a stakeholder advisory group. So I served with that on that technical working group for 18 months, meetings, all day long meetings. And that's where I got to know someone from Dolores. They're going to introduce themselves in a minute. And what our mission was to develop the plan, which was then submitted to the Wildlife Commission to finalize it and adopt it and to put it to work. The stakeholder advisory group was to take community input and then share that info with the technical working group together into a plan that, again, like I said, was submitted to the Wildlife Commission. So fast forward to December 18th, 2023. And that week, or that day, 5 wolves were released in Grand County. And that week, 5 more and then some county. And 106 days later, we got the first confirmed depredation in Grand County. And then about a week later, we had a depredation in North Park. So that's where we are. A lot of people are certainly concerned. And I spent a huge portion of the last 2 weeks talking about this predator. So I'm going to stop there and I'll let these guys introduce themselves. I can also answer questions and I will try to moderate. And again, we're always going, I know this is a contentious issue, but I will try to always, as written out. But point is a place for respectful discourse. So I will moderate that. And we will take the note card questions and write clearly because my eyes are bad. Have a question and answer period, but these guys are going to give you an update. And I especially appreciate Director Davis coming because that was not originally on the slate. But thank you, Director Davis. Well,
Good morning, everybody. I'm Reed Walt. I'm one of the assistant directors for CPW. I oversee our aquatic terrestrial branch. That's where a lot of the biologists sit, as well as the wolf program. I've been the main lead for the wolf program, the creation of the plan, stakeholder advisory group, technical work. And
Brittany, that one's cutting out. You want to swap a microphone? What do we need to do?
With that, I'll try to introduce myself, see if I can get close to the mic.
Yes, perfect.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Travis Black. I'm the regional manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I oversee the Northwest region, based here out of Grand Junction. So happy to be here.
Well, that's it. This is easier. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Davis. I'm the director of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I feel so fortunate to be in Colorado to be working for the best Parks and Wildlife agency that ever like you. This work is really challenging for all of us to have to be in the Travis. Texas is and all of those quite. So thanks for having us. I don't know if we want to jump into any sort of update remarks or.
I think that would be good for you guys to do, and whoever wants to take that, fine, but maybe take some opening remarks about where we're at, what we're dealing with at this point. And then we'll definitely save some time for Q&A. So whoever wants to take kind of exactly where we're at, what you guys are dealing with, what you see going forward, would be great.
And I'll take that one home for this, hear me. So as Merritt said, on December 18th, we released 5 wolves, and then the rest of that week, released 5 more. Those came from the state of Oregon. They partnered with us. We had a group there. We captured 10 wolves up there. We did that with a helicopter crew and an airplane crew, incredibly fast, set a record for catching wolves, I think. And then we also caught some wolves for their management purposes. So we released those wolves that week in Grand and Summit County, and that added to the 2 that we already had from our North Park area. We have 2 that naturally migrated down from Wyoming and reproduced. So in North Park, we have the male of that pack is still up there, and then one of the offsprings, the males in that North Park area, that original North Park. We had 8 total animals up there before the ballot. Had those for about 4 or 5 years on and off. So right now there's two that we didn't reintroduce. They came in naturally, and then the 10 that we brought in from Oregon. So a total of 12. What we're dealing with on the ground right now, obviously, it could be breeding season. We don't know if we have any breeding or denning going on. That will become more clear here in the coming weeks. But that would be time of year that wolves breed. There's probably a 50-50 chance, or maybe a little higher, that we can see some denning and reproduction this year. But like I said, we haven't confirmed that. I think folks are familiar with the map that we've produced, and if you haven't, I would encourage you to come to our website and look at that. And that's a map that shows where wolves have traveled over the last month. We update that monthly, and an update coming out here. I believe next week is the 4th Thursday or 4th Wednesday of every month that we update that. Lots of questions around where the animals have been, rightfully so, but that map also shows where they haven't been. We'll get a lot of questions, and we've seen this frequently, like, hey, are there wolves in Gunnison County, or they the state line with Mexico? And really, that map will show where those collared wolves have been. It's not a super detailed map, just for the protection of those animals. We don't show points on those animals, but we do show where those animals have been. They touch what we call a puck. That would light up and give you wolves have been. And I think folks have appreciated that, and we continue to refine that. Over time, what will happen with that map is these wolves will set up territories. We'll start to have packed territories, and that map will kind of become a packed territory map. It's just wolf behavior is what they'll do. So that map will continue to be refined and updated as we go through the process, especially if we see any activity and start to defend territories. So what we're seeing with wolves now is they're moving fairly broadly, and making wide movements, and then moving right back, and they're really just exploring the territory. made as wide of movements as we had expected. What we would expect is between 60 to 80 miles upon release, and they didn't really do that when they're releasing. They kind of stayed around those core areas and Grand Summit, but now we're seeing them starting to move around toward Colorado, especially that west corner. And so as Merritt said as well, is because calving season has started and lambing season, we're starting to see some depredations on calves, newborn calves. So the last couple of weeks we've had two of those, one kind of in the Kremlin area and then one north part of the area. So lots of questions about that. We do, and Travis can talk about this as well. But we are constantly livestock producers trying to get good information out for them on how to. It's not always the rest of that, Travis. So lots going on, lots in the media, lots on social media, those type of things, lots of questions. Where we're headed next, our plan had called for us to release up to 15. We proactively chose not to release the additional 5. We had another source we could have gone to and we said, hey, let's take a break here, not release the additional 5. Obviously, there's a major impact on Colorado. Our director and our staff wanted to sit back, see how we can work through that, not have a total of 17 animals on the ground. So we just took a pause, but our plan would be to put another 15 out next capture season. Starts in December. March. We do have a source population, the Colville tribe in the state of Washington, for an additional source. Continue to work through that for them. So I'll pause right there and let Travis adjust for the.
Thanks, Reed. So I'll just briefly talk about what my guys are doing out there. So, since we started releasing wolves in Colorado, I've asked my staff to visit with neighboring landowners where wolves are spending any sort of significant time. As Reed said, these wolves are moving around quite a bit. They could be there one day and gone the next. But if it looks like they're going to start hanging in a particular area very long, I've asked my staff to start notifying those producers and letting them know that there are wolves in the area. In fact, we were doing that the day before these latest depredations. We just informed that livestock producer that there were wolves in that area the night before. And unfortunately, they came in the next morning and took a deformed calf. So we're trying really hard to get out there and work with producers. We're working with them on conflict minimization materials. I think we have several flattery projects up north park right now. We have issued, contrary to some rumors out there, we have issued 6 potentially injurious non-lethal casing permits. And what that is, I'll clarify, that allows a producer to shoot a wolf with like rubber buckshot. If they get close enough to their livestock and they can, try to shoot the wolf in the butt and educate that wolf a little bit. We don't take no blame. There is potential to cause injury to those wolves, but there's a heck of a lot of potential for them to cause damage to that livestock producer as well. So we are trying to issue some of those permits, get them out there, give a tool to a producer other than just flattery, box lights, things of that nature that they can utilize. So if wolves are, like I said, hanging on a particular ranch for very long, and would request that, they will view their application for those injurious permits. And like I said, I've issued 6 to date. I know of one other that's pending. We have not. I have not seen it yet. Once I do, likely we'll put that set up. Lots of movement with the wolves, like we talked about. I think when we released wolves, we expected these big, broad movements. We really didn't see that initially, but we are now. We're starting to see a lot more movement that they explore in their landscape. I know recently we had one wolf that went up through the circles and went to the west side. That's a big movement all by itself. It could be back tomorrow. I don't know. So there are a lot of movements going on. Like I said, we're doing our darndest to try to notify producers. Then I'll kick some.
Thanks, Travis. Couple of other things I might just add. Feel like folks just expected that CPW, given our history and reputation of being amazing at managing wildlife, that would just immediately translate to will be amazing rules. And I will say, like, that was a complicated, perhaps one of the most complex wildlife projects or operations that any agency could ever do. And we did that really well. Now, there were parts of that that we were working through, and that a lot of that is just how do we communicate effectively and at the right times. So you probably have heard me apologize for not getting elected in particular pre-release notification. So I say that to you as an example that you can develop a form, for example, that if you never actually had to sit with a rancher and talk them through what it is, how to get it, the first time you're going to struggle. And I'm hearing some of that from some of our ranchers, especially this year, depredations. And I just want to say we're learning at the same time that ranchers in rural communities are learning about what it means to have these schools on the lands too. So the other pieces I want to say as a person who cares deeply about the agency, our mission, and our most important asset, which is our people. One of the main reasons for pausing the 5, other than just the impact on the rural communities, was the impact I was seeing on our staff. When I say that to you, I'll say this to you and you'll be like, but our regional staff, our regional biologists, they are part of your communities. It's not lost on me that we worked for a quarter of a century to build trust with ranchers in rural communities. And it's not lost on me that wolves, it's the saying where you work this long to build trust and use it. We're definitely doing the impact of wolves on our staff as well. And doing a ton of work to give our staff space and safety that they need so that they can do what they've been trained. They're highly trained professionals that are members of your community. Their kids go to your kids' schools, they go to the same churches, they shop at the same grocery store. They're still the same people that your community have trusted and valued for a long time. And I'm hearing social media is amazing until it turns on you and get nasty. And that's something I'm paying very close attention to. It's got me pretty nasty towards our staff. Quite frankly, the thing that I think impacts them the most is and they can serve every day. So and give them the space, holy smokes, everyone is a wolf expert in all levels of government, in all corners of the public. And we need to give them the space so that they don't feel muzzled, they don't feel like they're scared to answer a question. We need to let them do their job. So I've been spending a ton of time working with Travis, making sure that we're supporting our staff. I want to thank Senator Perry Will. We have a MOU with Colorado Department of Agriculture, and that's really so that the two entities come together. CPW can focus on the wildlife pieces of this, and CPA has the tools to help support ranchers on the animal husbandry side. So, hopeful fingers crossed that we will see the CPA's budget request for the range riders
and ranchers about moving forward. And the carcass disposal. Huge. Purposes. Here together with my experience with drawing wolves, right? All. But also in those definitions that recently. I'm thankful to people and person for joining CPW and putting our financial resources together and making sure that it gets different out to some of the local lifestyle associations. So in those particular areas, so they can essentially hire a person that they trust. So they spread the rest of the so. Wolves are a social thing more than they are a biological. We're learning, we're people too. A lot of our rangers, quite frankly, got our real communities. Wildlife Strong has, they are feeling right. The gates get closed, and you can't put that out collar, and no, you can't do that. Sage grouse, flex on my property. I suspect that until such time we come together and realize that it's not CPW versus rural ranchers. Got other pressures collect. So that break through that stuff. Stop the gap for a slide on the local laws of trust. Realize that we're all in this together, and our success will depend on us doing it together. Hopefully that didn't set up for too much trouble for election, but I don't know if they ever said today. And he said that really tear down our folks that are struggling. Trying to help support their
I remind you, please speak close to the microphone. I was reminded by you to ask you guys to speak close.
So when you swivel, keep your head there. You can move your body, but keep your head in the mic.
You gotta stay right here.
Yes.
I'll try to speak. Thank you, Director. Some of your comments made me remember a few things I probably should have said that I did not. We continue to work with livestock producers and associations and have meetings on a fairly regular basis. So we just had one April 9th, I believe, for the Barrett Redwood as well. So we're also doing public meetings, the general public on living with wolves, trying to give some tips out there on keeping your pets and animals safe. And the last thing I failed to mention is back in November of last year, one of the producer meetings, we heard loud and clear that they wanted some information materials on how to distinguish between wolf damage, bear damage, lion damage, things of that nature. So we've been diligently working on that. And just yesterday, I received notification that those are done. They're being shipped to my office. So we will start sharing those out with wool growers and cattle growers across the state. We also had a request to do that in Spanish, particularly for the wool growers with their sheep herders that quite often don't speak English. So I have both Spanish and English versions. I expect them in my office by next week. We'll try to start getting those out to the public.
You guys ready for questions?
We're ready.
So just a little bit more background on me. I'm a producer. I have a bunch of cows, and I also bring in what I call tourist cattle. And a lot of guys in Grand County and Jackson, a lot of the western Colorado counties are bringing in summer cattle. They're not a cow-calf operation per se. And that actually was kind of a trend statewide. Probably 91, 92, there was actually more cows in Colorado than people. And since that point, now there's more people than cows. And that actually was true in Grand County too. Probably in the early 80s, there was 35,000 mother cows in Grand County. Now there's probably under 10,000. So a lot of people are going to this summer cattle only model. Not that that's not also really appetizing for an apex predator, but that's eliminates at least that easy to kill 2-day-old cat. So it's just a model that's changing. Plus our unit costs are high. So I am producer, but I'm also vice chair of our local stock growers, and kind of tagging off one of the questions. We're trying to be really proactive with that group and working with these guys. And I will say that the communication has been better since that first meeting. We've been reaching out to our officials. No, it's not perfect, and no, there's still lots of questions, but I will say that I talked to both Reed and Travis this week. And I had 2 or 3 calls with our local guys, so I appreciate that, for sure. So, you want softballs first or hardballs?
Are they coming at my head?
I'm gonna go with the softball, and I got a whole pile of questions here, and some of them are the same, which I'll make sure that I get those ones in. And I have time for all. So what are you observing in terms of social interactions with wolves? Are you seeing packing, dating, anything like that with the new wolves?
Yeah, thank you for that. Not yet, it's too early to tell. We do see groupings of wolves traveling together, but, some of those are siblings that we released together. Others are wolves that from different areas of Oregon, so, too early to tell. Should know hopefully by middle of May. So that would be the answer to that. Just too early to tell. Wolves will teach us a lot about how they use it in Colorado. But obviously, we see it.
Okay, good. We're gonna work our way up to the red. So next is, what is the cost? What is the amount spent to obtain these wolves with helicopters, planes, net gunning, whatever, to get these wolves, these tentacles to Colorado so far?
I'll take that one as well. So there's a rumor out there that I would like to spell that will cost $1 million to get. That is false. I don't really know where that came from. We don't even have that much money in our budget. So that's a false rumor that's out there. The actual obtaining of the wolves, like we didn't trade money with Oregon or anything. It's just things that wildlife uses. So there was no cost to actually obtain the wolves. All the costs that we've incurred would be for helicopter contracts to capture them, to send our crew up there. We sent 15 people up there right before Christmas. They had expenses, those type of things. So I don't have the exact number, but our budget for wolves totally was no more than going off like bad memory these days, but it was no more than $2 million that General Assembly gave us for wolves. And so a lot of that was in that stakeholder technical work process, like a contract facilitator. So I can get you the exact numbers, I just don't have them off the top of my head. It's not a million dollars. It's way.
Thank you. So keeping along the monetary line, how much is the compensation for each cow or calf kill? Can you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, Bear, just to clarify, you're asking about the value.
Yeah, how would you pay for a confirmed kill? Like the cows are killed, and how fast does that happen? What's the process?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. So it varies. It depends on the livestock. The producers that have been losing the livestock, we ask them to provide some documentation on that value. And we look at that, and if it's certainly reasonable, we're paying that value. As an example, a newborn calf, I haven't seen those yet, by the way, Bear, so I'm guessing on a value here, but several $100s for a newborn calf, up to thousands of dollars for some registered, high elevation type livestock. I think the highest one we paid is probably over $6,000 for one cow. So it really does run the gamut. It depends on the value of that particular animal. We ask the producers to help give us some information to show what that value is. That kind of touch on the
Yes, it does, and I understand from my experience on the technical working group, there's a lot of criteria that if this, it's this, or if that, it's that. So it's not a simple answer, and I appreciate that. But I do believe that it's gonna be fair, and hopefully it can be fast and efficient and simple. The last thing that any rancher wants to do, especially in the middle of calving season, is do a bunch of people.
Yeah, absolutely, Barrett. And we do try to expedite those payments to landowners. There might be a little time delay there in gathering some information. As Barrett said, they're busy right now. So we will work with those producers to expedite those payments as fast as.
Okay, this one is actually a request, and it says to please don't perpetuate the rumor that ranchers are a threat to CPW staff. It seems like this is what I'm reading. This is an effort to paint the ranchers as the bad guy. So please clarify what your references in and when you're, for safety concerns for your staff, just clarify what that means.
Thanks, yeah, I didn't mean to say that at all. That's what I hear from ranchers is, hey, you know, we trust our local. And when there's conversations between the rancher and our local staff, the conversations usually include that person's problem. So, when I hear that, that's it's not good for me, right? And I think that's where some of the trust really falls, and maybe my conversation with the administration. But there's a lot of frustration, I sense a lot of frustration on the west side.
So thank you.
So, yeah, sorry,
Okay.
no threats have been made to, from ranchers.
And I would agree with that. I haven't heard of anybody. In fact, I had conversations with not only our stock growers in Middle Park, but also a lot of the guys in North Park. I've talked to them, I've called them, I've seen them, know a lot of them. And I'm seeing really a spirit of cooperation. And it kind of baffles me how come they're so patient, but they are. I'm not sure I would be. This one kind of follows up with that question. How can we get education presentations to citizens to help to clarify some of these things? And those citizens have opinions. Well, we got this voted in, but don't really have any understanding of the actual plan. So what can we even, and maybe how can Club 20 help you? How can we get an education out to our citizens?
Well, Jared, I'll start on that one. We've developed some educational programs that our staff, our DWN, our biologists, our education specialists are currently trying to get into school programs, as an example, and start educating the general public. I mentioned a while ago the Living with Wolves program. We're trying to get around to different communities that have wolves right now and do that same thing. Those are for the general public. That's, you know, we have producer specific meetings that we have, but that Living with Wolves is really targeting the general public. I do think we can do more. I would say that, Barrett, that, you know, we'll continue to evolve as the director said earlier, as we go forward, we try to get more education out to the public.
Go ahead, first.
I was just gonna say also, like, the collective genius of this room can really help us, like, if you have ideas of what you think that would look like. We're all ears. For us, we're a state agents, and so we serve by our mission 5.8 million plus visitors. And so I feel like wolves constantly in conversations where it's like, hey, we're your favorite child, put your other children up for adoption. That's just not an option for us. So the better we can truly, and we're talking about wolves, I think wolves is like a point of something you can look at, but I think there's a lot of other issues that wolves kind of just bring to life. That, in my mind, is kind of that urban rural divide, where urban people depend on rural people and what we do every day for the natural resources, for food, etc. And there's that connection with what you do every day and how that serves the urban communities. And for some reason, well, I think probably have some clues about the reasons, but that divide seems to be growing and growing. That's terrible for all of us. So if you have ideas of how we can be a bridge builder with you and our and other rural
I really appreciate you recognizing that and stating that, because I think it's as bad as that in terms of that real divide. Producer, consumer divide.
Yeah.
Marie, did you want to add? There you go.
Thank you, and I really appreciate that question. Wolves are here now, and they're going to do well in Colorado. We have a tremendous elk resource and a deer resource, just a wildlife resource, prey animals for wolves. They're going to, well, they're a habitat generalist. Even though this seems like a grand summit northwest corner, they will expand wherever there's available habitat and elk. So think about your county. There's elk all over the state. They'll be on the front range. They'll be in southwest Colorado. And so I think as we proactively look forward to our collective future, we need to have those kind of questions about how do we educate a population that may not be paying attention. I have a lot of men in Upper Arkansas Basin. They're keep telling them it's not very far. Those wolves come over the hill. Ready. And I think those are the type of things we need to hear from all of you. Like our population doesn't know about this. How can we collect get them ready? There's a lot we can do beforehand so that we don't have issues. So thank you for that question. I hope my answer makes sense. They're going to be on the most of the state.
Okay, thank you. Bitches are gonna come all over. So here's what it looks like. It should be coming from me, but I know that I didn't write it because it's actually legible. Why was Grant County chosen to release wolves considering? We have a declining elk population since 2018. We just heard this the other day from our local guy. We had the second biggest fire in Colorado history. Alberta was just under 200,000 acres, which was prime elk. Probably in wolf habitat. Why did we choose Grant County?
Great question. When we developed the plan, we partnered with scientists from Colorado State University, and we did a modeling exercise. Some of you are familiar with that. Maybe you look at the plan. There's actually a map that we developed, and we considered all kinds of different impacts. One was available food sources. The other was wintertime habitat to make sure that we weren't dumping them out in a place they wouldn't go in winter conditions. Other things we looked at is the amount of agriculture in those areas, proximity to people. There was a lot. I remember them all, but these guys can help as well. And we came up with two release zones. There's a northern release zone and a southern release zone based on all those factors. And really, we looked at Grand and Summit as our two best counties to do that. And yeah, there's a declining elk population there, but there's all kinds of issues in all of the counties. So I think because it's centrality, we had to be west of the Continental Divide by law. So we get that a lot. Well, why just put them on the east? So that's what go. And maybe we could, the law said they had to be west of the Divide. And then another factor is all the literature. Remember, I was talking about science before. Said that based on other wolf releases, they would go 50 to 70 miles. We didn't want to run straight to Wyoming, going to Utah. So we picked more of a central location. We expected it to really expand, which they did. I think some of that shows that they were released on a large elk population. Kind of stuck around because there's a lot of it. So I don't know if you guys want to add.
Yeah, thanks, Reed. The big part of that mapping exercise was to look at high ecological suitability for wolves. And that's all the things that Reed mentioned. A sufficient prey base there, even with declining population, there's still a robust population here in elk in Grant County. And the other part of that map was looking at potential conflicts. That mapping exercise kind of shaded that map. If anybody's seen it, more kind of brighter green color that had high ecological suitability, relatively low conflict potential. And other areas were kind of highlighted kind of a purple color. And that was lower, actually high ecological suitability, but high conflict potential. So the other factor, I guess, that we in there was looking at steep-owned land within those ovals that we identified. And that really is what kind of focused it there down to Grand Eagle and Summit counties. So there's a lot of different factors in play and some sideboards that we had to stay with. That's why that area was chosen.
Thank you. Not really liking that answer, but. So this is really a follow-up question to that, and what would be the next, what area would be the next release schedule, where would that be?
Are you? Question.
I did not write that question out, it's actually wonderful.
Great question as well, because I'm sure Grant County folks and some county folks would like give us a break, want to do it again there next year. And so we're starting those conversations now internally. And this is a tricky part of like, who in this room is going to volunteer? I don't see a lot of. So we need to have those conversations. Some of it will be if we see denning or reproduction this year. So a little bit of it will be biology to see if we need to supplement that population. Our goal is to do this for 3 years with up to 15 each year and get out 30 to 45 wolves. So there'll be 2 more releases. And we haven't started those conversations. I mean, our technical folks have, but we haven't started those with all of you. We could look at the northern zone again, or we could look at the southern zone. I know probably what the northern folks would say is like share the well, those type of things. So but we don't know yet, and I know that's a totally unsatisfying answer. But we need to get more out according to the plan and for biology, so we'll have an increased genetic base to build from. So we don't know, but we will start those conversations right after we see the data. So it's probably not a very good answer, but that's what.
Thank you. We were told, or why were we told that to introduce wolves were not from packs known to kill livestock, and then later informed that they were? But that wasn't.
I love this question. And some of it is the words change every time the question. And I think, especially around the words come. So there is a lot of confusion between depredation and chronically depredating acts. I probably haven't heard me say this, but I've said it in public. Let's just play a scenario. Jeff goes to Oregon, goes into the wilderness. Ironically, the feds, the exemption, fly a helicopter in the wilderness to capture wolves. It never happened. And we bring wilderness wolves back that we've never seen. So the biology or ecology of wolves they are the heart. And so what we do know from other states and our own experience is that when carnivores interact with livestock, there's a higher risk that we would see. So I say that to you because the wolves that we did bring back, I don't know very many packs in the West that interact with livestock haven't had social. Now, I'll tell you in my experience, some packs, for some reason, whether it be the animals, the topography, the vegetation, I know if I shoot a slide, there was a particular area that we were constantly going to packs. And that is very different than a revolution. And I know this is a challenging thing for all of us, that some folks want to talk about a body count, and that's chronic deprivation. And what I would say is, states that manage wolves, what your goal is to alter the and even a 5 points pack, Oregon had
stop. Just, that's not to say they'll stop forever. Uh, or they will be one, or 12, or whatever in the future, but, when we imagine the season to season, trying to certain move animals, to alter their, some of that comes in the, non-lethal journeys, and we've seen that on some, like Travis was mentioning, we saw, implementation of those, and animals move pretty quickly, pretty far, not to say that we don't put that, but I just wanna, probably not nailing the answer, but whoever asked that question, but there is a substantial difference from definition west versus past that has, some definition.
What? Go ahead, Reed, if you want to add.
Yeah, I would add to that as well. So on the ground in Oregon, we passed rules that in, we passed on wolves that would have been easier and closer to catch that didn't fit within the definition of acceptable wolves plan. Our technical working group, which Merritt spoke of, we debated this a long time. Like, should you bring in wolves that have any history of depredation? And really in the West, where we catch wolves, those wolves don't exist. They might be some in wilderness areas, but when Idaho and Montana were both taken out because they did not agree to give us wolves, there's no available wolves in the wilderness, and we're not going to get permission to catch them. So wherever wolves interact with livestock, they depredate the wolves. I think there's this thought out there that there's good wolves and bad wolves. Well, they like things made out of meat. That's what. And so we passed on wolves in Oregon that were chronically depredated. And I know there's a lot of question about this 5-point pack, their bad behavior and all of this, and that action was taken up there, and this director said they changed behavior after that. Haven't gone under the definition of chronic in Oregon since then. And so they felt what was in the plan, and all the other ones did as well. So I know people feel like there was a bait and switch. We don't feel that way. We felt like we met wolves that were defined in the plan. And like we're going to bring in wolves from Washington next year, and they have a whole different definition of chronic up there. And things that may be defined as chronic in Oregon maybe don't fit the definition of Washington. So a lot of this is a human interpretation of wolf behavior. It's really hard to get to. I can't tell you what a wolf's going to do day to day. There'll be times where they walk through a pasture full of newborn calves and don't even look at them. Then they go on a pasture maybe with one, they'll eat on it. I don't know why they do that. That's just kind of what wolves do. So getting into that mentality of good and bad wolves, I think is sustainable. The wolves that we're bringing in potentially next year will have had interactions with livestock, but they will be under different definitions for the state of Washington.
Thank you. So this is kind of a follow-up to that kind of theme. Well, and a little bit of background that I wanted to throw out here is that, as mentioned many times, I served on the technical working group, and that topic came up a lot, the definition for what is chronic depredation. And some of the definitions were really tightly defined. 3 kills in 3 months, or 6 kills in 6 months, or whatever, as examples. And we kind of agreed, we, technical working group, agreed that we should make that definition so tightly defined, because 2 reasons. One was we wouldn't be the ones implementing the plan. These guys would be. The boots on the ground people would be the ones that would have to make that judgment. So, and the other reason is that if let's say it was 3 kills in 3 months and 3 days, well, check, you're off, no pay, not come. So we didn't want to tightly make that so tight that there would be exceptions. So my question then is, what does it take for the governor or CPW to actually remove a problem law, or specifically, when would that call be made?
Whoever comes out,
that decision. Not to be crass about it, right now I'm feeling a ton of pressure on CW with, I don't know what the percentages are, there's some livestock producers that say, please don't. For all the reasons that you mentioned, we're technically working and stakeholder advisory. And some folks are like, I want that definition nailed to a T, and when you check every box, they'll carcasses on. Wolf carcass.
You say other carcasses led to that.
And I don't really know what the answer is. We don't have to recreate a wheel here. My perfect world, we have some flexibility to work it out. Because I, like you, Barrett, worry if we get too specific with it, we're gonna run into a situation that none of us would have anticipated. And then we're gonna be saying no. We are definitely in response to a letter from some legislators, looking at different definitions of chronic depredation across the West. And as Reed said, they're all kind of all over this, but we're analyzing those, and the commission will likely see a staff proposal that captures multiple alternatives for the commission to consider, and one of those status quo, like environmental analysis. So I get that question a lot, usually from the like Director Davis, how many cows have to die before you kill a wolf? There's a lot of sensitivities to that too, and I don't want to be dismissive of how that feels to go out. I am not a rancher, although I would love to own 30 to 60,000 acres ranch.
To be a poor rancher.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Like I have had animals here. I already wanted to find that had them killed by wildlife. It's quite frankly sucks. You go out, shot, you're angry, you're killed, you protect animals. So I don't want to be dismissive of what definitions like rangers. And I think sometimes we find ourselves in forums where it's the rancher forum or Prop 114 voter forum, and that's a tough spot. It's not easy to just go, well, we're going to do this because at the same time, pressure on the other side of it. Try to keep that by issues, and the ranchers so far also don't have a single voice about the definition. So lots of words thrown at you to say we're really looking at it. We're trying to figure that part out. That's not very satisfactory answer. But we also want to let us go forward so that we all have certain. That's what's absolutely that.
Thank you. So Brittany tells me one more question, maybe two if we keep the answer short. So I still have a whole question. So and this comes up with what was said earlier about originally there was supposed to be 15 brought in. And we thank you for not bringing in the additional 5. But it's on the schedule to bring in 15 more this season. Why can't we take a pause, take a time out? Because of some of these things that you guys mentioned, as you know, that are not defined. The definitions aren't clear, and the cost going forward isn't clear. And the collar data doesn't seem to be very accurate or timely. Maybe there's some rumors that it's not, some of the ones are already not working. So why can't we take a time out and figure some of this stuff out before we bring in more.
And remember to speak directly into the microphone.
Feel like she says that to me because I'm a common violator. From a biological perspective, having 12 out there, if we lose any one of them, now some of them have more biological value, but I'm just saying that crass way. If you have an older male who's nearing the life expectancy, probably not going to be a contributor to the restoration of wolves in Colorado. So part of it is just bureaucratic that we have a plan is based on successful implementation of the law, which is the restoration of wolves in Colorado. So biologically speaking, if we were to say lose 3 wolves, get hit on a highway, and forbid they go north of the border and don't come back, next thing you know, we genetically speaking are in a really good spot for successful implementation of the law. So there's that part of it. The other part I would say is that this will get better. We will be able to get the forms up there, be able to help the rangers fill things out, be able to turn around conversation quickly, build our system. Quite frankly, our network, something that I've heard works really well in North Park. It's nothing's fail safe, but those folks, when we say, hey, we'll back to the area, there's like a neighborhood watch, and they call each other and they say, hey, like, move your cows. So this is the rough, bumpy part for sure, and it will always have some bumps in it. But we need about it. So I think pausing would biologically change the restoration. Totally a satisfactory answer, I can tell.
Brittany says we have no more time, is that correct?
One word responses.
Oh. All right, here's a quick. Sorry.
How can we create trust and cooperation between CPW and as you mentioned at the very beginning, it's gone. It's 35 years to build it and it's gone in about 1 day. What can we do? What can you guys do to build that trust back? Maybe it's not one word.
So I say for me, I look to the people like our field staff. We have those relationships and know the folks that they serve every day very well to help guide, like, what is it that we need to do? I'd also say that I think showing up, taking the hard questions, might not always like the answers, but we're here listening to understand, to evolve, to adapt, because we serve all of you. And your experiences, your knowledge are important to us. How we think about how we serve people. So I think that definitely takes time. And I'm not sure the loss of trust is solely born that's broader concern or a lack of trust. So we'll do our part. We cannot, like, got part of our mission that says perpetuate wildlife. Please tell me how the heck we do that without rural communities, without those ranchers. Shoot, we got a couple dollars sitting in the fields right now, and that's not helping us manage health. Sure stuff, not helping us
mosquitoes, sage grouse, and ventress, about other critters. So we're not going away, we're not giving up.
Thank you. And I want to bring up, as the fact that they're here says a lot. It really does, and I really do appreciate that. No, I don't understand that. But really, no, just because I still have a stack here, I'm gonna give them to you guys, so you can have some things to work on at home. But again, thank you, and Brittany, you can take it back over, and I think, speaking of what we do, what the favorite food of wolves are, it's almost lunchtime.
Again, thank you to this wonderful panel and Merritt for moderating and adding input as well. And thank you to all of you for your questions. That's a big part of building back the trust and having these experts here that are in our areas and fighting the fight every single day. We just appreciate it on both sides. So thank you. And let's give them one last round of applause. We're gonna now have a quick 10-minute break before lunch. And this break is sponsored by CHAPA. Jerry Lynn is over there, so thank you to CHAPA. Let's give them a round of applause. We are gonna be going into lunch and our keynote right after this, so do what you need to do before that and then come on in so that the Marriott staff can be dropping off your food at your seat here. In this room? In this room.
Yeah, try this.
Nice job.
And that's what we, there were some people that, you know, might, didn't get all the back. Yeah, context. Yeah, so we can find. Yeah, I do keep
Just ask if we are all able to bring our conversations out into the hallway so that it's easier for them to set the plates. That would be great. We love conversations, but we want to make sure that the staff is able to do their job as well. So if you aren't taking your conversations into the hallway, just be aware of the staff, they're gonna be coming up behind you, make room for them so that they can do their job. Otherwise, they may just be throwing plates at you.
Yeah, it's very, they also kind of like work all using our lives moving forward. Yeah, and but they're all. And like, life is a free of charge. You're always on quality of
No, people have, I was gonna say, if you guys. But like. That's. So it's like every project that's funded. Well, you know, you're talking one of those, it's better. And I think that's secure. All right, I see. Or you feel there. I really.
All right, everybody can start finding their seats, enjoying their salads. They are going to, once you're finishing your salads, they're gonna start bringing in your plates. So please start eating and enjoy some conversation before our keynote starts, here shortly. So thank you, everyone.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I'll be doing
Thank you to those of you that have started eating, and if you haven't started eating, please start to do so, find your seat, and let us know if you need anything. But before you guys do continue your conversation and your lunch, I do want everybody's attention up here. Thank you, Brett. I would like to thank today's lunch sponsor, Intermountain Health St. Mary's Hospital here in town. Let's give them a huge round of applause. So with that, eat your food, enjoy a good conversation, and we will get started here shortly.
Just outdoors to stay hot. How are you doing? Oh, if you did, what you have to say?
Thank you again.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Sometimes they come up with big and you ran through the Campbell side. Yeah. 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 In my second. Oh. You know, I told him, yeah, later. Really? This is a big job. Thanks for doing it. Let's have a community bar. I did hear that, yeah. Yeah, that was pretty good. From Jason, yeah, and they up there. Yeah, everybody on that panel, Jason, all of them.
I was talking about.
Good, good. I mean, this is huge. I can't tell you how much it's we've got. What people want, that is. I can't remember how many. But this year, sometimes it's like well, we don't want, we're not gonna keep the 35, we'll give you 6,000. That happened. So, anyway, we couldn't do it without money, just like you can't do it without money. You know? Yeah. It is, yeah. Well, anyway, you ladies are doing a good job. I just come over to say that. You know, this takes a lot of work, and I know, 'cause I've done this type of thing.
Yeah. Now go eat. Did you do it in high heels though?
What?
Yeah.
My high heel? I got my high heel.
Oh.
I didn't bring my flats today. These, I just love my cowboy. All right.
Hey.
Yeah.
I asked if they had 2 more meals for us, if possible. And that's what I said. Is it like roll up? Is it like camping or like salad? Probably the Lions. And not water all day. Yeah. Yeah. Like, and that's back and wouldn't necessarily like more interaction. It would be because they just don't have the abilities and they have. Yeah. She just, so she's. No. I think you might start a little bit later, maybe 5 minutes later, just to get now that they're all. And we'll just. I said it. It's good. Yeah. And I just think. I didn't see that because I was kind of. Look at her. Oh, I'm Club 23 captain. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Some salads out for you. She said she would be, remember? I have it on there. Well, we're starting to bring out the euros and stuff. I'm gonna make sure that's good.
No, I'm sorry. He's the problem. I am.
All right, everybody, we are gonna go ahead and get started, so that we're respectful of our keynote presenters' time. But one more round of applause first for St. Mary's Hospital, please. So now hopping into our keynote lunch conversation, John Marshall is the 11th president of Colorado Mesa University. He also serves as an instructor in CMU's Early Start programs and as a lecturer of political science. President Marshall serves on the board for many organizations throughout the community. Among those boards, he is the chair of the Board for Healthier Colorado, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization dedicated to raising the voices of Coloradans in the public policy process to improve the health of our state's residents. Serving as the president of an institution of higher education, you can imagine that there are a lot of different perspectives to consider on a day-to-day basis, or even second-to-second basis. Here to talk about his experience, what he's learned, and talk about civil discourse, compromise, and learning moving forward to drive census-driven solutions for the Western Slope, let's bring in CMU President John Marshall.
Encourage our friends here to find a normal human-sized podium. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm so thrilled to be here. It is been several decades since I came to my first Club 20. You know, I think back of all the people who built this organization over time, right? John Van, Bill Cleary, the names on, Dick Bratton, people that were kind to me, mentored me, and showed me how to have a hard conversation on a difficult topic and to do so with friends. And so I want to talk a little bit about sort of the importance of this organization and what I think is a vital role that we all have in continuing to push ahead on things like civil discourse. It did dawn on me as I was coming in, you know, there's something about Club 20 that is very nostalgic. The only thing I was missing was Nick Theus telling some off-color jokes out in the hallway. But I trust somebody else is filling that void today. I also just want to maybe acknowledge the sort of pick and shovel work that so many of you have been doing, not just in the last couple of days, but over the last few years as a part of this organization, sort of arguing ad nauseum, wordsmithing resolutions, the work of whipping votes around the table that would make Newt Gingrich and Nancy Pelosi blush. You know, this organization has a long history of having hard conversations over difficult topics with a very broad array of voices. And so I want to dig in a little bit on this. If we think about Western Colorado, the reality is that this region has always been made up of differing perspectives and disparate voices. You know, you can't have places like Moffat County and Pitkin County in the same region, not have disagreements, right? The piece that I would maybe observe, I don't know if you've all had this experience, but every time I open up my phone, turn on the television or open up a newspaper, it just feels like an absolute avalanche of crazy kind. And what I can't help but think about is what are the antidotes to that? What are the antidotes to some of the way that we are talking about? And I think the answer is something like relationship and community. And so I want to share with you a little bit about the experience that I've had at Colorado Mesa University over the last few years and why I am so optimistic for our future as a region and for the future of this particular organization. At CMU, I would say we have had this sort of awakening over the last number of years that increasingly in higher ed, we're seeing students vote with their feet. Probably not unlike all of us, frankly, where you're seeing whether it's the Oral Roberts and the Liberties and the Hillsdales, or the Browns and the Berkeleys, you just are not seeing a lot of campuses that are continuing to try and do what we initially designed these universities to be, which is to say, places where people from different perspectives come together and have learning. Because increasingly what's happening is people are voting with their feet, they're submitting themselves to an institution that was already cast its vote on a particular orthodoxy or worldview. So here's what we've done over the last few years. 2 years ago, we engaged in a strategic planning process, not unlike many of you have done in your own organizations. But we challenged ourselves, our board, our leadership team, and our students, our faculty, our staff. We said, rather than trying to double down on, frankly, some of the disagreements, and by the way, higher education campuses, the old joke goes, have the fiercest politics. Why? Because the stakes are so low, right? The reality is these are really political places, but they don't have to be necessarily. And so what we challenged ourselves to do was say, rather than trying to double down on those disagreements, can we come up with a series of first principle values that we all agree? Now that's a lot easier said than done, but something really interesting happened. You can envision on a campus, right? You've got athletic coaches, you've got business faculty, you've got humanities folks, you've got students from all walks of life. And we started to rally behind 7 different values. I'm going to tick them off. Love, humility, resilience, courage, curiosity, dignity, and power. Now, some of you might be cynically thinking to yourself, are you seriously at a public university leading with the value of love? And my rhetorical response would be, what do you call it? What do you call it when a professor takes a first generation kid, keeps them in that classroom, helps them see themselves? What do you call it when a custodian grabs a kid who's on his way out because they can't afford it, lets him down with financial income? Like, what do you call that? I call it love. And on it goes. And so we had this draft, and we sat in a room that was probably, I don't know, 500 people that were just like this. People who disagree, people who vote differently, people who worship differently, people who love differently, people who call their home geography and zip code different. And something remarkable happened. 500 different faculty, different walks of life, of different disciplines, of different worldviews, found themselves in those 7 values. Students from all corners of the state, from the region, right, different income levels, different education levels, different backgrounds and beliefs, saw themselves in these values. Those 7 values have now worked their way into the core of what we are doing. Now, anybody that sort of understands how these campuses work, you understand that's not a simple thing. But what's fascinating is that when we say that, we can all agree, look, we may vote for something different this November, but can we both agree that the dignity of every human being has to be a part of our conversations? Can we agree that all these different values don't mean much if we don't use our power to animate them and to do something good with them? Can we all agree that things like courage are going to be necessary for us to solve these hard problems? And so what we're starting to find is that, look, I'm not going to stand up here and say that we've got it figured out. We don't, but I'm seeing indications that this is working. And here's how I know. After October 7th, you all saw the same headlines I did all over the campus, all the campuses all over the country, where there were these really ugly protests, really uncommon disagreements, right? These just really what I would describe as kind of the worst expressions of our instincts. We held a conversation on our campus, some of you might have been there, where we tried to get a handful of faculty on stage to talk about the history and challenges of the conflict in the Middle East. Now, to say that that is a complex and challenging topic would be accurate, and something more remarkable. There was no shouting, there were no bricks thrown, there was no protests, there was a civil conversation for an hour and a half, and there was humility, meaning maybe we all had something to learn from one another. To me, that's an indication. It's not a panacea, but it's an indication that that is a pathway that maybe all of us can continue to try and embrace a little bit. This idea that even humility, we've got something to learn from one another. That these conversations that we're having, whether it's goals, whether it's change, whatever it is, are not without history and are not without context, and probably with something in each other's perspectives. One of the other challenges that I've given our faculty, because we are still in this place, as a campus where we can recruit and retain students who are coming from a variety of different perspectives. And in your mind's eye, you can think of this sort of cartoonish in the front row, a student in a Black Lives Matter t-shirt sitting next to a student in a MAGA hat, and both of them are free to ask questions. Both of them are welcome in that classroom. Both of them are challenged to learn and grow, and they don't get to be safe in their thoughts, because that is fundamentally why we're here at a university, to challenge in our thoughts. And this idea that we're going to try and challenge our students to think critically. We think of it like this. We want our students to be challenged in something like, can we teach them how to think rather than what to think? Say that again. Can we teach our students how to think rather than what to think? Because at the end of the day, if we teach students how to think critically, follow their conscience, figure out what a reasonable argument means, figure out how to listen in humility, well, it feels to me like we can solve some of these challenges, but that's not a simple thing. One of the other cores of Western Colorado that CMU is really embodied an anchor of our mission and vision is first generation students, meaning most of our region has not typically, historic generations had access to higher education, right? If you look at national and statewide averages, and then you look at county averages, Western Colorado has some of the lowest educational attainment rates anywhere. And what that tells you is that this conversation about how do we move forward as a region, it has to include some version of bringing along our students, giving our kids an opportunity to get a higher education. That can mean a lot of things, right? It could be, for some of our students, that means welding and machining. It means HVAC and culinary or electric lineman, right? Those are good and honorable trades that can provide for a family. For some of our students, it might be a 4-year degree or graduate, right? But the point is, our challenges are just far too complex to solve them. Some of our best and brightest. We need all of the brightest. And what that means is all of us have an obligation to create a space where students from all walks of life can come in, a hard conversation, they can afford it, they can access it. They feel welcome in that space, and they're being challenged, regardless of the role, they're challenged fairly. Nobody can like denigrate it or shout it down. They've got to be free to try and pursue that. That has to be our path as a region. Now, as we're doing this work together, I guess I reflect on the past, because we're in a moment right now where it feels like there's just not a lot of contract. But this is possible. Several, I don't know how long it's been, a while. There was a moment where a Republican House, Republican in the White House, and a Democrat Senate came together on what was at the time, this is probably maybe 2003. Some of you might have been involved in these conversations, but there was a dramatic concern across the West about these wildfires, post-Hayman fire, and there was a variety of these. What happened was you had a Republican House Resource Chairman, Richard Palmer, and a Democrat, Ron White, and somehow we came together and found compromise. Both sides were pretty upset, which is how you know you're getting close. And somehow that Congress passed the Healthy Forest Initiative. It allowed for bidding, it allowed for conservation, it allowed for some progress on the issue that had been stuck in the mud. And my point is not, again, not that that issue was end all be all, but rather as a blueprint, it is possible. On the hardest of issues, it is possible. But it requires all of us to get a little more comfortable. It requires us to eschew or resist the ugly temptations of sort of an absolutist overlooking politics, right? Somewhere along the line, compromise became a dirty word, and I think our path in Western Colorado can and might be something like, if Club 20 has been this important voice for 50 years, which it has, what's the next 50 look like? What if this organization became that voice that was the lone voice in the room saying, we actually have Republicans and Democrats, right? Moffett County and Pickett County coming together to figure out how to solve some really vexing challenges, because we're going to do it in relationships, right? Knowing each other. I don't know about you, but I don't talk about people. Like, you read these things on the internet, say about each other, and it's horrific, right? No one talks to each other that way. You see each other at school drop off, or in church, or when we fall. You don't talk to people that way. And that's the truth. You don't talk about each other if you know you're gonna have to see them falling in your Club 20, right? Great, that's probably John. You're not gonna talk. And so I think the encouragement for all of us is to think deeply about that idea. Is there a blueprint that we can follow? And I think CMU is starting to uncover a pathway here. I think Club 20 has long blazed this path. But we don't get to just sort of enjoy the past, right? We have to constantly be reinventing the future. And so that means everybody in this room has a responsibility for this conversation. I would love to hear from you and make this a little bit of a conversation, but as we thought about humility, what are the things that this university is doing to not just be a convener, but to move to reach forward? I've got a couple of examples that I want to hear from you all. I'd like for this to be a little conversation that we had. And there's two issues in particular. The first is a geothermal geoexchange program. Some of you who are maybe right of center say, I'd like to see capital and government investment that actually reduce the cost of government. Right? And there's some of you on maybe left of center who say, I want to see more sustainable and green energy. Well, our campus geo exchange program, which by the way is just an old-fashioned Western Colorado basement, that's the technology, right? But just using the ground source constant temperature year-round, and then we heat and cool on the margins. So we run miles and miles and miles of closed loop water line underground. Then it just keeps a nice even temperature at 58 degrees year-round. On margins, right? We're saving $1.6 billion a year in our operation costs with that system. We think by the time we're finished, we could be the first campus in America to 100% heated cooled geo exchange. exchange technology, the ground, and saving $2.5 million a year. Now, I don't know about you all, but I had a conversation with both Warren Bowler and Jared Polis. And I have not, in my limited reading of the newspaper, found a lot of issues those two have agreed on. But they both agree on this because it just makes sense to try and reduce the cost of government and do it smarter. The other issue that we try to use as an illustration for this is, if you drive by campus right now, you don't believe you've been to our hotel or our restaurant, Devil's Kitchen. But if you stand up there, what you're seeing coming out of the ground is a new state-of-the-art theater that will be the only of its kind, in Denver and Salt Lake. For the first time, this region will have access to the kind of shows that have long driven by on I-7. Now, many universities are divesting from arts, right? They go in the other direction. I would tell you, you will not find a thriving community, thriving region anywhere that does not have a thriving arts culture. And so every time we do this Casablanca routine, we are shocked that our economy is not doing what we want it to do. I tell you this, there are answers to this. One of them is setting up a place for come together, set our differences aside, and be amazed and enjoy. That seems like a small thing, but it's not. And I think as we open that new facility this fall, I encourage all of you to find an opportunity and excuse to get over and watch, whether it's a music performance, a theater performance, a comedian in delight, because it is one of those opportunities where we can put down our swords, right, put away our differences, and enjoy something, that mean something together. So there's a variety of these kind of conversations that are happening. I'd love to hear from you all. I would also be remiss if I didn't just say thank you, Brittany, for the kind invite and allowing me to kind of set the stage as you all are doing the hard work of getting uncomfortable and finding that message. Because this issue just simply required that we're serious about solving. So with that, I'd love to take any questions and engage in a conversation about what are ways that we can continue to help support these discussions, as well as things maybe more broadly that we can do to support the region.
As a reminder, you have note cards for your questions. Raise them up in the air and I'll come grab them from you. We do have a few right now. What can we do to bring in more youth and diversity to Club 20? And can you give us an example of teaching us how to think?
So let's make those in order. There is a little bit of a challenge that all of us have, right? In that, as we get older, we tend to start to do this reflexive emergent thing. And right, make it like they used to. I will tell you, this generation is just as smart, just as ambitious, just as hopeful as any generation before them, but they are dealing with very, very different reality. They are looking at an economy where they don't believe they're going to be able to buy a house ever. If you look at the polling data for young people, they don't think they're going to buy a house ever. I want you to really think on that for a minute and how central that is to our experience. Like, we've got to figure out a way to operate an economy where young people have a path forward. So there are some legitimate concerns that I think this generation has. And, you know, look, all the finger pointing aside, if you look around, we've got some problems with ourselves. And this generation, I mean, the beauty of 19-year-olds is, pardon my language, but they can smell bullshit from a mile away. And if you lie to them, okay, got it, wink and a nod, now I understand the terms of this conversation. And we do this far too often. We need to be honest with ourselves, we need to be honest with this generation about what the challenges are. And so one of the ways we've tried to do that is say, you're right. You don't need a $90,000 brand name education. You can get an outstanding education that might be a 1 or 2 year program for $10,000. Okay? And that's still more expensive than I'd like it to be. But let's stop pretending that the return on investment at Princeton is good It's not. It just isn't. And as long as we continue to play that vanity thing, you know, our kids know that. And they're walking away from some of these institutions in record numbers. So, and, you know, I'm not gonna get partisan, but if you don't think that a couple of octogenarians on Falls Valley is having a depressing effect on 19-year-olds, you're not paying attention. They have some legitimate concerns, and so I think part of this is not necessarily, asking 19-year-olds to conform to our worldview, our sensibilities, but trying to get a sense of a little bit of what they're seeing, how they're perceiving the world. So that would be one sort of macro response to that. That's what it's saying.
Can you give us an example of teaching us how to think?
So one of the things we've tried to do with our faculty, we do this in hiring actually, where we're trying to gauge fit. That's not ideological. Fit really for us means love teaching. You can go to research everything. You're gonna come to City and you've got to love teaching. You're not gonna have a TA, you're gonna have somebody else grading, you got to be in the classroom, digging in with students, you gotta love teaching. And what that also means is, how do you make space for students who you don't like their world? And so the question that I'll ask you is, I want you to think of one thing in your mind's eye that you believe deep. Go ahead and do this exercise. Something that it might be a faith thing, it might be energy, environment, climate, might be, pick your issue. You just have a really strong conviction about it, right? Now everybody got it? Now I want you to envision standing in front of the classroom, the kid in the front row sees that issue 100 degrees different. How are you going to reach him? How are you going to teach him? How are you going to make sure that student comes along? That's the question for all of us. And if we're effectively doing that, right, working through asking hard questions, challenging these students to think, not demanding fealty to a world, but challenging them to think about contrarian views, different ideas, and calling bad arguments what they are. I mean, you know, in the old Patrick Moynihan phrase, right? You're entitled to your own opinion, but not your own facts. There are such things as truths and facts. We need to accept that. Okay? There are trade-offs in all these things. We need to stop acting like these public policy solutions are, you know, these binaries of easy and hard, good versus evil. If there isn't on energy, good heaven. We've been involved in this conversation. There's no easy answers on this. If you're paying attention to anything around how we're providing energy for ourselves, there's trade-offs. Every single thing we're doing. So we gotta challenge our students on these things and stop allowing the kind of TikTok productivity kind of things that are like, well, this is easy because what that allows me to do is then check out. I don't have to do the hard work.
The next question is more about CMU. So what offerings and resources are at CMU in the area of entrepreneurship and innovation?
Great question. Entrepreneurship, in fact, we're coming up in a few weeks here, will be our annual entrepreneurship day. Some of you will go into that, meet a speaker, and in the midst of that, our business students will come in and they'll do what we call our pitch competition, right? Where top students will come and they'll pitch to all these people in the room, new and interesting business ideas. And that stems out of an entrepreneurship club, that stems out of an entrepreneurship class. And the idea there is for challenging students and rewarding students, but really interesting, out of the box thinking, and to have an opportunity for some funding. So that kind of Shark Tank approach, which is interesting. The other thing we're trying to think about is, are there opportunities for us to leverage our relationship with the industry, and thinking more about entrepreneurship in that space. And you know, we're just on the front end of that conversation, but I think there's a lot more there. We've got a lot of light manufacturing in this space. We've got into nonprofits bringing help. We've got a lot of conversations on region about how we continue to supplement some of the historic energy and agriculture industries, which, by the way, there's room for both.
Great, thank you. How do you celebrate the differences and still build an American community these days?
It's a hard question because part of what we're trying to push back on is this cultural idea that, that we need to impose upon somebody else's worldview rather than just a more, frankly, Western libertarian kind of method that says there's room for both of us, and I don't have to force you to bend to my will and vice versa. It is interesting that if you allow students to have that room to work, they will. And so just as an example, you know, this Israel-Palestine issue, really fast to launch on our campus because we don't have a huge Muslim population, we don't have a Palestinian population, we don't have a huge Jewish population. But by laying down some really clear values, saying that there's space for everybody, and you're going to extend dignity to every single human being, and everybody has a right to be safe in a classroom. There's a way to allow people to come together, because that is ultimately pluralism, right? That's what you keep doesn't sure. Majority, and what they do. What's the state trying to sort of
Great. How do you combat soundbite thinking from, say, TikTok, like you had mentioned earlier today?
Really challenging. I don't know how many don't have to check sort of done on this issue, sort of the algorithms of what's being curated for our learning. It is not good. And I mean like not good in a pathological kind of way. TikTok in particular is exceptionally concerning because it's not just this sort of base human instincts. It's actually being driven by a hostile national interest. And you know, this is not conjecture, it's documented. The challenge with our students then is we are in fact rewiring their brains with mobile devices. Some of you may be familiar with a guy named Jonathan Haidt, who's a PhD at NYU, who's done a lot of it. He wrote a book called Cognitive American Mind, The Largest Mind. He's in the process of publishing a new book on this topic. It is horrifying, and you should all read it. Because any of us that have kids or grandkids, as soon as you understand how this isn't just, you know, the latchkey kids who needs adapted for the day. This is something, this isn't like a difference in degree, it's a difference in time, what they are consuming and how their brains are technologically wiring at their most vulnerable stage in adolescence, right? You don't allow kids to take, you know, meth and cocaine at 15, because as it turns out, it's really hard on their neurological development. Well, it turns out that these mobile devices are having really impacts. So there's a very significant challenge. The legislature for the first time is actually starting to have this conversation. And believe me, the big boys like Meta and Google and the others are going to come and spend a lot of money to try and stop that, right? And the old saying technology is not seeing the ad, right? They're the product, like you're what they're selling. So this is happening for our young people, and when you watch the conversation start in these legislatures, watch how they go about that thing. The eyeballs of these youth is a lot of money. It's a significant problem. So this is a topic that's way bigger than this room, but I will just tell you, this is an area where we all need to pay attention, because this is a very significant challenge for an entire generation that we are allowing these little devices to rewire their brains. It is, again, this is not conspiracy thinking, this is documented.
How do you assess that faculty are teaching how to think rather than not what to think?
It's just hard because we rely on student feedback for this. You know, like I keep an open office hour every Monday through Tuesday. You know, most of my days it's sort of as interesting things that go in, but what's normal on college campus? What accept so it's kind of a fascinating conversation. But I also get students coming in and just hey, you can look at this feedback. You should see that. And what that allows us to do is then circle back around and balance and say, that's not acceptable. And go through line by line, like looking at grading, how quickly we get back to students, all the feedback, how objective they come with an idea or concept that you don't like. Just can't abide on back to now it's hard. It takes time to figure that out and to hold it back to account. But I will tell you, it's the vast majority of these faculty are smart and tough and do a good job with this. Once in a while, you got to do that something. I do. But for the most part, these are people that are in the business for it's some combination of just really paying attention to that with the students and trying to create a culture that's open and accessible. And we build things that have the same.
How can we bridge the Gen Z's perspective with the generations of our current workforce? There is this challenge with not knowing how it will work. How can CMU support education of understanding one another?
Well, so I've probably framed it in the sense of you know, we all need to listen to this generation. That's true, but we also have to teach this generation some truths, which is to say, working from home 20 hours a week isn't a good job done. Like there's real things that happen, right? And so the sort of gig economy and that's around like that, that's not reality. Somebody's got to turn the gig. Somebody's got to out. Somebody's got to that's out there. Somebody's got to out there checking out online. And so we got to be honest. That's the question. This is what it looks like. Our grandparents kind of understood that. We're gonna have to have some of those hard conversations because you know we have effectively raised the most protected, safe generation in the history of the world. Right? We didn't allow them to ride a bicycle, we didn't allow them to walk into the school. Look, we did that. Do that on their own. They didn't ask to be protected. We did that. So we got a ownership stake. Again, right intentions, wrong application, wrong judgment. And so if you be honest and look in the mirror and say, well, maybe we put too much bubble wrap on these kids. There's a fascinating book about like 3 major parenting science. The truth is that's a hard conversation. That's like a big societal social conversation. But the students are coming in, not a lot of life problems. That's just the truth. Technically, that. That's a challenge. I think it's employers recognize what you are getting at Mesa is going to be a better, more salty kid. It's going to got to burn probably. So I'm really proud of that. I don't think they're as easy as minds, but I think that is the care. Yeah, just recognize it's going to be a learning curve. Oh, yeah.
Is it really only 40? One last question, and then we'll let you get back to your game. So if, for those of you that don't know, there's a doubleheader today, so he came for one game, came over here for a quick stop to provide this keynote lunch, and then is jumping back over there. But could you tell us maybe a little bit about the CNU Promise and where you guys got your boundaries?
So, yeah, so for those of you that are tracking this stuff, you know, higher ed financing and trying to speak, in particular, first generation students, really hard. So, okay, good news. I need you to fill out this federal form. It's called the following there. They put in all these 107 boxes. Once you do that, then I might be able to get you an SEO. I might be able to get you perhaps work study, maybe no need work study. The unsubsidized loan you want to clean away from, but the subsidized loan, your eyes are glazed over and they're like, this is insane. What we tried to do with the CNU Promise is that family makes $65,000 or less for covering tuition, full stop. That's it. Super simple, right? You don't need to know on the backside, we'll figure it out, we'll do all the sort of mechanical things, that nonsense. We just have to simplify the message. The other thing we did was we took the 20 counties, right? 22 counties in Colorado, and said, you're in Western Colorado with 3 Indian tribes qualified. So a really simple conversation. It's having a we've been out on a tour over the last 6 months where I've gone to 5 small high school. Cedar Ridge High School, Meeker High School, Eagle Valley High School, right? High schools that maybe don't see somebody walking through the doors. The power of that, students walking up and saying, I really think college material. You think that one? Think about that one moment. Right? Something that they something tells them that we didn't do it. This is possible. Right? It's just the power of some lives that go into some most of my places. I have to tell you, we increased our yield at Norwood High School by over 40%. Graduated class of 7. Pretty good walking out of there. And related, I think we're going to continue to try and, Montrose County, Mesa County, Garfield County, we work really hard to think, how do we partner with that all of our best friends have had. So I look at that conversation, and I really do think that it's all something that. So I would just say thank you for such a time and conversation. Good luck on solving the Dolores conversation. Easy, easy. But in all seriousness, I would encourage you to a few better agents, channel some of that humility and see canvas each other. Thank you so much for the time. Thanks for letting me be part of this.
All right, so one more round of applause for St. Mary's for sponsoring and for President Marshall. And John, if you're wondering, I know a few people in this room that are in those areas that you can have conversations with. All right, so we're gonna jump into a quick break here before our long 2-hour session on the Dolores River National Monument. And staff will be coming through, grabbing lunch plates and whatnot. So please feel free to, take your conversations out to the hallway or just be aware of the staff coming in and out. Sure, yeah, has some notes and stuff. Thank you. Don't forget to drop off the name tag. Oh, thank you. Okay, so there's rules with all of it because we elected a person, not the county, not the city. We elected a person to this one. So it's Delaney and I think she still is one of the principals. Okay, yeah, but she was still voted in by the board of directors to serve in that capacity. We don't give it to, say, the county or say the city, it's the person specifically. So you would be the one technically that would say like, oh, so let's say you're no longer serving in your role, right? But you still wanted to serve on the board of directors. If you were named into that role, you would keep that role as long as you have a paid up-to-date member. They wouldn't replace somebody, they wouldn't replace you, if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know, we'd have to look, because I think she might have got it. Yeah, so I. All right, run away. Well, I'm double check everything. Trying to think when your caucus, it's this year your caucus will be. Okay. Brad, do you need anything or you just wait? Okay. We might start a little bit later, like 5 minutes later, just to give them time to figure things out. Yeah. The Fruta chamber? Oh.
What? We're happy. The budget contracted the entity that we gave our money to close the rotation, and we're having our bank. What I know, right? Killer program. Nailed it. Careers. It's been really good. So, thank you. So good to see you. Yeah. Hey, anytime. Oh, yeah. Is it for planes now? I pulled them up. And then I figured I'd try to shove some food in my mouth for a couple of minutes.
In phases though, like, yeah. It's, kind of, life on a little ball. Yeah, okay. So it's up there on the oaks, this oaks, that sort of thing. Very rocky. Meeting just last Tuesday that they kind of wondered. Wanted to talk. And there was enough preliminary stuff to go through. Et cetera, that they didn't get to the public comments, which is.
And I'm sitting there and I'm like, five or 10 minutes.
Well.
We'll lay down. I'll get this.
I don't know anymore, I just put my stuff in.
Yeah, so for your part, you'll be up there, but then when you come up for Q&A, you can sit on that side down. Okay.
So Brad, gonna kick it off after you?
Yes. So I'll just, introduce Brad. Whatever you want, because we'll just have, since there are longer segments for both of you, you can sit back down wherever you're at, but yeah, so I would say, yeah, you can hang out on here for us a minute, and then I think we'll have you sit back down, just so, I mean, you can, and then you'll come back up. Yeah, thank you.
In that case, I will not leave my stuff in.
You're welcome to put your water at the podium if you're gonna be using that.
Yeah. Jerry Young. But I've asked you for technical details.
I don't know if it's way up in Canadian. I'm dying.
Yeah. You were bringing it going across the line. Mostly saw like the. All of that. Really? This morning.
So the website is called, Secret.
I'm standing right there.
Well done.
Marty was like, "Oh, she should stay there." It's cracking me up. Clearing out my teeth and stuff, and then I'm gonna start getting their seats.
Okay.
Scott, I told him he could put it up there. The dilemma.
Once I get in.
Here, you want my glass? Okay. If we could start working our way back to our seats, we're gonna, hopefully get started here as close to on time as possible. For those that maybe didn't hear me, we will be, going to get started here shortly, so please find your way to your seats.
Yeah, I did it here, doing the, those are the events and very good stuff about my therapy. Graduation stuff. It's a hospitals. That's good. So I know a little bit. But it's not.
Yeah. Leave my baklava, but you can take that. Okay. When I talk, I'll just use my hand. I think this will help, but I just have to try to shut the mouth. I just have sound.
So, fill some stuff on.
All right.
Jeff Comstock, Ben Miller, Matt Schuler, please find your seats. Carrie Dolores, Carlisle Courier, I'm gonna keep naming people, Brandon Boehner, Lois. All right, guys. We'll go grab some folks out of the hallway too, here shortly. But before we do move on to our final session of the day, we want to thank you all for being here again. And that, of course, would not be possible without our sponsors. So let's give all of our sponsors that are listening here a round of applause. And again, specifically for that break and the earlier break, we have Business for Water Stewardship and Colorado Housing and Finance Authority as our two sponsors there. Let's give them an extra round of applause. Next, we're gonna have a very riveting and timely pro-con conversation on the Dolores River National Monument. We are so excited to be able to provide this platform for both sides today and start some good conversations. So our moderator today of this session will be our past board chair, Brad McLeod.
All right, I'm actually gonna ask both of our presenters, Scott and Amy, to come up. Come up. Feel free to grab a seat here at the front table, and then when you do your presentation, your half hour, I'll have you come back to the podium. But we might as well get you up front to start with, so we can get ready. Brittany, thank you very much. Appreciate the introductions. Thank you all for taking more time out of your afternoon and your day to be here for this discussion on the Dolores River National Monument, and its proposal that has been floating around lately, but definitely not without notice on both sides of the issue. So I will explain to you again really quickly. You have note cards on your tables. Make sure if you've got questions, write down those notes, write down a question on your note card. Put your hand in the air, Brittany or one of our other volunteers will come by, they'll collect that, they'll bring them up, and then we'll go into that once we do the Q&A portion of this presentation. As I said earlier, I'm going to have each of our presenters come up, and they're going to be allowed half an hour to present their case and their side on this issue. But it's certainly going to be worth your while for being here for the last presentation today. As with past Chair Linky, I came up here, still got the cowboy hat on. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to take it off. The idea of us having a civil conversation and an open debate. And if I have to go back to being sheriff, I'm going to put it back on. Okay. So as long as we understand the rules of the game, there we go. Excellent. We've got a new bridge builder already in the works. It's great.
Civil discourse at its finest.
That's right. Exactly right. So we established previous who our speaker orders will be. So we're going to start with Mr. Scott Brady. Scott is the director of the Colorado Wildlands Project, and he's working on the Protect the Dolores team. And Scott, I'm going to step away. I'm going to give you a half an hour here. Our lovely staff over here is going to help run the timer on that one. And then I'm going to come up, and after that meeting, the time will be yours. And then we'll go into Q&A. Okay? All right, everybody, Scott Brady. Nice to meet you. All right.
All right, well, Brad, thank you for that kind introduction. Brittany, Club 20, thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Let me know if you can hear me all right.
doing something wrong with the mic, let me know. So, as Brad said, I'm Scott Braden. I'm the director of the Colorado and founder of the Colorado Wildlands Project. We are a advocacy organization that works with conservation of BLM lands in western Colorado. I'm based here in Grand Junction, but we have staff all over the western slope and Delta County, Drought County, and obviously here in Mesa County. We're part of a coalition, the Protect the Dolores Coalition, which is a coalition of over 20 some odd groups, businesses, elected officials across the western slope of Colorado, and some statewide and national groups as well, who support the permanent conservation of wildlands in the Dolores River Basin. I'm grateful that I can go in the afternoon after all the controversial issues like wolves and I've been exhausted in the morning. So I've got that going great. My personal story is that I grew up in the East in a place without a lot of land, southeast near Atlanta, Georgia. And in fact, my dad was here today, so I'm glad to be here to join. And so I grew up in Georgia, away from a lot of public lands. And I got an opportunity after college to come out and work a summer job with Colorado Outdoor Bounty. I went to I reported for duty at their base camp in Vernal, Utah, and fell in love with public lands. I fell in love with the West. I saw the power of these majestic public spaces to inspire both myself, my coworkers, and our students to think bigger and to have a bigger sense of horizon and what's possible. And at the same time, I became a public lands conservation advocate because I saw threats to those lands and that we were potentially losing some of these wild and cherished places. So that was personally very motivating. Fast forward 20 some odd years, I'm still in the basic same area. I've lived in Moab and Grand Junction and sometime in Denver and Salt Lake and around the region, but this is home and it's chosen. So this is where my wife and I raise our family. We're in Grand Junction. We have 2 daughters. And I want to talk to you today about that from the perspective of a citizen here, as we all are on the western slope. The Dolores River Canyons, I mentioned who we are. We're a coalition of groups that are working to conserve the landscape. I've interspersed some pretty pictures throughout the presentation. We'll try to put this down. It's too much to concentrate on holding it in the right place. So the Dolores River Canyons National Monument is a proposal that our coalition has offered to the public and that I think has sparked lively and at times pretty heated debate. And I'm mindful of the comments from President Marshall, and I think we're well served to take heed of them in this context. And I'm hopeful and grateful that we can have that kind of debate about it here today. We're proposing a national monument for about 391,000 acres of public lands in western Colorado, in Mesa and Montrose counties. This is a draft proposal. I am entirely certain, offered by a coalition of conservation groups. And I'm entirely certain that there will be more debate, more negotiation, and whatever this ends up finally looking like will be something that will evolve. We're proposing a monument that would be managed by the BLM and the Forest Service and not the Park Service. I think that's an important distinction. It's not, you picture a Colorado National Monument. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about something that agencies that manage it now would continue to manage it, not an entry fee, not a lot of the same rules that people might be familiar with at a Park Service monument. So I want to talk a little bit about the values that we're seeking to conserve in this landscape. Well, first off, I'm kind of losing track of my slideshow. First, I want to sort of ground us in the geography. We're talking about the western slope. The Dolores River rises near Lizard Head Pass, flows downstream through Gateway and the canyon country of Mesa and Montrose County. Here's a map of the national monument proposal as it stands right now. And I want to talk about these values and some of the places we see it in this conversation. So one of the big ones is the river and the riparian zone of life. That is an area that we are seeking to protect. Another is indigenous cultural sites. There's a richness to the cultural, there's a richness to the, there's a richness to the cultural sites in this area. There's a lot of historical sites from the mining era. Hanging Flume is like one of the most significant of those. Outstanding geology, world-class paleontology, a lot of recreation, whether it be river running or whether it be rock climbing, using the motorized trails and bike trails from the region, and habitat, both rare species like the silver spot butterfly in Uniweave Canyon, and iconic big game like bighorn sheep. In fact, this area is the largest and most biodiverse stretch of unprotected public lands in Colorado. Well, what are the threats that we see to that landscape? We see a loss of wildlife habitat due to development or new roads. We worry about new mining in the wrong places. We're not opposed to mining. I want to be really clear on that point, but we do worry about new mining in places that maybe it doesn't make a lot of sense. Or maybe there are other competing values that we want to try to conserve. We worry about damage to cultural and historical sites, unsustainable recreation, growth and visitation, loving the landscape too much. I think one of the things that this debate has really captured is this sense that, oh, if we designate this, all these people will come and we'll be overrun. And I want to make the argument that growth and visitation on this landscape is happening already, whether or not we act. I'm also mindful of unexpected developments, things that we maybe wouldn't have thought of. The Excel Uniweave pumped hydro project is an example of a project that could potentially have been very damaging to Uniweave Canyon. And it's one that, there's just projects like that that sometimes come down the pike and you don't see them coming. And then finally, I worry about misaligned management and gaps in the existing conservation protection. This is a landscape that falls between 3 different BLM field offices, 2 different national forests. There are gaps in protections and administrative management of these areas. So when we were developing our proposal, we looked at these values and we assessed the threats as we saw them to these values and created a set of boundaries that we feel encompasses these values. Is it perfect? No. Will it change? Undoubtedly. But it's an opening offer from conservation organizations, a proposal that we can consider together. I want to talk a little bit about the history of conservation efforts in this area. Colorado has I think, laudable tradition of conserving wild spaces. We have over 3.5 million acres of wilderness areas. We have national monuments and national parks that tell the story of our lands, that tell the story of the people. And I think there's a lot to be proud of. We're a Western state. Colorado is about 36% public lands. Obviously, that number is a lot higher on the Western slope. Basic county, we are 70% public lands. And the Dolores is no different than some of the other places that we have protected, in the sense that there is a long history of conservation efforts on that landscape. So what I'm saying is, in 1968, the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act passes. The Dolores River is listed as an original study river in that. BLM subsequently inventoried the wilderness and created the wilderness study areas that are still managed to protect wilderness character on that landscape. And throughout the nineties and 2000s, conservation groups proposed wilderness proposals and other public lands legislation on this landscape. And in the 2000s, people started to take a new approach to public lands designation on the western slope. We saw the development passage of national conservation areas, frequently with some wilderness also within them. At places like McKinnis Canyons and Dominguez Escalante, NCAs. And the same was true for the Dolores. Stakeholders came together, had conversations about trying to protect this landscape, this public lands landscape, this nationally significant set of values. And we have a mixed result of that. In the South, in Mesa, or in Montrose, Dolores, and San Miguel counties, we have seen the introduction of legislation in Congress to create a national conservation area. Senator Bennett led, Senator Hickenlooper co-sponsored on that. Representative Bogert has introduced companion legislation in the US House, and we support that legislation wholeheartedly to protect the southern reach of what we call Dolores River Canyon country, which is roughly McNee Dam to the state line. Unfortunately, the most downstream portions of Dolores River Canyon country, Mesa and Montrose counties, have been stubbornly resistant, not through anyone's particular fault, but just from a process perspective of conservation. There was a national conservation area, an NCA conversation centered around Gateway, Mesa County, that sort of stalled out around 2011. Montrose County, to the south, had participated for many years as part of NCA collaboration that ultimately yielded the legislation that is in Congress. Unfortunately, they left that in 2018. And so Mesa and Montrose counties had no credible way or no way that we could tell as a conservation community for achieving conservation protections in a reasonable time frame. And that's what sparked in 2023 interest in our coalition of proposing, developing, beginning to do stakeholder outreach around a national monument. So why a national monument? There's several reasons. I'm not doing a good job of keeping up with my slideshow, unfortunately. Why?
Scott, we have it over here for you too, if that's a
Ah,
little bit
that
easier
is
for you.
So why a national monument? One I already mentioned, Mesa and Montrose counties, we have had, previous efforts come up short to find a legislative solution. Two, we're really trying to seek a durable conservation solution that has many similarities to the national conservation area and management. Although national monuments, have a different process of designation. They are designated through an act of the president, a proclamation pursuant to the Antiquities Act passed in 1906. This is a way of protecting public lands that has been used by presidents of both parties for since Teddy Roosevelt. So the process for designation is very different. However, the similarities in management, and I will posit the similarities in presentation, can be very similar. I want to also emphasize that designation of a national monument does not mean the end of a lot of important incumbent uses of those public lands. So for instance, grazing would continue in a national monument. Motorized and mechanized recreation would continue in a national monument. And importantly, mining in the mineral belt, the Uravan mineral belt, would continue. Not saying in the national monument, but I'm saying by judiciously drawing the boundaries of the national monument to exclude the areas of most likely future mineral development. And I think we have to do both, because one of our intentions as conservationists and as a coalition is not to shut down future potential mining in the Uravan mineral belt. fact, even though, we're not at the end of this process, our current proposal excludes 90% of the active claims in the Dolores River watershed. And avoidance is our best friend as we're thinking about how to exclude conflicts with mining. But even for those claims that are within the proposed national monument, valid existing rights would be grandfathered in. Here's a map that shows the national monument proposal in red and active mining claims in yellow squares. So I want to talk about support. What kind of public support are we seeing for this national monument? As a coalition, we were curious about how this would be received on the western slope of Colorado and beyond. We commissioned a poll using Keating and Associates, San Miguel County-based pollster, widely respected, to conduct a scientific poll of 750 CD3 voters with an oversampling, so more respondents within Mesa, Montrose, San Miguel, Dolores, and Montezuma counties, the counties of the lower Dolores River. We found in that the 72% support after a battery of questions for a national monument concept. In terms of public support, we've been working hard as a coalition to not just develop and fashion boundaries and not just to do some outreach and meet with folks that would be affected. We're also trying to build public support. So at this point, we have a petition. Well, we have a petition, but there's multiple petitions circulating right now in support of the Dolores National Monument. And I'm really excited to say that at this point, we have over 92,000 signatures in support of this national monument. Over 1,000 of those are here on the western slope. Many of them are in Colorado, and also many of them are beyond. We've been able to build business support. At this point, we have over 150 businesses in Colorado in support of this, and elected support. Both, an action of the Grand Junction City Council passing a resolution in support of this, as well as other elected officials, a handful of state legislatures and others, state legislators and others. And we're going to keep building that support, and we're going to keep doing stakeholder outreach to try to continue to build momentum. So I want to say something about process, and I think process is really important. There's been a lot of stakeholder input that's happened, and we're going to continue to do stakeholder input and outreach until we get somewhere with this. I think it's really important to note that we are a group of nonprofit organizations with a proposal. We're not decision makers. If we're able to persuade Colorado's elected leaders, our senators, and others to move forward on this, we can all expect more process, more negotiation, and more public input opportunities as we move forward with this. I'm thinking back to the remarks of President Marshall here over lunch, and I have a lot of confidence and optimism as well that we can have this hard conversation. I want to sort of think about what I think you're gonna some of the issues that have been raised in this, and try to head them off a little bit. I'm sure we'll have time for some questions as well, but you'll hear that perhaps this has not been enough consultation. There hasn't been enough community outreach, and there's not a community-driven proposal. I tell you that we are an organization of groups primarily centered on the western slope. Our leadership is here. This proposal was developed locally, not on the Front Range. We have been and will be doing a lot more outreach and stakeholder input. You might hear that this could damage recreation, cut off designated trails, impede the ability to designate new trails, or that it could hurt ranching. Here to tell you, neither of those is true or has to be true under a national monument. I think possibly the thing that I want to be the most careful about is the fear that we would create a horde of damaging tourists, that we would overrun an area that has perhaps a fragile infrastructure with tourists And I would argue that we're already seeing that. These public lands are already receiving a lot of visitation. They're having a lot of impacts. This is a way to try to get a step ahead of that, to prepare plans so that we can make sustainable, wise choices about recreation and visitation of our public lands. Because whether we designate a national monument or not, this landscape, this spectacular landscape, is one Instagram influencer away at any given time from being overrun. I would just point to Horseshoe Bend down near Page, Arizona as an example of what can happen. So I want to conclude by thinking about the things that we all agree on. And I think Amy and I, who have had several conversations about this and continue to talk, things that I think that we would agree with. Because I want to end on a note that I think is positive and optimistic. I think that we all generally agree that there's something special to be protected for anything. That the current management may not be up to the task over the long haul. This last weekend, a week ago, there was an article on the front page of the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel. And what struck me about it was, it had comments from me and other supporters, but it also had the opponents articulating that, yeah, we should protect this place. They may not agree on the way to do it or the process, but I will argue, and I think that there's an agreement, that this is a landscape that is so special, that is worthy of protection. Another thing I think we would agree on is that this area is a national treasure. The river, its canyons, surrounding public lands, its indigenous cultural sites, historic sites, wildlife, rare species, paleontology, geology, recreational benefits, opportunities. All these things are of national significance, of national public lands. That we need to be thinking about that. I also think we can agree that tribal wishes are essential in this process. These lands were youth lands, and youth people are on this landscape to this day, and their wishes and their involvement are essential. I think we would all agree that protection should not come at the expense of eliminating future mining on the River Mineral Belt. That's not what we're trying to do. I think we would agree that no one wishes to see Dolores River Canyon Country overrun with too much visitation, either through action or inaction of this question of the national monument. Finally, I think that we can all agree that economic well-being and the successful transition of the West End communities as a coal recovering community needs to be a priority for all. So I think I'll end on the note that there's probably more that we agree on, disagree on, and how we move forward from this point, how we come together in the way that President Marshall outlined before, is going to be really important. And that Club 20 and people in this room, the elected leaders, the conservation groups, and the other community leaders all play an essential role, but that we should also hold ourselves accountable for it being a civil process moving forward. So with that, I'm really, again, grateful to you, Brad, and Brittany. Thanks again for your time, and that's all I've got.
Thank you very much. Sincerely appreciate that. Right, next we're going to have Amy Tooker come up. She is the president of the West End Economic Development Corporation, and she's been working on the Hall of Dolores team, and we'll allow for the same amount of time. We've already collected several questions, but if you think of any during Amy's discussion as well, please write them down. Make sure to again hold them up, and then we'll go into the Q&A directly following. But now we'll allow the time for Amy to come up. There you go.
just be my height.
Woo.
Thank you.
Not yours, Barrett, but maybe Amy's.
So like Brad said, my name is Amy Tooker. I serve on a variety of different boards over in the West End. But today I'm representing myself. I am not representing West End Economic Development Corporation. Yes, one thing that Scott and I can agree on is how beautiful of an area the Dolores River is, and it is worthy of protections. But I believe that those protections are already in place. But I just wanted to tell you a little bit about my community. The west end of Montrose County includes the communities of Bedrock, Paradox, Red Bell, and the municipalities of Mattering and New Flat. Also in the epicenter of this proposed Dolores River National Monument is Gateway in Mesa County. The west end of Montrose County is a Colorado just transitioned Tier 1 full affected community. Governor Polis signed House Bill 191314 concerning a just transition from coal-based electrical energy economy. The Colorado General Assembly made a moral commitment to assist the workers and communities that have powered Colorado for generations by supporting a just and inclusive transition away from coal. The Colorado Just Transition Action Plan was established in 2020 to empower communities with resources to drive their own economic transition. So our coal mine and our coal plant closed down in 2018 and 2019. 2 full years ahead of schedule that they had announced for us. And before the forming of the Office of Just Transition. So we did not have those resources then that we do now through the Colorado Office of Just Transition. So we transitioned on our own. We did that with the help of our partners, an Economic Development Administration grant. But the fact is that we did that on our own without any help. So just a little bit of history on the National Conservation Area and basically why this is happening. Why is this happening? The National Conservation Area along the Dolores River in Montezuma, Dolores, and San Miguel counties, stopping at the county line, has turned into a push to a Dolores River National Monument to the state line with Utah, additionally including Montrose and Mesa counties. Over 15 years of stakeholder meetings, studies, and local collaboration by residents of Southwest Colorado concluded the National Conservation Area conversation. And like Scott said, Boebert and Buck introduced legislation and along with Bennett and Hickenlooper last year. The letters of support for the National Conservation Area that I've researched specifically state their limitations of support. They adamantly opposed a national monument and wild and scenic designation. Several years ago, Montezuma and Montrose County removed themselves from the National Conservation Area discussion. In 2016, Montezuma County expressed adamant opposition to a national monument in a letter to Representative Scott Tipton. Montezuma County had a changing of commissioners and they rejoined the conversation in 2022 with limited support for a conservation area. Montrose County, and more specifically the west end of Montrose County, have other plans for an economic strategy for the area's public lands. They left the door open for talks of an NCA farther down the road, protection of water rights, and the possibility of development of the area's mineral assets spurred Montrose County to act in the best interest of the west end. This would leave the area to remain undesignated and open for traditional uses. A small group were not completely satisfied with the boundaries and the outcome for the Dolores River National Conservation Area and have decided to initiate a presidential national monument proclamation of the entire Dolores River. So that is why this is happening. I'm gonna go the wrong way. So how this is happening. So the Antiquities Act of 1906, both President and Congress can create national monuments. But of course, when the President does it, he just does it with a swipe of his pen. You know, when you go through Congress, you have to, you know, talk across the aisles and negotiate and talk through those different things. So that is why
They want to have a presidential proclamation. With the Antiquities Act, the president is to reserve the smallest area compatible with the proper care and management of the objects to be protected. This map clearly deviates from those principles. And let's talk about how big that is. So that's almost 500,000 acres is what we have calculated as far as size of this national monument. All 9 national monuments in Colorado would fit into the footprint of this proposed Dolores River Canyon's national monument. Just to name a few, Browns Canyon is 21,500. The Colorado National Monument is 20,500. Chimney Rock is 4,700. Canyon of the Ancients is 174,000. Dinosaur is 210. The Fluorescent Fossil Bed, 6,000. Covenweep is only 785 acres. The Yucca House is only 34 acres. And Camp Hill, which is the newest one, is 53,000 acres. So it's a pretty large proposal of a national monument. So let's talk about the protections that are already in place. So like Scott said, the BLM would be the managing agency of this. We already have 2 large wilderness study areas along that Dolores River. The Dolores River Canyon Wilderness Study Area, which is down here to the south. So that was established in 1980. So we have those protections right there. And then we also have the Silva Mesa Wilderness and Wildlife Protection Area. That one is 19,000 acres. The Dolores River is 30,000 acres. So a big chunk of land that's already got some protections on it, lots of protections on it. It's that big. So as I was looking through the BLM management plans, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's already protections. So the Grand Junction Field Office, they've got a nice management plan that they did. They did their NEPA studies, they did their community comments, so everybody could weigh in on what those protections are. So they have what they call a special recreation management area. And it's all along the Dolores River. So all the way from Rock Creek. I don't know how to do that thing. So all the way from Rock Creek, all the way along the Dolores River. And this is to sustain or enhance recreation objectives, protect the desired recreation objectives, constrain uses that are non-compatible recreation activities that are detriment to meeting recreation or other critical resource objectives, cultural or threatened endangered species. This also includes no mining, leasing, or exploration along the Dolores River Special Recreation Management Area. So the Dolores River already has protections in place on top of the regular BLM protections that are already in place. So when I went on the Uncle Padre Field Office, and they also have what's called Special Recreation Management Areas. And on top of that, in the Paradox Valley, they have an extensive recreation management area. And when creating that extensive recreation management area, they partnered with municipal governments, recreation organizations. They also, with community partners, local governments, recreation and businesses, clubs and organizations, assessment to determine demand for regional recreation resources and opportunities. So on top of the regular BLM protections, the Federal Land Management Act protects, we've got these special recreation management areas. We've got these wilderness study areas. We've got these extensive special recreation management areas. So the area is already protected. We do not need a national monument designation to throw more rules and more layers of protection on top of our local BLM offices. It's not necessary. It's already protected multiple times, and it was done with community involvement. All right, so consistent with the care and management of the objects identified. So that's the language that would be in the proclamation that has the ability to put all of those things into jeopardy. This is the Montrose County and the Montrose County Sheriff's Office Emergency Management. They released their critical community wildfire watershed protection plan. And that's one thing that, we want to protect the water quality. We want to protect our forests. We want to be able to clean up our forests so we don't have another bull draw fire in our area that's going to affect our water quality downriver. The salinity and the water quality. So the salinity project in Paradox Valley, we have a compact with Mexico where we have to take salt out of the Dolores River before it hits the Colorado River. Last year, in previous years, 128,000 tons of salt were removed. So, one of my concerns is that this national monument is right in the middle of Paradox Valley, and that would constrain those people's ability to develop plans to remove the salt. They are looking at RFPs right now because the injection wells are causing earthquakes. I think that can freak people out. And so they've got to come up with other ways to get salt out of that river and do something with it. And so any of those processes that are ongoing, those RFPs that they're developing, would be constrained by a monument designation. Timber and forest. We've got to be able to clean up our forests. What else did I have here? So there are a lot of historical places, numerous, enveloped into the monument map. Most are inaccessible from the river and must be accessed via highway and other roads. We have the Interpretive Association of Western Colorado, Tabawatch Byway, Rim Rocker Historical Society, and the BLM all currently maintain and care for those established historical places. We do not need help from a national monument in order to take care of those. That would just hinder our ability to change out the signs, to maintain those areas. We don't need any added restrictions on those. So hunting and fishing and grazing. So hunting is a huge economic driver for our community. During the fall, you'll see vehicles everywhere. And so we're worried that a lot of our roads would be closed. That would not be helpful to our disabled hunters that drive in there and park in their favorite spots. So we're concerned about that. We're concerned about our hunting areas. We're concerned about our wildlife and our grazing. So with the grazing, the ranchers are definitely worried about their allotments. There have been numerous lawsuits against the BLM and the Forest Service for cattle. These environmental groups are suing the BLM and Forest Service because of a cow stepping on an arrowhead or because of a fish or a bird, frivolous lawsuits. And so, anytime that our ranching community, is in jeopardy, that makes us nervous. Our allotments could be reduced, our location allotments could be reduced, and the ability for our ranchers to maintain those allotments, fences, water, even taking the same road that they have for generations to water their cattle. And these watering holes are good for the elk and the deer too. All these animals use those water sources. And so to have those in jeopardy, that makes our ranching community very nervous. As far as our non-motorized and motorized trails, so we've got our Rim Rocker Trail. Montrose County developed that for us. They market it for us. That has been an awesome recreation driver for us. It's 160 miles from Montrose to Moab. It's their dirt road. The middle point is in Nukla. So we've directed our visitors to the trails that we want them to go on. And we've done that on purpose. We have these places in our area that we want to be kept secret, that we want for ourselves. We direct them to the Rim Rock Trail. We've directed these mountain bikers to the mountain bike trails that Western Trails Alliance has created. So we have the Shamrock Trail, which is a mountain bike trail right above the historic town of Burbank, Colorado. And so, yes, we want signs on those trails. We want those trails to be used. It's the outer places that we want to keep for ourselves. We've developed these plans very carefully over the last 10 years on how we want our visitors to visit our area. So let's talk about the visitors. So the BLM keeps nice little track of all the counters. So they have counters at Bedrock. They have counters at EE 22 Road, which is over the Long Park Road. They've got some at the Nuclear Trailhead, the climbing area. So in the last 3 years, let's look at the visitor uses because we don't have the visitors. We don't have any influx of visitors. In 2020, we had 800 people visit the Bedrock boat ramp. In 2021, 1,400 people. I wouldn't say people, counts, vehicle counts, hit the Bedrock. Last year, when the river ran, we had 9,270 hits. But the river doesn't run. It runs maybe 5 to 10 years. So we will not see that amount of visitors again until the river. On the outer spaces of the monument, we just don't have the visitors. The Paradox climbing area is popular with the locals. In 20 to 2021, we had 526 counts. How many went in and out? Probably half. So probably 250, 300 people went in and went out. So the same thing, you know, in 2021, 2022, 720 hits, 750 hits. We are not seeing the visitors, the influx of visitors that this group is saying that we have. Same thing with, you know, the EE 22 road. You know, that is hunting season right there. All those people on EE 22 road is hunting season. It's our mountain bike events. It's our Hanging Flume 50K events. But it's mostly hunting season. There's a lot of work in there on Sawtooth Ridge developing more mountain bike trails. So it's the BLM is in there working. Montrose County is in there working on roads. So that EE 22 road is not seeing the influx of visitors. Nuclear Trailhead, which is out by 25 Road, you know, that's people going over the mountain during the summer. So the coalition is saying that it's mismanaged. How is it mismanaged? I don't see the mismanagement. If I saw mismanagement, I would be the first one standing at the door of my BLM office going, I don't think you're doing your job. I need you to do your job and make sure that my area is protected. That's not the case. This place is not mismanaged. There are protections. There are layers of protections protecting this area. The same BLM offices that they're saying are mismanaging our area are the same ones that are going to manage the monument. So how is that going to help them? It's not. They just need to be able to do their job. So we're not seeing the visitors. And this is one thing that I say at all the meetings. When you turn a big green open sign on above the Dolores River, that's not protection, that's exploitation. And it's the exploitation of our public lands, my front yard, my backyard, my neighbors. That is not protection. There's no overuse on this area. So if there are protections in place, and we're not seeing the use, and we're not seeing the mismanagement, exactly what is this about? What is the reason for a national monument? Mining and its exploration, and that's all it is. The Colorado General Assembly recognizes that the mining industry is vital to the economy of the state and that the state's mineral and energy resources are of commercial and strategic value to the entire country. And I believe that. I've known that since I played in Yerevan. My family, when Yerevan, the mill and the mines were in its heyday. And when they worked, my grandparents, my uncles, they all worked in the mines, they all worked in the mill. When I was in kindergarten in the early 80s, which says exactly how old I am, we were one of the families that had to leave. We had to transfer out. And we went to California. And we were out there for 10 years. And my dad finally got a job back home. And we were able to come back. And he got a job at the coal mine. Just to put it into context, when my mom graduated, there were 78 people in her senior class. When I graduated in 1996, there was 24 people in her class. This year, we maybe have 15 kids in the senior class. So when the coal mine and the coal plant closed down, a lot of the older generation were close to retirement, so they retired. But we lost a lot of young families. They said, oh, we're gonna go to Craig, we're gonna transfer our kids, we're gonna sell our homes, and we're gonna go to Craig or Tri-State. And they did. They left our school, they left our community, and they went to Craig, thinking that they would have a job, but they left. They left everything. Craig just announced, Tri-State just announced that they will be closing that 2 years early also. So those 2 years, you know, could have helped us a lot all the way around. But we lost families upon families. When year end closed, when our coal mine closed, when our coal plant closed, and we want those people back, and those people want to come back. So this is about mining and exploration. And it's plain and simple. There's already protections. So I'm gonna say no on the, you know, it was 95% of the active claims are protected, and then it was 85%, and now it's 89%, today 92%. So I had a colleague of mine dig in, and he dug in. So the BLM offices, you know, no fault of their own, they're behind. They're behind because of new software, because of new claim identification, COVID, you know, turnover, they don't have the staff to update. So when we were digging into all of these things, you know, we came up with a lot of inconsistencies. Active claims, 1,257, filed 553, under review 232. We had 20 that were submitted that weren't showing. We mapped out township 45 to 51 and ranges 16 to 20, which is basically Montrose County all the way up to Gateway and the monument designation map. And so the ArcGIS system does not pick up, you know, anything under review from the BLM office. So those are not even in there. So they're wrongly proclaiming that uranium mining is threatening the Dolores River, polluting the Dolores River. It's not true. These mining companies are under strict regulation. So are the exploration companies. You know, this isn't 50 years ago. We have rules. We have protections for the environment, protections for our workers. So, but we came up with 62% active claims, 11% under review, and 27% filed. Oh my gosh, I've only got 7 minutes.
I've been trying to get you.
Sorry. So one thing that we, you know, you can kind of see on our next slide, you know, we were discussing good neighbor agreements with our mining companies. They are definitely open to that. So those are things that we are exploring. So the world needs nuclear power. The world needs clean energy. We had a meeting the other day, and Secretary Granholm had no idea that there was a proposed Dolores River National Monument sitting on top of the Department of Energy's Year-Van Mineral Belt. She sat up in her chair, as did the rest of her committee, wrote a note, was like, oh my gosh. So there's one stakeholder that had no idea this monument was coming. Same thing with the Department of Defense. Did they know? Governor Polis has signed House Bill 23-1247 in order to study and assess advanced energy solutions, particularly in Montrose County in the West End. Comanche 3 in Pueblo, they want to go nuclear. They are also a tier 1 community. Wouldn't it be cool if a tier 1 community could supply the uranium for another tier 1 community in the state of Colorado? I think that'd be pretty cool. Critical minerals. So we have uranium and vanadium. We've got 21st century safety and environmental standards. This is something that the world needs. And I will go through that quickly. So let's look at this one. So Russia. So we depend on Russia for a lot of our uranium. A step in the right direction is the House passing HR 1042, prohibiting Russian uranium imports. This enactment would ban Russian imports while allowing a temporary waiver until 2028. This bill needs to be passed by the Senate and then signed by the president. Under a deal struck by lawmakers, passing the ban on the imports would unlock funds to expand domestic uranium enrichment. UN peace treaties dictate that we cannot import uranium for anything other than peaceful purposes, such as nuclear power. Where do you think we're getting our uranium from to power our Navy's nuclear submarines? We gave $800 million to Russia last year. What do you think they're doing with that money? So some outstanding remarkable values that I feel is our uranium and our vanadium. But the number one thing that I feel that is our outstanding remarkable value is our community support of the mining industry. This is the Urban Mineral Belt. This is a supportive community of mining and exploration and processing. This is the place to do it. And this time in our history, in the United States, in our world, is the time to develop those things in my backyard. We have protections. We have our areas. We have the Urban Mineral Belt. This is what we want to do, and we have community support to do it. How am I doing, Brittany?
You have just under 4 minutes.
All right. So let's talk about the America the Beautiful. So Biden had laid out 8 principles. An inclusive approach to conservation. Support locally led and locally designed conservation efforts. This proposed monument is not locally led. Otherwise, we would have been the first one that this coalition came to talk about it. But we were the last. They took their proposal to Boulder, to Thornton, to Golden, to Fort Collins, to Steamboat, and the West End was last. The community of Gateway just found out about this proposed national monument on February 16th because I happened to stop at the store to go to the bathroom. And I asked the clerk how he felt about it and how his community felt about it, and he didn't have a clue. Didn't have a clue. That community was hot, was emotional. We are all very emotional about something happening to us and not with us. We are emotional because our Urban Mineral Belt, our assets that we want to use are in jeopardy. This monument is not a part of our transition plans, and it is not a part of our locally led transition plans. This came in here and disrupted all of our processes. We have all taken a step back to fight this, to fight the injustice that we feel that this is happening to us. We do not need help transitioning. We've been working on it on our own. We do not need help from a national monument. And he talked about the Keating. There are 755,000 people in District 3, and all they interviewed was 750 people. That is not a poll. This one's really popular right now too. This is the Colorado College poll. This is one that a lot of the elected officials like to go by. 92% support protecting existing public land surrounding the Dolores River Canyon in western Colorado. 92% of 458 people. I want to talk to the other 8 people that said no. I do. That's a ridiculous question. It's a ridiculous poll. 458 people. One minute. All right, Brittany. So here's their supporters. As of December 11th, they had 5,600 people sign their petition. As of December 11th, 2023, 2,631 people signed their petition. How many in Natarita? 0. I have 1 in Newflow. We still can't figure out who the guy is. Bedrock, 0. Gateway, 1. Norwood, 4. They did not reach out to us. This is not stakeholder engagement. This is not local collaboration. This is being done to us. not with us. And I will fight this as long as I can. Thank you.
With 10 seconds to spare.
Holy moly. Thank you. Get my water.
So. Got a few questions out of this, so apparently we'll stick around for it, huh? You.
Come on.
All right. All right, Amy and Scott, thank you both very much. Appreciate it. I think this is obviously why it's worthwhile to stick around for this presentation, this kind of discussion happening at Club 20. We're going to go into some of the Q&A, but before we do, I'm going to lay down a few ground rules before I have to break out the cowboy hat. One, I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to allow each of you 2 minutes apiece to respond. Okay, that way you each get a chance to respond. We'll try to rotate who responds each time to at least allow first and second on response times. Also, I will ask, well, I can't control responses from the audience. I will ask us to be respectful in our responses. No cheering, moving, hissing. That will also force me to put on the cowboy hat, and I'll ask Mr. Murphy to do the same. But we've got time to start jumping into some of these questions. I will also say that many of you obviously have similar questions. So what I'm going to do, if I have questions that have been similar, I'm going to try to put them together and summarize instead of reading each of them individually. So we have the same question 6 different times. We can put them together in some semblance that makes sense, and then try to ascertain what we're looking for in the responses, and hopefully get you the answers that you're wanting to gather by being here. So, if we are ready. All right. We ready? Oh, we're almost ready. Give me a second.
Always, if you have more, just break.
If you do have more, make sure to write them down. Put your hands up. Okay. So the first one I'm going to kind of summarize is we have heard from both parties how special this area is. We've heard about protections that are currently in the area. We've heard about the need for additional protection and or the protections that we have are sufficient. We've also heard the discussion of having a national conservation area that has been proposed. From each of yours perspective, what is the need for additional and or what is the current situation with conservation that is sufficient? And then I'll come back to the last part of that, and I'll give you additional 2 minutes. Is there a discussion for an NCA that would make sense? But we'll come back to that one later. So right now, let's discuss the current protections, which are not sufficient. What do you think needs to be there? Because we've also heard a lot of these uses will not change, where that's where are laid out, and that's what many of the questions are in relating to. So if there are going to be new protections, what would those be? And if there is not a need for new protections, what are the designations in place that are making that work? Just because we started out this way, Scott, I'll have you respond first this time.
Stay working. So the existing protections are flowing from the land use plan for the BLM and our and a forest plan for the portions that are managed by U.S. Forest Service. And within those plans, Amy outlined some of the administrative designations and management prescriptions that guide land managers now. And so our argument is not that these lands are being mismanaged. I think I heard that said, but that is not what I said. I said that current management prescriptions are misaligned. Let me give you an example of that. So we talked a little bit about some of the administrative designations that are currently in place. Wilderness study areas, which are sort of like highest shelf of administrative protections. There's also areas of critical environmental
control or concern ACECs and special recreation management areas. There's an ACEC that is the Orange Libertarian ACEC with the Grand Junction Field Office that extends along Highway 141, protecting that riparian environment. It stops at the county line in Montrose County. And there is no comparable ACEC, those lands to the south. That's the Cadre Field Office. And so you see that type of thing, where there's just a misalignment of management priorities around this common set of values. Also, I think it's worth pointing out that this is like the back end of 3 different field offices, not just, like near the office. These are like pretty remote areas. So by creating a national monument or an NCA for that, sort of drawing a circle around it and saying, hey, land managers create an aligned management of this landscape. And that management plan would have subsequent the designation and have public process and take into account special values or the words of the Antiquities Act. Objects.
Yeah, 15 seconds, just to the thing.
Yeah. And, create a management plan around it. And we think that would be a better way to make sure we're adequately that land management plans that come and go, time to time and change.
Okay, and I'm just gonna remind both, part of the reason for 2 minutes is because we have so many questions, I wanna make sure we have time to get to them. So I'm not trying to be rude if I cut you off. And I know 2 minutes is also a tight window to answer a question, but hopefully that forces us to be a little thoughtful on the response, so that we don't get into word salad, we actually just get to questions. Respectfully again, Lee, your response.
I would say that from Rock Creek to down 141, it's sheer cliff drop off, can't access the river. And those pull-offs that have the historical places along them are already protected, they're already taken care of. The BLM already has their management plans, which are done with public comment. So there's already protections. And then, these 3 BLM offices get together to come up with a management plan for a national monument. How long is that going to take? What is that going to look like? Between the time that the monument is populated, time they get a management plan together, the destruction on our public lands would be astronomical. So not turning that green light on, it's protecting our lands. And there's already protections for the BLM. Not misaligned. It's not a place that has an influx of visitors. It's sheer cliffs. You can't access Dolores River, Highway 41.
Thank you very much. All right. The next summary of questions coming together is we talked a lot about multi-use on public lands, designation, what it would mean. What assurances are there that current uses, either all or part, would be protected with the proposal of the national monument? Which uses do we believe would or would not be protected? Does that make sense, both of you? Okay, you're first.
That's BLM's job is to manage multi-use. So is there areas that we could sign in? Yes. Are there areas that we could protect for recreation? Yes. But all of those plans and all of the wording in a proposal like that should come from the local community. Should come from the front yard, it should be coming from us. Proposal, the whole wording and the proclamation should be coming from the west end and gateway. This is our front yard. We know how it's used. We know how the BLM manages it. Work with the BLM offices to come up with those areas that we know have mineral deposits, that we know that recreation exists, that we know where the Rimrock Trail is and mountain bike trails are. We can make sure that those don't disturb each other. That's why it should be locally led.
And Jason, or sorry, Scott, your response.
So, this question of existing uses, and, well, first I want to respond to something you just said. Locally impacted stakeholders are always an important voice. That's why they are involved in what we're proposing now. That's why they're going to be involved in anything that moves forward from this politically. And it's why they would be involved in the fashioning of a land management plan subsequent to the designation of a national monument. But there are another set of equities here that aren't just the people that just nearby. Everyone in Colorado and everyone in the United States also has a say in management of federal public lands. It doesn't mean that one is at the expense of the other, but there are a broader set of equities balanced. In terms of existing uses on public lands, we can look at other national monuments. A great example of the BLM National Monument is in Montezuma County. The Canyons of the Ancients National Monument was designated by President Clinton in the 1990s. There's an active CO2 field that continues to be producing, just, you know, coexisting with the most dense cultural, indigenous cultural sites. Anyway, so grazing continues. Recreation continues. All these uses do continue, and you just have to look at other national monuments across the West to see that. You know, I would read from Canyons of the Ancients proclamation, laws, regulations, and policies followed by the BLM, issuing and administering grazing leases or leases on all lands under its jurisdiction shall continue to apply with regard to the lands of this monument. And I have exactly very similar language. Browns Canyon, Pale, Basin and Range, Rio Grande del Norte, national monuments as well. You see it everywhere. It doesn't stop these things.
Right at 2 minutes, good job. All right, following question, slightly along those lines. It's a fairly vast, I don't have the map up, but I'm gonna reference like I do, right? It's over here, you just imagine it, you remember seeing it. It's a large area. What happens to usage and or activities on private lands that are surrounded within the designated national monument area, which, by the way, I will, full disclosure, a little bit of disclaimer for both of you. Being from Excel Energy, I'm quite familiar with the discussed and proposed hydroelectric facility that was considered there, which would not have been affected on public land in any way because it was all private. Also, yes, it was. And also, going through the process, deemed by the company, because we did our own backstory and immediately started with the stakeholder community, decided that that was not a proper location for that. So it eliminated it itself. So it's, I'm going to tell you, it probably would not be impacted by what you're trying to do or what you use as an example, but it does use an example of what happened on private land. So designations on private lands and usage on private land, how would it be impacted by this national? And Amy, you started last time, so Scott, you.
I don't need 2 minutes for this. The national monument designation only applies to public lands, so all of the property rights, private property holders be respected, including rights of access and the rights that they enjoy now.
And Amy?
Property values would go down if your neighbor is a national monument. Not only that, it would affect how anything that you do on your private property. I mean, they say that it's not going, and monument's not going to affect it, but it does. But the property values would go down. The property uses would definitely be scrutinized with the monuments in their backyard. The whole Paradox Valley is private property. Against monument is completely in envelope of Paradox Valley. Those property owners should have a say-so in what happens in their backyard and the values of their property. If somebody told me that I was going to have a monument and my property values weren't going to raise, I've worked really hard on my property, and the equity and the value in my property is something that I'm going to leave to my children. So no, property values would go down. They definitely wouldn't go up. The monument.
And correction on my part, there was a portion that could have been either proposals had some public lands and some other kind of mix up. Once against it too, right? We don't get to it. All right, going back. So we talk a lot about stakeholders. Many questions here relate back to the stakeholder process. So for the sake of trying to summarize most of those together, where was the stakeholder engagement started? Who instigated the idea of the national monument? And the critics of the project say that it was not and or has not been done with the direct stakeholders and communities related. If so, if that's accurate, why not? Amy, you start on this.
So how the stakeholder meeting started is one of my board members on the Economic Development Corporation overheard a conversation in Telluride that was happening. Sheep Mountain Alliance. And she told them that they needed to get down to the West End and talk to us about this national monument. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known about it. Same thing with Gateway. Gateway only found out because I stopped at the grocery store. So the stakeholder engagement did not start where it should have started. It started in Boulder, Portland, Fort Collins. We were the last to know about it and were avoided on purpose because I think that they knew exactly what our answer was going to be because of our history with mining and milling and the Grand Mineral Belt. So yeah, if my board member hadn't have overheard a conversation, we wouldn't have been engaged at all.
Yeah, Scott, your 2 minutes.
So I think in my remarks, I talked a little bit about how our frustration in the conservation community with where we had gotten in the stakeholder legislative attempts, how that led to us conceiving this notion of a national monument. That all played out, in late 2020, early 2023. And we started, yes, doing like film road shows, building support, Front Range and Grand Junction and other places. But that's different than stakeholder outreach. Stakeholder outreach we have done and will continue to do. We met with Amy and 20 other people in Nuba in September of 2023. We've met with people in Gateway prior to that. Folks that were involved in the management of the resort, outreach to folks from the school district, the fire department later. But all of that is to say we've been doing that kind of outreach and we will continue to do it. We've had to slow down a little bit because the opposition and the way that it's expressed itself, in particular online, has been so vitriolic, frankly harassing sometimes, that it's sort of impeded and slowed down our ability to do outreach. Some of the closest effective. Which is why I've been calling for civility in this whole process, so we can have the kind of conversations that we need to have to figure out how to do this.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to try to summarize again a group of questions, so bear with me. I'm trying here. One of the continued uses that is perpetuated and brought up every time is mining. Question that we've gotten multiple times: is there any way that there can be a guarantee with the creation of a national monument that those usages would be grandfathered in, protected in perpetuity, and or not excluded? And then also, I've got a follow-up to that, but those are the 3. And Scott, you were first.
Starting to pick up the pattern here. So with mining, I already went into it some, but we know how mining and mineral withdrawals work because it's a matter of law. And it's a well-known space. So for things within the national monument, valid existing claims would be grandfathered. At the same time, there'd be a mineral withdrawal on any lands in any national monument that would put a stop to new or new claims, new activity. It would honor what was there before. So that's what happens to what's within the national monument. That's why it's so important to get the boundaries right. This is why we've made several iterations, and I assume we'll continue to make adjustments to exclude areas that we think, that we hear, that people think are where we're most likely to see future mining interests. As I said before, our motivation here is to not shut down mining mineral, Eurovan mineral belt. You're offering a national monument as a way to conserve natural resources. I think it can be part of the economic revitalization of the West End. It is not an attempt to shut down mining or to say that a national monument is a silver bullet and will solve economic woes. But we think it can be positively contributive to the transition of the West End.
Have to be able to explore in order to realize the mining capabilities. Our technology has grown so much in the last 50, 70 years that we need to be able to utilize those advances in order to figure out where other veins of uranium and vanadium are. We have to be able to explore. We have to be able to develop the areas that are not so active. We have to be able to let those processes continue. Exploration is key here. It's not, we don't speculate. Exploration. It's an exploration of the urban mineral belt. This map covers the whole urban mineral belt. It's obvious what they want to do. It's obvious that they want to take the whole mineral belt offline. And we can't have that, not as a state, not as a country, not as a world. We have to have that urban mineral belt. We have to be able to explore. The ones that are sitting in review and in cities that are submitted, that are, being looked at, all of those claims, they're sitting there. They're not active. A lot of them have been submitted. People are out there right now doing exploration. They're having their stakes in the ground and staking their claims. But we have to be able to explore, have to use technologically advanced operations in order to do that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's like you're watching Brittany, I'm going to pitch up on questions. I've got two here that I try to kind of put together, hopefully. Would this designation affect, and I think we have clarified it would affect future mineral mining rights, for sure. But we can address that again in your answers if you choose to. Also, though, the question is, under the Paws administration has been very heavy for pushing for geothermal. And looking for vital acreage in those areas, obviously in this basin, where potentially it's hot to work. Also, with BLM, start looking at developing solar projects as authorization might find a way under Title V in the Federal Land Policy Management Act of 1976. In other words, what other possible usage would be allowed or not allowed if this designation were to take place? And we are back to.
So when Governor Polis signed House Bill 23-1247, it was including gas generation with carbon capture and storage, geothermal, clean hydrogen, advanced nuclear, wind, solar coupled with storage, long duration storage, and transmission. We have brand new transmission lines. Appalachia means the sunny side of the hill. So there are definitely places in West Montrose County that could be used for solar development. Obviously, the communities would want to say so and where that solar development is. I don't know that we would want large scale solar, but vanadium is used for long storage options. So the vanadium redox batteries. So we have the minerals to develop those things. But with a monument, solar would be off the table. Utility infrastructure upgrades would be off the table. Any of these things that Polis has laid out to study and assess for the West End would be off the table.
Scott, your response?
Public lands, whether they be managed by the Forest Service or the BLM, are managed under a multiple use and sustained yield mandate. That does not necessarily mean every use is allowed on every acre. Now, this is like the basic basis of land management, is there's always going to be a measure of picking and choosing, us as citizens, of what uses are allowed and where. This is the thing that drives a lot of attention around public lands management. So with some future potential uses be constrained in a national monument? Of course. But it is because we as a people feel that there are another set of values present on these public lands that require special management attention. So I mean, I would put it back on, the public to say, if you think that this land is a landscape that should be completely and unfettered open to mining, then we're just gonna have to disagree.
All right, next question. This one is direct, but it is unique, so we're gonna make it ask. Is it true that there is consideration and or a proposal for an additional ACEC at the south end by Vedron? And is that being done by the Colorado Wildlands organization? It's both of you, neither of you actually know, but it was interesting enough, I thought we better ask.
I think that this is separate from the question of the national monument, so.
I think that the question is there an additional proposal for another ACBC protection alongside it?
So my organization, Colorado Wildlands Project, not only works on national monuments, but we work on trying to improve protections for wildlands in several ways. One of those ways is we work in the context of land use plans, like anyone else would comment on resource management plan revisions. Right now, the Padre Field Office is revising portions of its RFP. And one of the things that they're looking at is ACDC definitions. And yes, we have submitted comments related to expansion of additional ACDC. So, it's a yes and approach. We try to improve protections for our wildlands in the public lands planning process. And we also try to secure permanent protections in the form of a national monument or wilderness or whatever the permanent protection is. So, yeah.
Okay. Maybe you have any response to this?
Wasn't aware of that, but now that I'm aware of that, I would investigate that for sure, so that our public comments can be submitted. That doesn't surprise me. I also think that, I will also say that, to comment more that my community is extremely emotional about this whole thing. Me 10 times, we were not engaged at the beginning. This is definitely an around your back kind of thing. And I feel that at this point that, what we're scared to sit across the table from you now, this is the bully claiming to be the victim. I'm just struggling with that right now, sorry, go ahead.
Sure. What I'm gonna do is I've got roughly a compressed version of some questions for one of our last questions. Then I've got one very last question, and then I'll let you both have a 5-minute close. That'll work, as we're wrapping up. We've heard a lot of discussion on what has and hasn't happened, or what we'd like to see, what one side would like to see, what the other side would like to see. Do either of you, maybe you'll start, see an area where a level of compromise could be discussed, whether it be CA, whether it be with a whole entirely new proposal, whether it be a much smaller, more defined, maybe much larger? Is there an area where you see any level where interested parties could sit down and negotiate to something that then could be proposed in unison versus the conflictual situation we find ourselves in currently?
I would say yes. So, if there are current protections in place that I think are more than, but I think negotiation would be an NCA. It would be an NCA that is locally led conservation area. We would want to keep that discussion. Along with our county representatives, stakeholder group. That's something that that yes, we would be willing to talk about, but we've been told by this group that the NCA should themselves, we've been told many times that they are not interested in talking about an NCA. That the monument is what is on the table, the monument is the proposal, and we're just gonna have to deal with it. But I am absolutely in favor of some sort of conservation plan, whether it's NCA or wilderness study areas or more special recreation management areas. But I would want to write that proposal. I would want to have my community lead that collaboration effort. So yes, there is room for negotiation, and yes, we can sit across the table from each other, or we can sit on Zoom. But yes, but we've been told that they are not interested in that.
And Scott?
Yes. We want to continue to have conversations, we want to continue to talk in a forum like this. And we feel that compromise is achievable. This situation, a little bit about the NCA comment. I'm skeptical that the NCA is a realistic path forward just because it has been tried, failed, with mantras and basic documents in the past. So I would be skeptical. However, I do think again, no matter what happens, what the form of the protections take, there will be more public process. And I'm really glad that we all agree that these are lands that are worthy of conservation.
Okay. Now I got the last one for you, and it's gonna come in about 98 miles an hour on a slider, so since we had baseball analogies earlier. Do you know where the Urban name came from? And how it was established for the area? And I think you started.
I'm embarrassed that I know this. Two words jammed together, which I think is called portmanteau, between uranium and urban.
And it was actually established in town. It was a company town.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were asking about where the name was out.
That's what the question was.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a fun one.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is allow, and since that's kind of softball, I believe, Scott, you started on our very first intros, so what we'll do now is each 5 minutes of closing. Scott, you'll get to close to start. We'll give you the statement afterwards of your 5 minutes, okay? All right, and if you'd like either of you to come back up to the podium for those, or if you would like to do that from your seated position, either is fine.
As long as you speak into the mic.
Right. I think I'll just stay here. So what I'm struck by today is how, and this is going to echo what I said in the conversation earlier at the podium, how much we agree on. Despite some real sharp differences that I don't want to paper over on how we get there. But I do think that there is a lot of agreement around the specialness of these lands and the desire across different parties to see that they're stewarded and protected. And what makes them so special, whether that is the river itself, surrounding public lands, those indigenous cultural sites, historic sites like the Blue, wildlife, paleo, geology, all the recreation. I think that there's broad consensus that these are values that are worthy of protection. I also think that we continue to agree that mining shouldn't be shut down. So we should not shut down the whole Grand Mineral. And I don't know, short of getting up and doing an interpretive dance, how else to express that that is not our intention. There is a way to have a both and approach here. And I think we do that by compromise, negotiation, and having the boundaries drawn for this thing in an intelligent way. We exclude the areas that are most likely to see mineral exploration and interest. And uranium, and vanadium, they exist in a particular layer of our sedimentary geology. Like, it's not rocket science. We can figure out the places where these are. There is not, in the canyons of the Windy Sandstone, a hidden deposit of, vanadium where we understand the geology of that landscape, and so we can make reasonable decisions around where that is likely to be in the future, where the interest is likely to be in the future. So I think that there's broader agreement than maybe has been suggested about, addressing the future of mining in this region, so that any future mining in Eurovan mineral belt rises and falls based on market conditions and regulatory structure, not the presence or absence of nearby national park. Finally, I want to say that, the tribal wishes are important. That's an important voice missing in this conversation so far. So I'm eager and hopeful that that void will be filled as we move forward in this process. The young people were here before we were, and the voice counts. It matters. It's the right thing to do. And finally, that no one, certainly nobody in my coalition, wants to see this area overrun with visitation in a way that's detrimental to the resources that we're trying to protect. That would be insane. Like, why would we be proposing that? We're basing our expectations of visitation based on numbers of visitors that we see in other places. That what can we reasonably infer to what will come to see the Dolores National Monument? So I have to look around at other places, which fortunately keep records of visitation. So Canyons of the Ancients National Monument down in Montezuma County in 2022, all my numbers are 2022, saw 167,000 visitors. Meanwhile, Colorado National Monument here in Grand Junction saw 480. It's quite a lot more. Say, oh, well, perhaps if we designate an NCA, we won't have that same problem. But it's not necessarily true. The Kinnis Canyons National Conservation Area here in Grand Junction estimates over 3,000 visitors a year. Gunnison Gorge NCA down in Delta County and Montrose County sees about 165,000 visitors a year. So we think somewhere between those things is about where National Monument and Dolores would see visitation, probably a little more like Canyons of the Ancients National Monument, a little less like Colorado National Monument, so close to the interstate, airports, etc. A major urban area. So in conclusion, I really am grateful for the opportunity to talk about this today. I think there's a lot more process in front of us, and hopefully that'll be a respectful dialogue. And we'll include local voices, but also some voices from those of us who live maybe a little further away up here in Grand Junction and throughout the region, because these are national public lands that we all have a stake in. So thank you.
Amy, your closing statements?
But that's the same, I said earlier, turn a big green open sign on, that's what's gonna happen. Last year, with 730,000 people visited Colorado National Monument. Those people are gonna drive the 30 minutes to see the Dolores River National Monument. They're called bucket listers, is what I call them. Is they come, they take some selfies, they take some pictures, they go home. They don't care about the area like we do. People that visit our area now love it, and they love it for the solitude and the mystery. Moab is what we run. Don't ever want to be in Moab. So the influx of visitors, it's not trying to be real, sign on. A national conservation area does not have the same VAS as a national monument. It's not going to have the same advertising and marketing VAS as a national monument. Best way that we can protect the Dolores River. Don't turn on an open sign. Don't invite people. That would be the protection. The fact that they didn't go to visit the tribes first. So, I mean, we definitely were first. Gateway definitely wasn't first. But the tribes not being first, they're so intent on the tribes having to say so. Those are the first people that should have been at, and their voices should have been first.
that they said yes to the monument, or said no to the monument, where it should have stopped. That those people have not been solicited for input. So, going forward, let it be a locally led conservation effort. We see where the visitors go, the great little visitors that we get, we see where they go. We know your Van Mineral Belt lived there for generations and generations. You're miners, you're ranchers. We are the original stewards of this land. Let us do it. Let us write the proposal. Just step aside and let us do it. But you coming in here and shoving it down our throats, it's not okay. If you want it protected, let us protect it how we know how to protect it. And back off the presidential proclamation. Let it go through the proper channels. Let it go through the proper stakeholder engagement. Let us write it. My community, my coal affected community, my uranium affected community. I swam in the Urban swimming pool. I visited there. My grandparents lived there. That place is buried on the hill. We deserve to have a chance to mine again, to explore again. We deserve to use our assets, our mineral assets, to go back, come out of this transition the way that we want to. We are told that we will be empowered to drive our own transitions, our own economic strategies. Back off and just let us do it.
Thank you very much. First off, I would like to say, everybody, I think we can appreciate where this conversation has gone, where it started, where we're at right now. I would also go as far as to say it's probably not the last time Club 20 will be there to help this kind of conversation continue to do what we, that is to open up dialogue between people on all sides in an effort to make sure that we have voices that are heard here in Western Colorado. Thank you again, Mr. Brady, Ms. Tucker. I think everybody deserves to be given a round of applause. Lastly, and I'm going to do a little housekeeping, and it's for a couple of friends in the room. We started off with Pledge of Allegiance, but we were remiss in recognizing the veterans and current serving service members. So if you are one, would you please stand and at least give us the opportunity to recognize those that have served. Again, thank you very much for our panelists. I think we've had a fantastic spring conference. I appreciate being part of this. Brittany, it's your show to close. So let's
So one more round of applause for Brad and our proponent and opponent. Thank you again, everyone, for being here. I think we had a lot of really good conversations that were beneficial, and hopefully you also had some good conversation in the hallway, because a lot of conversations always happen in the hallway. So before we end and I send you all on your way, we do want to thank our sponsors one more time. Last night's awards banquet was sponsored by Chevron, Pinnacle Assurance, Alpine Bank, and A&B Bank. Let's give them a round of applause. Our lunch today was again sponsored by SCL Health, St. Mary's Hospital. Let's give them a round of applause. The Board of Directors Leadership Lunch and Executive Committee Leadership Lunch yesterday was sponsored by Community Hospital. Both of our breaks and all of the water and sodas and, well, actually, I would call it a pop since I'm from North Dakota, but I had to catch myself right before I said it too. Was sponsored by Business for Water Stewardship and Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. Let's give them a round of applause. Last but certainly not least, we do have our general sponsors at SGM, who also have a booth back there, and Halta Dolores that also do have a booth back there. And then our program sponsors being Mark and Kathy Thackler. Let's give the three of them a round of applause. So again, an event like this could not be done without our sponsors, and we're just so grateful for the commitment that they always have and the support that they always have for us, as well as you all and the support and commitment you have to Club 20. So thank you for your dedication, trying to elevate the voices of Western Colorado. Without you, we truly are nothing. We are a membership-driven organization. So thank you to all of you for your many years of service, or maybe your few seconds, or whatever it is with us. We're happy to have you, and we hope you stick around. With that, everybody safe travels if you're going a long way, but enjoy the rest of your weekend and enjoy the nice weather. Thank you.